Bon dia, good morning. Dawn Patrol here in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And this is final stop of the Challenger Series. Stop number 6 and a lot of preparation already happening this morning. Macy Callahan's here prepping up. Luana Silva, she's got a chance to qualify for the championship tour. She's got to make a few heats here as well. Chilly waters this morning. We had some upwelling happening, so full suits are the choice of today. Whoa, there's a gold medalist, Kauli Voss. We're going to see the Tahitian in competition here. Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins also chasing, and right there, the teenage phenomena, Aaron Brooks, so close to qualifying for the championship tour. We're about a couple hours outside of Rio de Janeiro proper in the Maracanã do Surf, the natural stadium of surfing here in Saquarema. Thank you and welcome to the set. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. So excited to be here, Maida. It's great to come here for the CT, but also coming back for the Challenger Series, where we still got some slots open, 2 just to be decided for the women for Championship Tour, 7 for the men.
Yeah, we are so excited to have you guys here and all these great surfers. We have amazing week ahead of us, and we are very excited for it.
I'm excited. You know, the waves here are very consistent, Mitchell, but the waves are going to provide cheers and or tears as we look through this entire week of competition. This is the final shot to make the championship tour for all these surfers.
Yeah, and the most important event of the year, too. When you look at pressure, this is kind of one of those catalyst moments for a lot of these people that are looking to qualify. As you said, though, there's plenty of opportunities out there in the water, especially today. The last few days have been pumping out here. Kaipo, looking forward to seeing what's going to happen today.
Well, this wave takes in a lot of swell, and that's why it's a surf center here in Brazil. Let's take a look at the virtual eye as we zoom down from high above, orbiting in space down to Brazil. Saquarema, like I said, just east of Rio de Janeiro proper. There you go. It's a couple-hour drive to this beautiful surf city, Maida.
Yeah, 2-hour drive from Rio de Janeiro. Pretty easy to get here. This beautiful landscape, the lagoon and the river that comes out like right next to Barrinha and builds all the sandbar to have this good wave of Itaúna.
Yeah, great. The geography, the bathymetry, the river, the lake there, Mitchell, providing ample sand flow that flows through this entire beach, and it's just peaks up and down this beach. It likes a variety of different swells as well.
Yeah, and it's a wave magnet, so anything from 2 to 20 feet is something that's going to break here. Luckily for us, that lagoon's been flowing the last couple of months and has provided great sandbars up and down the beach, but especially here on the north end, where we look at those 2 swell directions, primarily a southeast in the water this morning, but to me, it's just Itaúna being one of the most consistent breaks on the entire coast of Brazil. Should be real fun moving into the event.
Yeah, and there we are flying over. You can see the iconic Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, the church there. Now it's time to welcome another member of our broadcast team. Manu Caiado is there with the My Terra morning call, and she's with Travis Logie.
Hello, Kaipo. Hello, everybody. Good morning. What a beautiful day. So happy to be back here in Saquarema. So as you were talking, we have the church right here in the back. Such a beautiful day. A little bit of fog, but the waves are pumping. Good morning, Travis. What do you have for today?
Morning, Mano. Yeah, as you said, the waves are really fun. It's pumping out there. So the plan is 16 heats today, men's round 1, followed by women's round 1. Should be a great day.
And what about the week? Because we have a long week to go.
We have a long week to go. The forecast looks challenging, but we'll get through it. There's some really good days right in the middle of the waiting period. So we'll take advantage of that for sure. And today, swell size-wise, looks like one of the better days of the window. So happy to capitalize on that.
And it's very important to be here. We're sending a lot of surfers to the championship tour. And how does that feel for everybody? It is heavy, or in Saquarema everything is fun?
No, it's all come down to this. The pressure's really on. This is a lot of surfers' last chance to make the CT for next year. So, you know, every heat's so important, and we'll be keeping an eye on things. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting event.
Thank you very much. So a lot of emotions here in Saquarema. Back with you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Travis. So we got opening round, men and women going through. There you can see the rock outcropping and our event site. It got a lot of activations as well throughout this weekend. but it's on, Mitchell, and looking pretty good. Like Travis said, a little bit of a challenging forecast as we dig into our surf line forecast.
Well, it ain't called the Challenger Series for nothing, Kaipo. So fun south-southeast swell due today. It'll be a little bit smaller tomorrow, but I still think there's going to be a good amount of swells. You can see there, though, that blob has been activating the last couple of weeks, but especially heading into next week, we do see shorter period swell, which is still good out here. Fun windows at times. Today, though, looks epic. 3 to 5 feet offshore in the morning, slightly onshore in the afternoon, but as we all know, a beach break, you can surf it in all different types of conditions.
Yeah, we've seen typically a left, but we've seen rights come into play at this current sandbar situation. Mitchell, taking a look at our long-term 4-day forecast.
Well, Monday through Wednesday next week looks incredible. Sunday, onshore all morning. We do see some tropical activity coming through towards this weekend, but as you can see right there, Monday all the way to Wednesday, Kaipo, it looks pretty darn good for how it gets out here at Itaúna.
Oh yeah, it's very, very consistent. A lot of opportunities. We'll find those windows. Thank you to Surfline for all the data that they provide to us. Maida, this week, the World Surf League announced some big news, and the big news is it's out. The 2025 schedule is out. We know what's going to happen. Multiple stops, an extended period before we have that mid-season cut. Let's take a look at our championship tour for 2025.
Yeah, amazing calendar right there. I'm really looking forward for Jeffreys Bay. It's such a nice place, rippable wave. And last time we've been there, we saw Felipe Toledo put in our show, so it will be very interesting to see it back. And also if Felipe comes back also.
Yeah. Taking a look there, Mitchell, after Margaret River, that's where we're going to have the cut. So 7 events before that mid-season cut. After that cut, and we have a smaller draw, we're going to return to Trestles for a CT.
Yeah, that's an amazing moment for not only surfers in North America, I think for fans worldwide to be able to see lowers back on the schedule. Abu Dhabi, to me, is the real wild card in there, especially as the second event. Peniche being number 3. Once again, Punta Roca moves up a little bit. Now that's early April. But how about the finals in Fiji over there, Kai? I'm excited.
Fiji, Cloudbreak coming back into play. Truly, the Dream Tour has returned with all of those stops. It's going to be a busy, busy season.
Yeah,
I look forward to it.
So do I. I think it's going to be amazing, especially with the re-addition of Jeffreys Bay, as you said. I think the pool event is going to be the hardest one on the calendar for a lot of the rookies, too.
Yeah, well, our cast of characters have not been settled yet for that 2025 championship tour. 2 more women available, 2 more spots. We're going to talk about all of the women in the draws, the rankings, and the scenarios when we return to Dawn Patrol. What a year it's been on the Challenger Series for the women's. We got the call. We know we're running both opening round for the men and the women today here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, Kaipo Girl, Maíra Pops, Mitchell Salazar. And we got actually an extra, today's Children's Day in Brazil. So we actually have a family legends heat to finish off today. So we'll be running men's opening round, women's opening round, and that family legends heat to finish off today. But Maíra, our focus right now is on the women's and the women's rankings, because we got 3 spots taken out of those 5. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy, Isabella Nichols already on the championship tour, but the battle is with the rest of this top 10 that we're looking at.
Yeah, we have 2 more spots left, and a lot of girls can qualify with the opportunity to qualify here, so it's going to be for sure a very tough competition.
Yeah, anywhere, a winner in any of these top 10 surfers has the possibility of that championship tour qualification. But Mitchell, number 4, on the brink of qualification for the championship tour is a teenager representing Canada. She's a phenomena that we haven't seen in a long time. I'm talking about Erin Brooks.
Yeah, and I'd say that outside of everybody on the championship tour, she's the one superstar that still hasn't qualified for the CT. As you can see right here, though, this is her championship win right here at Saquarema, which automatically re-qualified her for the Challenger Series in 2024. Conditions were tough on finals day, Kaipo. All 3 of us were here calling the event. It was chunky, it was bumpy, and of course, as always, we see the backwash come into play right here at Itaúna. She was able to handle it super well, going up against a very tough Sophie McCulloch, and winning with turns like this in dominant fashion. She was able to move herself into the top 10, and then guess what, Kaipa went straight into Snapper Rocks this year and won an event over there on the Goldie too.
You know, we throw around the word surfing prodigy often, but this is the real deal. A teenager, just a youngster. She's already won a championship tour event as a wild card this year in Fiji. There's so many accolades to Erin Brooks. She makes the quarterfinals. She's on tour. She's got to deal with that pressure, and we'll see how the teenager deals with it. But we got a couple more young surfers, like right behind Erin Brooks, number 6 on the rankings, the Tahitian. She's won a championship tour event. She wants to be full-time on the CT. I'm talking about Vahine Fierro, Maíra.
Yeah, for sure, Vahine Ferreiro, she built a lot of confidence for her, like winning the championship tour at her own break, Tahiti. And also, she has done good here before, like in 2022, she was 5th. In 2023, she was 9th. So it's just the matter of getting ready for it. And she must win the competition, like to qualify just by herself. But I'm pretty sure she's all capable of.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios coming into play, so we're paying attention to all those different scenarios. Event win will decide it for Vahine Fierro. Right behind Vahine is a crowd favorite, Luana Silva. She's number 7 on the rankings right now. She's got a chance to qualify again for the championship tour.
Yeah, again, Luana Silva is with her back against the wall here in Saquarema. She must win to qualify by herself. But, I mean, she knows this break pretty well. She made finals here during a QS in 2022. So she has been practicing a lot. I saw her out there all this couple days before the competition starts. So, yeah, it's just a matter of getting the right mindset for it.
She's been a standout in the warm-ups. Right behind Luana Silva, Mitchell, and number 8 in the rankings, San Clemente's Encinitas' Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa, she's also had success here. She won this event back in 2022.
Yeah, and she's always looked amazing at a break like this. Coming from Encinitas, you know, Seaside Reef, there's a couple great beach breaks around the area, such as Oceanside Pier. I think the one common denominator that we've all seen, Kaipo, on a road to major victories has always been the incredible use of her bottom turn. And especially doing it out here, too, with managing the backwash, that is incredibly difficult to do.
Yeah, looking back at 2022, I got to go on record is this year with Alyssa, she was the top performer from her very first heat. She was a standout every time she hit the water, and she went all the way to a big victory here at Itaúna.
No doubt, and you got to replicate that kind of success by thinking about similar things that you had in 2022 that gave you that moment heading into the championship tour. But as you said before, She not only needs to win this event, she's dependent on other people's results too.
Alyssa getting ready for competition. We're gonna step away from our Dawn Patrol right now. When we come back, we're gonna talk about the men. The men in the drawer, and it's been the year of the Brazilians bouncing back. Welcome back to the Dawn Patrol for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Center stage is surfing here at Itaúna Beach, but so many more activities happening this weekend, Maida.
Yeah, we have all these guys, like, we have everything happening here in Saquarema, a lot of fun, and all these people to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, we got it, and you know, we talked about the women's scenarios in the last block, Mitchell. Men's scenarios, 3 spots taken for the men, 7 available, but the field's wide open when we look at the rankings.
Well, and it's amazing kind of bounce back that the Brazilian men have had, too. As you said, it was probably one of the most devastating moments last year when they saw so many people get so close to qualifying and so few were able to actually do it. Samuel Pupo has had an outstanding year. Once again, another victory in the last 2 seasons. Kaipo, he's looking for another one right here at home in Brazil. Have to give my hats off to Ian Gouveia, though. He qualified within the first 4 events. He's already back on the CT for 2025.
Yeah, that's right. Ian Gouveia, Sammy Pupo, Alejo Muniz, right behind them with a chance of getting on the championship tour, Maida. When we look at the rankings, Edgar Grosjean, Michael Rodriguez is right there, and Miguel Pupo looking to join his brother back on the CT.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo, I think he just needs to go to the quarterfinals to get qualified here in Brazil. So, yeah, very good opportunities for them. Many of the boys can qualify. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, great surfing. Like I said, Mitch, the bounce back for our Brazilian surfers. But it's not all Brazil. We got an exciting Australian who's came up 18 spots after a semifinal finish over there in Ericeira. Joel Vaughn sitting at number 9, and he's done well here. He threw a perfect score out here at Itaúna in the past.
Yeah, massive alley-oop last year. Has had success, as he said, and I think him getting to his best result, the semifinal performance over there in Ericeira, is really big for his confidence. He's sitting inside of the top 10 right now, so number 9, he needs to defend that spot. He's gone on record on social media saying that he wants to be aggressive and not necessarily be defensive in the last event of the year. He's looking for his first major win. Could be his first one right here on the CS Kaipo.
Yep, sitting number 9 on the rankings, Joel Vaughn. Another Australian to look out for, George Patar. Also sitting number 5 in the rankings right now after Ericeira. But Ericeira, he gathered his throwaway, so it's going to be really important for Patar to perform here, Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think after his result at the U.S. Open, sitting at number 5 right now, I feel like it's going to be extremely difficult to knock him out of the top 10 right now. To me, he's almost a guaranteed place on the CT, and I think he's going to be a fantastic addition to the Championship Tour, especially knowing how good he is at certain waves, like Bells Beach, and of course over there at Margaret River too, Kipes.
Yeah, that's right. So a top 10 for the men. Move on to the Championship Tour. 11 through 20 get re-invited. They don't have to surf through the regional series at all, Maida. 11 through 20 for the men, back on the Challenger Series again in 2025.
Yeah, it's really important to be right there, don't need to go to the QS. And one of them that I really think can jump to the top 10 is Callum Robson, because he jumped like 27 spots in Ericeira, and he surfing really suits this wave, so he one of those that can really jump ahead.
Who do you think is going to be jumping up on these rankings as we take a look, Mitch, into that top 10 scenario?
Yeah, I like Marco Mignot's chances. Quarterfinal finish last year was really close to qualifying for the CT. I think he eventually makes it into top 10 and becomes one of the few French surfers to qualify for the Championship Tour.
That's right. Well, those are the scenarios for the men and the women. We got more going on, however, for the World Surf League longboarding. A world title is going to be determined in El Salvador, likely today. We're going to revisit some of that longboarding as Dawn Patrol continues right after this.
Aí, quem veio pra casa escapar essa câmera aqui? Quem desencapou? Felipe? Dá uns esporros nele, mano. Tem que tirar as portas.
E vamos começar com 8 baterias do primeiro round dos homens, seguido do primeiro round das mulheres, depois do Finalizing Heat, no final do dia. Baterias terão 30 minutos de duração, all the heats 30 minutes. Heats, all the circles have 30 minutes and you can serve all the ways you can get. Pode pegar quantas ondas vocês conseguirem pegar.
Sunzal, El Salvador World Championships for longboard. Tune in worldsurfleague.com for all the updates there. We're going to crown men and women world champs there in El Salvador. Mitchell, Maida, myself, Kaipo Guerrero here, and we're talking about the Challenger Series. This is a final Challenger Series. 2 more spots for the women to qualify, 3 spots taken. Let's take a look at some of the women's qualification scenarios, Maida.
Yeah, Erin Brooks needs to, she qualifies if she advances to quarterfinals. And Nadia Aerostadi, Fierro, and Luana Silva can qualify by winning the event. But Nadia Aerostadi, she made semifinals last year here. So we didn't talk about her that much during our program, but I really think she has a good chance to qualify.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this event. We know we're having a women's opening round today, having the men's opening round. Speaking of men, Mitchell, let's take a look at our men's qualification scenarios because it's a lot more complex than the men. Top 10, move on. 3 spots already taken, all Brazilians. And we have, like I talked about it before, the Brazilian bounce back has been the story this year on the Challenger Series. Let's take a look at our qualification scenarios for the men.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo can automatically qualify if he advances into the round of 16. Edgar Groja would be a first-time Brazilian surfer to qualify for the CT if he makes it to the quarterfinals. Jackson Bunch, by the way, amazing year for him. Same scenario, George Pitar can clinch it as well. How about Al Cleland right there, though? He can automatically qualify if he makes it to the semis.
You know what's wild right now is Alan Cleland Jr. as well as Mikey McDonough have won Challenger Series events, but yet they find themselves below the cut line. They need to do some work right here. They put themselves actually in a really tough position, and you know what? It would be Jordy Lawler's in the same position as well. It would be just horrible. You go through your whole season with an event win and still not qualify for the championship tour. That's kind of the worst scenario.
It is, and you kind of get some sense of doubt when that happens, too. You start doubting yourself. You have a lot of throwaway events. And for Al Cleland Jr., he's right there on the cusp. Number 10, he needs to defend that number 10 spot and actually wants to advance a little bit more just to be able to get better seating into 25 as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, but you want to look past the finish line, right, Mitchell? You want to be in that top 10 scenario and qualify for the championship tour. It all starts here. Former championship tour surfer Jackson Baker, he's going to be in heat number 1 of this round of 80. Jackson will be joined by Owen Moss, Valentin Neves, Maida, and Vitor Ferreira. So 2 Brazilians right off the back here. New names for us, but some surfers that you know a little bit about.
Yeah, sure. Valentin Neves, he's a local boy. He is Leo Neves' son, and he knows this wave better than anyone. He's always surfing here, like every single day. And Vitor Ferreira as well, he's from Rio de Janeiro. He made semifinals this year in a QS at Prainha. So nice challenge, nice fight right there in this first heat of the day.
Yeah. And what about Jackson Baker? On a comeback, it was had some injuries going, but he's back. He's not likely to qualify this year for the championship tour, but it's good to see Jackson, the surfer from Meriwether, Australia, back in action and back in the jersey, Mitchell.
And the big difference between the Challenger Series and the qualifying series is that if you place 11 all the way through 20 on the men's side, you automatically requalify for the Challenger Series for next year. So it's a big moment. You still get a W. There's a big chance you're moving into the top 20. That's his goal for this event, Kipes.
Yeah, that would be Jackson's goal. Also out there in the water, Owen Moss, just 20 years old from North Carolina, Mitchell, a bright, young, up-and-coming North American surfer.
Yeah, he's amazing. Also qualified for World Juniors. He tied with Kai Barton for the World Junior title in North America. We're going to see him compete at that event as well as on the Challenger Series. Big fan of him. Has great style, real good in beach breaks, and an amazing barrel rider for those who don't know too much about him.
Yeah, and Maida, to reiterate our schedule today, we're going to have our men's opening round. We're going to have our women's opening round. So that's 16 heats total. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have our family legends heat celebrating Children's Day here in Brazil.
Yeah, Children's Day here in Brazil, it's a really big thing. Like, it's very traditional. Everybody celebrates a lot. Normally, we have holidays. Today is Saturday, but normally there are some holidays. People are, the kids are going to school this whole week, like, celebrating in costumes and everything. So it's going to be fun to see all the families here having fun, watching the surfing and all the show.
On the screen here, we have Rafael Castro, the Saquarema Secretary of Sport, Leisure, and Tourism. Rafael is going to kick off the competition day and kick off yet another event here in the Maracanã do Surf, the natural surf stadium here in Saquarema, Maida.
Yeah, he's going to kick off the day, and let's wait for him, wait for the call. We're looking forward for this day. The waves are pumping, and we're gonna have a good show.
Sound that warm, brother.
Yeah.
Let's get things going.
We're on the countdown. We're about 5 seconds away right now, Mitchell, to get going here, and Rafael Castro is going to do the duty. All right, again, Rafael Castro, the Saquarema Secretary of Sport, Leisure, and Tourism. And with that, clock's running down, and our opening heat, a heat of 80, heat number 1 for the men, out in the water and running. Owen Moss in the red jersey, Jackson Baker in the blue jersey, Valentin Neves is in white, and Vitor Ferreira in the green jersey. There. All right, well, there we go. Valentin Neves, a local here, Maida, and another chance. He did compete last year, I believe, in this event, but a local surfer that has really a very familiar playing field for Valentin.
Yeah, he knows this wave better than anyone. Like, he has this tough loss of his dad for sure, who was very inspiring for him, but he really wants to perform well in this big stage here at his own home break.
Yeah, just 22 years old. Here's the start for Owen Moss on his first ride, Maida.
Yeah, nice rack right there. Just go to the finish. Strong finish movement for him. How did you like this turn, Kaipo?
I thought it's a good solid start for the 20-year-old out of Wilmington, North Carolina. And he opens up with a 5.33, so opening score for Owen Moss, 5.33, solid mid-range score. Difficult year on the Challenger Series for Owen, but he's very young. He's got a lot of formative years up ahead for him. He's number 62 in the rankings on the Challenger Series. He did have a 17th finish over there at the Sydney Surf Pro. So I feel this event and this year for a surfer like Owen Moss Maeda is just, it's a growing year. It's growing into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I think all these boys that comes to compete in these big stages when they're just starting, it's just a matter of like getting used to it, getting to know all these kind of waves, because if they want to qualify sometime, they will have to perform pretty well. And here's Kate Moss, Owen Moss.
Again, Owen, just really quick here. And again, just staying busy, opened up with a 5.33. Tidy little backup, and 2 waves scored for Owen Moss, so he's the only one with a complete score line at the moment.
Yeah, this is the very first heat of the event, so sometimes this strategy is good when you just try to keep like moving, keep like catching waves, put your board under your feet, and this was a good wave for him. Yeah, kind of chunky a little bit. He got a little hanged right there, but good to get moving, Kaipo.
Yeah, so 2-point ride for the second wave for Owen Moss, so he's going to want to improve upon that. But you can see clearly his strategy coming out of this heat is to get some waves under his belt, stay busy, not take any chances as we look at the entire field here, this long stretch here at Saquarema, Maeda.
Yeah, this first heat of the day, it's almost like a lab, like they are trying to know where the best waves are breaking. And yeah, we're seeing the paddle right there. Yeah, no waves caught.
Yeah, a little paddle there for Vitor Ferreira. With that paddle, he got pushed back on the in the priority. In the white jersey, Valentin Neves takes a peek there, decides not to go. So a little tricky, I feel like, the conditions at the moment. Again, the local boy here, Neves, Saquarema local, just 22 years old. So another kind of, you know, just another thunderbolt in the Brazilian storm.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, he last time here he made his first heat, and he's looking. He is really willing to make it better here at his own break.
Yeah.
So
yeah, last year for Valentin, it actually was friendly fire. Valentin taken out by João Chianca in competition last year. Here we go, Neves. Nice carve there, looking quick. Let's see if the home court advantage comes into play. Pops it up, puts it down, comes off the rail. Unfortunate, and does not complete that opening air. So he'll go back out, have another strike at it. Priority now shifts to Jackson Baker. Replay, what went wrong here?
yeah, let's see. First carve was nice. Then he tried to build some speed right there, pulls it, but couldn't land. I think he lost his back foot like a little bit, and he couldn't pull this aerial. But he's such a good aerial surfer. He does like really nice moves. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish this one. Yeah, we see the set coming right there. Let's see who can be in the right spot to catch it.
Here we go, Jackson uses his priority. Good looking wave here for the Australian. Punches the lip there, and the fist pump there for Jackson Baker. He waited quite a while, but was able to perform. Vitor Ferreira on the backhand. Pops it up and unable to put it down for Ferreira. So early advantage, I feel, is going to go to Jackson Baker.
Yeah, it was a very good looking wave for Baker. I really liked the first turn. Let's see the replay right there, Kaipo. Nice first rack right there. A lot of water sprayed. And good finish as well. Strong start for Jackson Baker.
Another view here of Baker from up above. You can see a couple of powerful turns for the power surfer out of Meriwether, Australia. Channel Island surfboard under his feet. Strong surfing for Jackson Baker. And we're awaiting the score for Baker.
Yeah, Vitor Ferreira found an opportunity right there. We didn't see the replay yet, but couldn't pull the aerial. But he is a very good aerial surfer. He's good in airs, and also his rail game is strong as well.
Number comes through for Jackson Baker at a 7-point ride. So early advantage to Jackson. So Jackson hears the number there, and with the fist pump, 7-point ride for Jackson Baker. Sophia Medina coming into play, Charlie the dad there, and we will see that women's opening round after this men's opening round, but Sophia paying attention to all the conditions, as well as Lucas Silvetta on the beach.
Yeah, Sophia Medina she had a very great year. Like, she was in Ericeira, she could have jumped some spots, and she was in the line there to qualify, but then she had a bummer right there, but she really wants to stay above the cut line for the Challenger Series for next year.
Yeah. She continues to develop as a surfer. 20 minutes and 40 seconds here in the opening heat. A round of 80 for men. Owen Moss in the lead. That's just because Owen has 2 waves, 5.33 and a 2-point ride, but really the surfer with the strong start is Jackson Baker with that 7-point ride. Baker on the hunt here. He's going to turn our attention to the local boy, Valentin. Needs to make up some ground to get to some open face, and he will not be able to do that.
Yeah, we were watching the training session right before we started, and the waves look pretty good. But right now the conditions, it seems like changed a little bit, so less opportunities than we saw in the morning. So they really need to pick the right waves right there. We're just saying, like, Valentin Neves riding a bad one, but now looks like it's a good one, Kaipo.
Here we go. Valentin finding some open face here. Sharp rail work so far for the Brazilian. Carves through there. You can see a little bit of the backwash hitting this inside section. And nice lip glide to finish. So that's going to be his best wave so far. And get him right back into the game.
Yeah, he really knows how to deal with this backwash. I think the backwash is something that normally surfers from other places, it's really tough for them. But for Valentin Neves, now we see this finish movement dealing with the backwash with no problem.
And the score comes in at 2.67, so still a bit of a suppressed score. Still needs to do more work. Valentin Neves needs a 4.34 to go into second. That's a false number, though, that we're seeing in the needs column, in that Jackson Baker's going to really increase those needs once he gets back to his feet on his backup wave.
Yeah, Jackson Baker, he found like a really good-looking wave, and also the first turn was amazing. He put a lot of pressure on his back foot, a lot of spray, and that's why the score came as a 7-point ride.
Yeah, Jackson Baker coming back from injury, only served 3 Challenger Series events so far this year, so this being his 4th event, and top 4 results is what equals your ranking, so nothing but upside for someone like Jackson Baker. Baker, of course, spent 2 years on the championship tour, 2022, where he finished number 23 in the world, and 2023, when unfortunately Jackson was cut from the championship tour during that mid-season cut, and Jackson's been, battling ever since then to come back onto the championship tour. When he was on tour, Jackson Baker really was one of the tour favorites. A great personality, a strong surfer, and just someone who was always very upbeat. Valentin Neves here. Oh, struggles for a completion. Foot comes off, so that's going to be interesting to see where the judges go on that number for the air for Valentin Neves.
Yeah, he had to open wide his legs to pull this air. Look, he pops up and then, oh my God.
Watch the hamstring, watch the ACL, watch all those joints, but he's able to get back in. Now watch this in slow motion though. Does go to his knee, so it's almost like that was an incompletion of flow in that, and it's going to be, again, really interesting to see where the number goes. He did ride away from the air, but that struggle is going to take away for some points.
And the wave also was not that big, Kaipo, so just one maneuver wave. It will be interesting to see how they're going to judge.
And, you know, as a surfer, anyone who watches that, again, on the replay or in slow motion, you just wince, because those are the type of falls when you have 1 foot on the board, 1 foot off, that really do damage. So I feel Valentin's was very lucky, actually. Looks like he's healthy, paddling back out, not in any pain, but that was a compromising position he put himself in. Here's Owen Moss. Moss looking to improve upon a 2-point ride. Good looking wave for the American surfer. Quick on these turns and solid in his surfing. Big snap to finish. That felt good for Owen Moss. He's going to improve upon his scoreline.
Yeah, for sure. Very smooth right there, like loose. I really like the way he connect the turns right there. Look, the wave open, very nice face for him, and then good turn, good snap, good flow. Interesting wave, and the finish was strong as well, so can be his best wave of the heat, or even get close to the 5.33 that he already has. The finishing movement, I think, was the best one of the wave.
Yeah, really quick surfing from Owen Moss. And here's another wave for Valentin Neves, Maíra.
Nice snap, and then he pops up again, and unfortunately cannot pull this air. Yeah, he's doing his air game, like he's trying to show his air game that it's really strong. But sometimes I think the first heat of the day, the first heat of the competition, maybe the nerves sometimes can get those young surfers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and Neves, he is the youngest in the draw at just 22 years. Actually, he's the second youngest in the draw at 22 years old. We actually have a pretty young heat to start off with. 20-year-old Owen Moss, 22-year-old Valentin Neves, and a 24-year-old Vitor Ferreira. Jackson Baker at 27 years old is the veteran of this crowd. And Jackson is playing this heat, Maíra, as a veteran. Has still the largest single wave score and is being very patient to back up that 7-point ride.
Yeah, he still have plenty of time on the clock, like 14 minutes left. So his strategy was to choose better the waves, and it paid off. Like the wave that he chose, the 7-point ride, was amazing.
Can't wait to see what Jackson's got. He needs a backup right now. We're going to step away from our opening heat of the day. When we return, we'll see if Jackson Baker can back up that 7-point ride. The Australians showing some strong surfing here at Itaúna. Welcome back to the Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're live at Itaúna Beach for stop number 6 of the Challenger Series. This is the end of the road for the Challenger Series. This is where qualification is going to happen, as well as opportunity for young upcoming surfers like this surfer here. Local, Valentin Neves, currently in second place in this heat, looking to do some damage, looking to better a 2.67. Sharp turn. Kaipagura, along with Maida, pops on the call. I like that. I like what I just saw from Valentin on that last wave.
Yeah, so do I, Kaipo. Actually, he was trying to go through to the air, but I really like his rail game right there. He put like 2 really good turns in the beginning of the wave, and then he could finish it off with a nice snap right there. So this is the mindset that he needs. Like, what else can I do to make this heat? And so he decided to go on his rail, and it was a good choice.
Yeah, I think adapting in the moment is what we're seeing from someone like Valentin. Was trying a number of airs. The airs didn't work out, right? So now, with this last performance, did improve upon his scoreline with a 3.23, shifting gears, if you would, to stay in second place currently. But he's still in a dangerous position because that heat total that he has is 7.9 to put him in second place. Remember, Jackson Baker's in third right now with a single wave score of a 7. So Jackson gets to his feet. He's going to bump Valentin out of that second advancing position with 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. He really needs to improve his scores. Look, he's trying to do this, but maybe, let's see if he's going to fly. Yep, but couldn't, unfortunately, stomps it. Yeah, maybe he needs to be a little more patient and choose better his waves.
Yeah, big opportunity for him in front of a hometown crowd. Here's his last attempt, but he did go incomplete, Maida.
Yeah, look, he pulls, but he cannot complete the rotation right there. And yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't finish this streak.
So on the paddle, back out. The other young and up-and-coming surfer in the green jersey, Vitor Ferreira, has been very quiet so far in this heat, holding on to priority. But let's turn our attention now to Jackson Baker. And the big Australian slams the lip a couple times. Strong, clean rails on that Channel Island surfboard for Jackson. Opened up with a 7-point ride, and he's going to seal the deal with ride number 2. He's going to go straight into the lead after this score drops.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. Very nice wave for him. The way he connected every single turn right there. And here is Vitor Ferreira looking for this wave.
Ferreira, extended couple of carves on the backhand, and punches it for the finish.
Yeah, he couldn't deal with the backwash and the finishing turn right there. But at least, for sure, this is gonna be his best wave of the heat. He could put some turns. Let's see it again. Almost lost balance right there. And then the backwash, we could see. Nice 2 first turns, but then he couldn't handle.
Needed to finish that, really. Now we look back at Jackson Baker, and he just showed why he's the veteran with a solid second wave here, Maida.
Yeah, I like this turn so bad. Throwing buckets. Another one. Converting all the board. Finishing the wave very strong.
So we're still waiting for the score for Baker as well as Neves. He's up and riding again, so super busy surfing by Valentin. Let's see, looking for a ramp again. Goes for the snap instead and finishes off that wave, looking to improve upon a 3.23 for Valentin Neves.
Yeah, but it looks like he needs something stronger to really improve his scores. But because Jackson Baker, we're gonna jump for the first position for sure. It was nice surfing right there. He tried to gain some speed, but He finished it off, but I don't know if he's going to improve that much, Kaipo.
Yeah, the feeling is that that's not going to be an improvement for Valentin Neves. Last score for Vitor Ferreira, 2.67. So Ferreira still sitting down. A veteran coming up in the next heat, Alex Ribeiro. Alex, a former championship tour surfer, has been making a splash in the local series here in a lot of the QS events, but now has turned his attention to this Challenger Series. Exciting goofy foot in the way of Alex Ribeiro.
Yeah, he's a really good surfer. He has been into the championship tour, made some damage there, and now he's looking to improve, maybe to qualify for the Challenger Series next year, not qualify for the championship tour, but he's a good surfer.
Yeah, Alex Ribeiro. We also saw a vision of Cody Young from Maui, who's coming up in that next heat. Also, we'll see Luel Felipe, another Brazilian surfer, and yet another Brazilian surfer in heat number 2 of the day, the young teenager Ryan Kainalo, all coming up after this heat. 5.5 minutes here in the opening heat of the day. The score did drop for Jackson Baker, and that sets our situation. 5.6, the backup for the 7-point ride for Baker. Baker in first. Owen Moss holding priority and holding into a second and advancing position. Valentin Neves needs a 5.17 to get into second, and Vitor Ferreira needs a 7.16 to get into second. So really, Owen Moss controlling this heat right now, Maida. He's got an advancing position in second place, and he's owning first priority.
Yeah, I think his strategy he was like this, like he was already with a 5.33. He is waiting and looking for a good wave to try to get a better score and solidify his second position or even take over Jackson Baker.
Let's see if we have a paddle and a take here, and it will be Ferreira on the backhand. A couple of nice extended backhand carves. Rhythm through this section. Looking for a ramp. Pops it up and just throws it away.
Yeah, it looks...
Let's take a look at our heat recap right now for our opening heat of the day. It's been Jackson Baker in a commanding position with some smart surfing. Owen Moss, however, opened up with this 5.33. Strong surfing for his opening ride.
Yeah, strong surfing, good finish right there. This was his 5.33. And now it's Jackson Baker. Look, this beautiful arc right there, Kaipo, and strong finish. That's why it comes with a 7-point ride.
And he found this 5.6. Baker, 2 waves ridden. That's all he needs. He's currently in the lead with just 2 waves ridden. Strong surfing from the surfer from Newcastle here.
Yeah, he shows why he was on the CT before, like very strong surfing and really smart in strategy in this heat. So we can see all the waves that were ridden right there. Valentin Neves struggling a little bit to pull the airs that he was trying to. Vitor Ferreira also struggling with the backwash right there in the backhand.
So it is the 2 visiting surfers, Jackson Baker, Owen Moss, out in the lead, under 3 minutes remaining. Take another look at what happened with Vitor Ferreira. Just throws that one away. Owen Moss got a wave too.
Wow. Nice turn right there. Release the fins. Another turn. Trying to get best moment of the wave. Looking for a finish here down the line and finish it off very strong, Kaipo.
And Valentin Neves got a wave too in the mix.
Yeah, kind of slow wave right there, like kind of fat. Looking for a moment on the inside, maybe to pull an air. Let's see if, yeah, he can pull it. It wasn't that high, but he got really happy to pull, to finish, actually.
Well, it's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning, so it's a 2-minute drill right now for Valentin Neves and Vitor Ferreira. Owen Moss looking to improve upon his scoreline, anything over a 4.5, and Owen will improve upon his scoreline and make that job for both Neves and Ferreira that much more difficult. We're down to 90 seconds, still awaiting scores.
Yeah, for now, Valentin Neves needs 5.17, but for sure this is going to change. So he will need a little more. I'm not sure if with that air he can get this score. Let's see what the judges think. But it wasn't that high, and the wave was very flat in the beginning. So he's trying again.
Super busy. Neves opens up with a nice couple of carbs here. He's going to need a little bit more on the inside, hoping that this wave doubles up. Stomps on the tail, seeking a ramp. Backwash hits it, puts it up, and goes complete right there. So finally kind of put it together on
Yeah.
wave. Is it a little too little, a little too late? We're going to find out. He needs a 6.01. Here we go with Jackson Baker punching the lips. And Baker with some nice carbs. And a beautiful finish there for Jackson Baker.
Yeah, Kaibo, I really think he can better his 5.6. Was an amazing ride. The first turn, I really love it. He punched the lip right there. But first, let's see the replay for Valentin Neves. First turn was good as well. Then the wave kind of flatted down a little bit. He had to find an opening face here more in the inside. And to pull this air right there, he managed to finish. Good wave for him, but not that big.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough for Valentin Neves. So we still got some scores to come through, but it seems like the placings have already been decided. It's going to be Jackson Baker as well as Owen Moss moving on into the next round and out of our first heat of the day. So Jackson Baker looking strong, looking confident. There's the Aussie squad right there giving him some props on the beach. There's all the numbers. Jackson Baker moves on along with Owen Moss, Valentin Neves, and Vitor Ferreira eliminated from competition.
Yeah, his last wave, an 8-point ride, Kaipo. Very nice wave, really strong surfing for Jackson Baker.
We're moving on into the next heat. When we return, it's going to be Luel Felipe, Cody Young, Alex Ribeiro, Ryan Kanalu out in the water. Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Returning to action, opening heat of the day, and Jackson Baker took a convincing win in that opening heat. Let's listen in on Baker's debrief. All right, so yeah, that's Jackson Baker as well as Richard Dog Marsh on the debrief. Baker with a substantial heat total of 15 points to win his heat. Next heat out on the water, Luel Felipe, Cody Young, Alex Ribeiro, and Ryan Kainalo. Top two advance into the next round is Kaipugura, along with Maida Pops on the call here. What do you think about this heat, Maida?
Yeah, again, a veteran against like young boys like Ryan Canalo. Alex Ribeiro is the most experienced one. And also they're against Cody Young, a Hawaiian, that is coached by Pedro Robalinho, so he might have some good tips for him to make this heat here at Saquarema. And Ryan Canalo, he made finals once here in the juniors tour in 2023. So he knows this wave. He's from actually Ubatuba, and his dad is a former professional surfer, Alex Miranda. And he's doing great on the QS, pretty young still, and getting here in this big stage to get some practice, to to perform. Like
18 years old, Ryan Kainalo, up-and-coming Brazilian surfer, has won a gold medal in the ISA Juniors, and so he's already put his name is out there in the surf community. So he's going to be one to watch in this heat, the young 18-year-old. In contrast to that, we have a veteran in the red jersey. That's Luel Felipe, 33 years old, over a decade on the qualifying series, and Luel has been a solid competitor, a very consistent competitor. And so we'll see what Luel has for us, as well as another veteran out there, Alex Ribeiro. Alex, in the white jersey, Maida, 34 years old, former championship tour surfer, where he spent both 2016 and 2021 on the championship tour.
Yeah, he has this experience, and he is a tough competitor, Alex Ribeiro. His strategy is something that is really strong for him. So it's going to be interesting to see how this heat is going to play. And also Cody Young, we saw him like training this morning. I'm not pretty sure if he has like a lot of experience here in Saquarema, and we know that this backwash can be very tricky for foreigner surfers. Let's see what's going to happen, Kaipo.
Yeah, Cody Young in his third Challenger event of the year. Had a 17th place finish over in Sydney, 49th in Portugal, so a learning year for Maui's Cody Young. Hey, let's go down to Manu Caiado with our opening heat winner, Jackson Baker.
Yeah, guys, first heat of the day, and he just started really good with a 7-point ride. He found that wave right there. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Yeah, I was stoked. It's been a pretty tricky year for myself, but I felt really good coming in this last event. I just want to finish strong, and yeah, it's a really special month for me, it being International Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So got my pink boards in memory of my mum, and yeah, it's super special just to be here, and no chance of qualifying, but for me, I just want to surf good, and yeah, that's a start. 15 points, I'm pretty happy with that.
I'm sure she's taking care of you. And well, this wave, it was kind of tricky, but you found yourself the 7 in the beginning, and you felt really comfortable, and you seem to be so comfortable in Saquarema. How do you feel here?
So
yeah, I've been here a few times now. I was here on the CT the other year, and then here for the Challenger 2 times. So I definitely was more nervous last year being close to qualifying, but this year I just want to surf good, and yeah, I guess I got a different motive this year. I just want to do my family proud and my mum proud, and I actually got a message from a friend back home before this event started, and his wife has a really rare breast cancer that she's fighting right now, and yeah, I just want to raise awareness for those people, and to Brad and Jackie and the family, I'm going to donate 10% of my prize money to you guys to the GoFundMe to help out with all the needs it needs to be spent on, and yeah, hope I can help you and the family out, and gives me a good purpose for this event.
Great, congratulations for that too. Very important to remember to support all these women that are going through that. And well, that's it, Guy, back with you.
Thank you, Manu, and congratulations, Jackson Baker. Yeah, Jackson famously coloring his Channel Island surfboards pink to bring breast cancer awareness. That's been a cause that Jackson's been backing up for years. Here's our opening ride for Luel Felipe. Strong rail work so far for the veteran Brazilian surfer. Comboed up with a couple of snaps on the inside section. So well surfed wave, nice finish, put it all together on his opening ride.
Yeah, the first turn was really good. He found a nice wave right there, could finish it off strong. He's from Porto de Galinhas, North Brazil. A very nice little town, like very tourist town. I've been there once. I'm not pretty sure if like it has like good waves, but and this is Alex Ribeiro on his first ride right there.
Yeah, the goofy foot. Looking strong so far. Nice vert finish for Ribeiro from Praia Grande in Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo, yeah, pretty close to Santos, where I was born. I've been to his place before. I went there for an interview with him, and he is such a like mellow guy, very funny. He makes jokes all the time. Lovely character. A little late for this first turn right there, but then he could find nice pace and finish it off strong.
And another look here at Luel Felipe. Strong carves, and he put great timing for this finish, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. He has like a strong rail game as well, like the first turn, throwing buckets of water. People like it. Might be his crew right there.
And Ryan Kainalo got in the mix as well.
Yeah, this was, I think, the first wave of the heat. Ryan Kainalo, strong finish. He got like 3.67 on his first wave, Ryan Kainalo. And Alex Ribeiro for the first wave, 4.17. And Luel Felipe, the best wave of the heat so far, 4.83 right now. We see a pedal right there. Cody Young right now.
Cody Young on his opening ride. The Maui boy is a power surfer, and you can see how he's able to apply a lot of pressure through his turns, right? Those KT carbon fiber surfboards made in Maui, and nice finish, strong finish for Cody Young.
Yeah, this can be the best wave of the heat. Let's see on the heat play, but it was a good wave to start things off.
Yeah, I appreciated just kind of the leverage and the power that he had through his turns. We'll take another look at it right here, Maida.
Yeah, the first turn didn't go like very strong, but the second one was right under the lip right there. The third cut back just to gain some speed, and then strong finish. Releasing a little bit the fins, loose.
And here we go with Alex on his second wave. He opened up with a 4.17. Tail drift there on the backhand, tricky turn. Staying in the pocket as this wave tapers off on the inside. It's gonna get a little bit more opportunity. Punches it there nicely. And the finish for Alex Ribeiro, backing up his 4.17 opener.
Yeah, Kaipo, as we said during the down patrol, like we've been seeing like a lot of rides in this kind of conditions here. And yeah, they're all like looking for the best ones with a steeper first peak right there. And after the wave kind of just goes flat for a while, and then they have to come here for the inside to finish it off strong.
Yeah, wicked turn there. Looks like he's riding a Xanadu surfboard, it looks like.
It looks like.
So on the paddle back out, we'll wait for that score for both Alex as well as Cody. To give you the situation out of the water, the green jersey of Ryan Kainalo sitting patiently at the peak with priority at the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, probably all these guys paid attention, a lot of attention on the first heat, and they saw Jackson Baker being a little more patient and choosing the best waves of the heat, and it paid off. And so maybe these guys are kind of doing this strategy right now.
So the opener for Cody Young puts him up in first place, Maida, at 5.83. And still waiting for wave score for Alex Ribeiro on his second wave. And Ribeiro will jump into the advancing position when that number drops for Alex. We're still waiting for the judges and their decisions. So still waiting on scores in the 17-minute mark. Conditions hanging in there. We were expecting offshore conditions throughout the morning. It's kind of gone variable and still right now as we look back towards the beach.
Yeah, it looks great. I mean, even like in the last few days, we saw like strong winds, but the waves were pumping. Like it wasn't that bad. Like the wind wasn't making things look horrible. It was nice, even they were really strong.
Taking a look at our tides today, midday, we got a 3.1 foot going down to a low of a 1.2 foot this evening, right after we conclude competition. And the high to low, not much of a change, just a little over 2 feet. So not a big coefficient in the tide, so that shouldn't affect the waves so much. Struggling into this one, Luel Philippe finally gets to his feet. It's part of a tight heat right now, and this effort should be enough to move him into advancing position. Just needed a 1.38 on that ride. Ryan Kainalo using his priority, easing into this one. Nice roundhouse for Kainalo. Just a series of cutbacks so far on this wave. And really just a lot of taper on this wave, but Ryan trying to put in as much work as possible. Closing snap there, so that this heat's going to continue to be very tight between all 4 of our surfers.
Yeah, we didn't see anyone like really stand out on a good looking wave, but I mean, this kind of conditions are kind of tricky because you really want to be patient and wait for the best waves, but as you are in a heat of 4 people, you cannot wait that long, and all of them are just trying to surf and get opportunities to put some score on the board. Ryan Kainalo has done a great job in this wave. It was a little fat in the beginning of the wave, but he kept like trying to capitalize it till the end and finished strong.
Luel Philippe on his last effort.
Yeah, a good turn, but the second one was better. A lot of spray in the second one, but then he got a little late for the finish.
Cody Young got a wave too, Maida.
Yeah, his second wave. Nice first turn right there. Another good cutback. Kicking the tail. Yeah, a nice backup for him. Still waiting for scores. Actually, it was his third before, like the second one was just a 0.37.
As we saw with the flags earlier, the variable conditions, as we're expecting the conditions to change from offshore this morning with slight onshore this afternoon, but right now we're in that middle stage where it's just still wind. So these competitors in the next couple of heats are going to have prime conditions. We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Alex Ribeiro, he's out in the lead. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And we got a lot of things happening. Of course, surfing on the center stage. But we got other events happening. We got a fun run, Mano Callados over with Rachel Apolonio. We're just about to get that going.
Yeah, Kaipo, I'm here with Rachel, our fitness muse. She's ready to run. How are you feeling, Rachel?
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Kaipo. I'm feeling really excited. It's impossible not to feel excited in Brazil. Look, everyone brings such a good energy. Today is Children's Day in Brazil, so we're gonna make this five kilometers, walking, running, whatever you want. But everybody, Brazil is so different. Like everybody make a party for every reason. And I'm a little bit scared because I used to be a runner. I don't know if you guys know, but I have this reporter side and I also have my athlete side. Years ago, I used to run like marathons and everything, and it's so nice, but there's a long time I don't run. So for me, this 5K are gonna be a challenge, you know, and I'm excited and scared and happy, everything together.
Let's see how Rachel's gonna make it. And before I go back with you guys, just wanna see if everybody here is excited. Pessoal, vocês estão animados? Dá grito! I think they are. Back to you guys.
Thank you for Natura Kayak for putting on this fun run. And yeah, people are excited.
Yeah, and Rachel is excited as well. I'm pretty sure she's gonna do well. Like, she's such an athlete girl. Athletic, always training. 5K is gonna be easy for her.
All right, 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining with Cody Young out in the lead up against Alex Ribeiro, who's currently in second and advancing position. Ryan Kainalo hanging tough, just needs a 3.82 to move into second place and advancing position. And Luel Felipe just needs a 3.11. So Maida, super, super tight heat. Let's look at the last wave for Alex Ribeiro.
Yeah, we're still waiting for this score. It was a nice wave, a little larger. He put everything together. He liked what he's done. A good wave. He just needs 6.49 to advance for first position. This was the Ryan Kainalo wave. The wave didn't offer much for him, but the first turn was strong. And this is live, Cody.
Cody Young currently in the lead. Looking to better 4.83. Feel he's on his way right here. What do you think, Maida?
Yeah, I think so. I think he can change this 4.83. We can see better on the replay. And now Ryan Kainalo again going live. Nice turn. He had to just cut the first movement in the middle because the wave ran pretty fast.
And Luel Felipe as well, Maida.
Yeah, this wave kind of a little foamy wave, and he couldn't pull the air. So probably it won't help his cause.
So very, very tight heat continues here. And we see a replay again of Luel Felipe, but this is not going to factor into his top two.
Yeah, for sure it's not. Like the first turn was good, but then the wave got chunky and he couldn't finish this last air. Here's Ryan Kainalo, the replay. Yeah, see, he couldn't turn, like make the complete cutback.
And here's a replay, I believe, of Cody Young. Waiting for this score still.
Yeah, but he could like put everything together in this wave, so he might change the 4.83 to extend his lead, but also Alex Ribeiro with priority right now. Alex has the best score of the heat, a 6.33 for his last wave. We see Cody paddling back there, waiting for the last score.
Yeah, this is one of those nervy heats, Maida, where nobody's really broken away. Nobody's really like taken the lead and just ran away with it. So I feel that this particular heat in this scenario is going to come down to, you know, right down to the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. We're still going to have things undecided.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. But now Cody improved a while. Like it's 6.07 his last wave. So extended his lead, leaving Ryan Cainalo needing a 6.14 and Luel Felipe a 5.68.
Looks like we're about to start the run. Five minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown here. And there goes the run. Just feel the power of freshness. Nacho Kayak getting everyone kicked off here with the fun run. A lot of people having fun, but to me, running's not that fun.
Kaipo, a lot of people. I was not expecting that much, like so many people for this run. This is very exciting. 5K.
Hope they get onto some hard streets, not just the soft sand for that fun run.
I think
but
so.
But it's an extra workout, I guess, in the soft sand.
Yeah, it's so hard to run the soft sand.
All right.
You don't like running, Kaipo?
Nah, I like leisurely walking between destinations. Generally, is my style. You know, we're island style. We don't like rush. We just cruise them.
Cruise.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not how I use my energy in proper ways. I'll paddle fast, you know, but not so much run. Speaking of fast paddling, getting ready here is our next heat.
Eric Bahia.
Tell us about Eric.
He's like from my neighborhood, actually, like Maresias. He's a very strong surfer. He won a competition there in Maresias this year and with a very solid surfing, big wave competition actually. He's good at barrels as well, but he has an air game. So, strong surfer. It's going to be fun to watch him in this big stage.
Awesome. Yeah, that's all coming up. We're going to have 8 heats of our men's opening round. We're on heat number 2, and after the completion of this men's opening round, we're going to get into 8 heats of our women's opening round, and then finally the day to celebrate Children's Day here in Brazil. We're going to have our Family Legends heat. That's going to be at the end of the day with father and son duos out in the water.
Yeah, we're going to have Tainá Hinkle with her dad, Carlos Cachotti, also Laura Haupt with Gustavo Haupt, Raoni Monteiro with Ronaldo Jacaré, and Heitor Miller with Sandro Miller.
Yeah. Sorry, we're going to have fathers and daughters and fathers and sons out there.
Yeah.
So it's all the children at play at the end of the day here. So the kids will be the coaches and the parents will be doing the surfing. And the surfing done right now is Alex Ribeiro on the backhand, currently in 2nd place in this heat. Gave up on that wave after a couple of nice carves on the backhand. That was a split peak there. And we'll catch up to what else went down. Cody Young taking the left on that peak.
I think it's the first left that we saw this morning, Kaipo. Not pretty sure if he was able to ride that thing. Let's see, but...
Yeah, here's Cody Young on the left, and you can see why everyone's going right.
Yeah, basically.
There's nothing on that left right there. But the right, this is interesting with this replay. Looks like he was on his way, but he kind of just gave up on this wave, maybe after that little bobble.
Yeah, I think he almost lost balance right there. So he didn't improve his scores.
Yeah.
But in 2nd position right now. But Ryan Cainalo just needed 6.14.
Well, here he comes. Cainalo opens up with a roundhouse carve, a 2nd roundhouse carve. Like Maida said, needs a 6.14, so he needs a lot more. Looks for the ramp, and not going to get it.
Not going to get it without finishing this air. And here is Luel Felipe.
5.68 is what Luel needs. Let's see what he's got. Lip glide to start. Strong bottom turn, carved through that section there. A little bit of a tapered wall to deal with. Needs something exciting for finish. Just forces that final re-entry. I don't know if that's enough. 5.68 is the number that he needs.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Kaipo. It was a nice wave. He could finish it off, but I mean, maybe he needs something stronger in the beginning.
Replay here. Again, 5.68 is what Luel needs on this wave.
Yeah, first snap there, like under the lip, but not too strong. And then this last trick, like he kind of climbed the foam, but it wasn't that vertical or strong.
Yeah, I feel like he was a little bit late to it,
Yeah.
right? And so you could see it was like a forced effort, but he just needs a mid-range score, so maybe he got enough done. We're down to 10 seconds. No indication yet from our judges. Cody Young, our heat leader. Luel does not get the score. Cody Young goes down, so that's not going to harm him at all. He's going to remain in the lead. And it looks like it's going to be Cody Young and Alex Ribeiro advancing on into the next round. Waiting for some numbers to come in to make it official. And it is official. So, Young, Ribeiro into the next round. Ryan Kainalo right there in the green jersey, eliminated from competition, as well as Luel Felipe.
Yeah, the veteran just has done his job right here. And Cody did a pretty great.
Yeah, great effort there. Well, the action continues when we return. Heat number 3 for the men's opening round will be in the water here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil, by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, and by Vivo, official sponsor of WSL in Brazil.
Welcome back to the last Challenger Series event of the year. It's the round of 80 heat number 3 of the men out there in the water. Heitor Mueller from Brazil. Rinta Utu from Tokyo, Japan is in the blue. Lucas Vicente, former world junior champion, in the white. And Eric Bahia, a local wildcard from WSL South America, also a Brazilian surfer out there in the green jersey. My name, Mitchell Salazar. To my left is the great Marcos Bocayuva, originally from Rio de Janeiro. You've been living in Portugal the last few years, my man, but now going to be moving back to Florianópolis in Santa Catarina.
Yeah, I'm coming back, but actually home is where you find love.
I like that. You know who's found love so far in this heat is Heitor Mueller. The kid got 5th at the World Juniors earlier this year. He's looking good in this heat so far, Marcos.
Crispy surfing, nice gear, super adept with his board. I was chatting with his dad. He's going to be in the Hero. I suggest for the boys here putting some Foo Fighters, My Hero, in that heat, but got to pay the royalties, and this is tough. And
then Rinta Utu. You don't normally see a lot of successful surfers from Tokyo City. He is from Tokyo, Japan, though, and opened up with a 5.33 right here. Also riding a Brazilian board, Xanadu, residing in San Diego.
Amazing Xanadu board, and it's like São Paulo, you know. Ryan Calano, dad is my pal. Oh, Alex Miranda, he's from downtown, and we have in our crew in WSL Brazil, have Hannah Rocha that was trained in Ubatuba, Tamambuca, but was from downtown São Paulo.
Yeah, Renan Rocha, great surfer too. I believe his brother Israel, right, or his cousin, I want to say. Yeah, but also another great surfer, had an amazing junior career. As we look at Bahia right here from Marecia, Sao Paulo, another amazing area. I mean, just look at 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina and what he's been able to do coming from that beach break at Marecias.
It's amazing. Marecia is such a good wave for airs, for barrels. We got it all over there. It's like an A-frame peak, amazing for high-performance surfing.
So a 5.33 for Utu, that is the highest score of the heat so far. A 4.5 for Heitor Mueller. He's up and riding again. Setup turn right there from Heitor. He's looking for the air. And the kid's got it. Throws the reverse and just barely at the end fell off. It seemed like the backwash might have gotten just the better of him right there. Still plenty of time though. From São Francisco do Sul, it's not necessarily a place that you associate with a lot of professional surfers. Prainha, the local beach over there. As we now look at Lucas Vicente, former world junior champion, actually defeated Kid Matson in that final over there in Taiwan a few years ago. What a finishing turn by Lucas right there. That should be a strong score in this one, Marcos.
For sure, he's a solid competitor, a goofy footer with a heavy, solid stance. Yeah, also from Santa Catarina, Brazil. So we have a pretty solid crew coming from there.
Yeah, for a number of years, it was considered really the base of professional surfing, right?
For sure.
You had the CT event right there, and now you have some of the best juniors and, of course, a lot of CT surfers residing in that area.
Yeah, for competition, there is a lot of guys, even, you know, further south from Argentina, like Nacho Gudensson. There is a tradition, like guys from Argentina to go in there, like Alejo is from Bombinhas.
Yep. Yeah, Alejo and Santi Muniz, and of course, one of Uruguay's finest, if not the best surfer ever. Also, Marco Giorgi resides in that area of Santa Catarina.
What a class cat Marco Giorgi is from Uruguay, and so adept, like a local in Garopaba nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunate fall right there at the end for Mueller. He was on his way to a good score, waiting on the opener of Vicente as well. Seems like it might be around the best wave of the heat. A competitive one to start things off too, Marcos. It's a 5.83 for Lucas Vicente. You look at the talent pool nowadays from Brazil, it's not necessarily just one area. We always mention Sao Paulo as being one of the hotbeds for talent. Also the Northeast, you can't go by. You're talking about Silvana Lima and, of course, Rafael Teixeira, who's also in the event.
Yeah, Rafael is from a place that we'd never have a competitor clinching a spot on the elite, like Espírito Santo, the same place that we have KK, you know, Christian Kimmers and a lot of rippers from there. Jogo Leão, actually, an amazing coach, is training right now Ryan Calano, so there's a nice pack of surfers coming from northeast of Brazil.
23 minutes on the clock, big heat win for Cody Young. He's downstairs with Manu.
Yeah, and what a tight heat, tricky waves. How was that for you? What about the conditions? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. You know, the tide's getting a little higher, so it's starting to get a little bouncier. So on a couple turns, I felt like I kind of had to dial it back a little bit, so I didn't, you know, launch off the backwash. But yeah, got a couple good waves and got the job done, so I'm happy.
Good, and we have some powerful waves here in Saquarema. Your first time here, how do you like it so far, and how can you compare it to Hawaii?
Yeah, I love it here. You know, this is my first time here, my first time in Brazil, and loving it. I've had some amazing food so far. Everybody's super friendly. Yeah, the waves are pretty similar. Yesterday, it almost kind of looked like Haleiwa out here for a little bit, and then today's a bit smaller, but you know, really fun. It's actually not too similar to any waves that we have in Maui, so yeah, it's a challenge, and I like it. I'm up for it.
Cold water, isn't it?
Yeah, today was cold. I think a lot of us in the contest here, you know, we came from Portugal to here, and you're thinking that we're going to be in board shorts or at least a wetsuit top or something. So, like, I left my full suits with my brother, and yeah, a lot of people just left their stuff, and then they get here. Today was, like, colder than Portugal, so yeah, it's a bit to get used to, but yeah, it's refreshing, I guess.
Okay, congratulations again. Surfers, be ready. The water is cold, and we have one more lover for Saquarema, guys. Back to you.
Definitely do, Manu. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Cody. That goes to show you Cabo Frio right here, which is just, what, a few miles north?
Yeah, yeah.
It really makes temperatures drop suddenly, Marcos, and you got prepared for anything here in Sac-Town.
For sure, and it's such a cliche to have like tropical water and conditions here in Brazil, but it's never the same because here in Arraial do Cabo, Saquarema and Cabo Frio have a current coming from South Africa that bring us a few sharks back in Arraial do Cabo, not here, but the cold water is like a traditional thing, mostly during summer.
This was during the interview, Marcos. Eric Bahia, before this wave, only had a 1.6. I feel like this is no doubt going to be his best wave. Might be the best wave of the heat, too.
Oh, yeah. Eric is a charger from Marizias. He's excelled always in heavy conditions. And he knows how to carve also.
Really young, too. Only 23 years of age, but you know, comes from an area that has an amazing beach break in Marizias. It's a 5.63, so right around the best wave of the heat. A couple of fives in this one so far, one from Mutu and one from Vicente. And we talk about competition and how strong it is from the very start of the competition. We're only 3 heats into the event in the round of 80, and we see a lot of great disputes already on.
For sure, we saw like last heat winning, you know, Cody Young, like such a well-versed surfer, and that's the CS, man. Now we have 3 divisions, so high level in the CS for sure.
Mueller now up and riding in the red jersey. Strong turn to open things up. And maybe getting a bit too confident right now for how the conditions are. I know it's consistent out there, and Cody had a great comparison. Yesterday did look like Haleiwa on certain days, but you look at how difficult this wave is really to read, Marcos.
Yeah.
You got to be ready from the start.
Yeah, that's the backwash factor going on all the way. So you got to adapt. You got to draw a line and then prepare maybe for a punt during the backwash leverage. So it's never the same, you know. It's beach break conditions shifting all the time.
And Mueller now 20 years of age, great young surfer. There's Joaquim Chaves coming up in the next heat. Portugal's finest, I should say. Coming up against Gabriel Andre, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Lucas Chianca. The local boys getting a wild card into the event. So that should be a fun one.
I was chatting with Lucas always in the high energy levels, like level up with sometimes with Ítalo Ferreira, with how amped he is for surfing, how passionate he is for our sport.
It's pretty hard to beat Ítalo in that sense.
Yeah,
too.
I know. I just took some coffee from Ítalo brand. I'm already pumping here.
I like that. We need that today, Marcos.
Yeah, I'm full of energy, man. You know me.
18:40 on the clock. Heat leader Bahia, his low score just a 1.6. Mueller looking to improve on a 2.67 in second. Utu doesn't need a whole lot to move up into an advancing position, and Vicente with the best wave of the heat and with priority, he really has control of what can go down here in the next 18 minutes. Priority wouldn't necessarily say it's the biggest of factors out here on a regular day. Today's not necessarily regular, still a little above average when I'd say about consistency, also wave height. I think the most important part about today's conditions, though, in comparison to most events we have here, the right's really the predominant scoring outline out there.
Yeah, normally back in the day the right was the main factor. The A-frame always provide a better right back in the day, but I think the sandbars shift so much back in like the last 10 years that people understand better the left wave, but the winner in Saquarema was always that type of like Haleiwa, like chunky sections for carvings.
Heavier wave, and then you go to the other side of the beach over at Bahia. That's a barreling wave. It can also get extremely difficult to paddle out to. For the most part, you're usually doing step-offs or toe-ins over there. As we look at Rinta Utu right here from Tokyo, Japan. Great young surfer. He's had an outstanding season on the regional QS, a lot of semifinal finishes over there. But on the challengers, he's had some difficulties really getting consistency going. His best result so far has been a 33rd over in Sydney, and that was maybe the hardest event so far of the season when it comes to wave conditions. Here's Mueller.
Yeah, Miller always like to surf the EPS construction, and normally here in Saquarema with the bounce of the wave, with the chunkies and the speed bumps, normally you can adapt better, you can sync better carvings with the PU construction. I can recheck with which gear he's using right now, but normally he likes to have like under his feet like super light like EPS surfboards.
And he's a carbon enthusiast too.
Yeah, always carbon wrap. Last year he was using like a blackboard from Rusty.
Yeah, he likes those over at World Juniors too. He got 5th place over there, lost to Levi Slauson. He ended up riding something with a carbon construction too. I think, you know, that's the beautiful thing about surfing nowadays. There's options out there, Marcos.
Oh,
you know.
Yeah. I'm designing my own boards. This is so fun.
So throws the air. That's a massive punt right there from Mueller. And the grin on his face says it all. 16 minutes on the clock. He was in second, but he should easily be improving on the 2.67 right here. Goes to show you, you find your rhythm out here after a few falls in 4th priority. You can find one underneath everybody else's positioning. He did so right here, Marcos.
That's the X factor going on, because you can like find a little leftovers, you know, wave, and then throw into the air, like just don't care, like amazing full rotation almost, with a little flare in the end. Nice landing.
Good drone shot right here too.
I love the drone view. You can dissecate the movements, the punt, the turnaround.
Real consistent in the air too. We've already seen him throw a few in this heat. Finally lands one though. And I really love the passion that comes out with that smile right there at the end. Goes to show you, not only do they care, being an obvious purpose of competing, right? But more than anything, you want to be able to showcase your skills, as we see his results so far in 2024 on the Challenger Series. Best result came over there in South Africa, 17th, Marcos.
Amazing. Actually, a pretty inconsistent. I was chatting with a tour dad yesterday. He was telling about how hard it is, the CS this season for a tour. But I think he can manage to pull back and like having a nice result here.
Well, especially for a young kid too, right? You're 20.
Oh yeah, he's 20, still in pro junior years.
You travel around the world, you might not know a lot of things. First you're doing it at this level as well, and then you go up against some of the big dogs who've been on the CT. Very eye-opening.
It's always a process of adapt.
Here's Vicente now, this way bowling up well on the inside. Big smash right there, kind of carves it down. Isn't looking for a whole lot. Just a 1.4 at the moment for 2nd place. And a good finishing turn right there for the former World Junior Champion, Lucas Vicente. He should be moving up into the top 2 after this last wave, 14 minutes on the clock.
Oh yeah, nice pace, nice rhythm. No big money turn, no X factor turns, but nice rhythm, nice flow. Beautiful execution for Lucas Vicente.
So a couple of waves moving through. Utu with priority, and seems like he might have prime positioning right here for this first wave of the set. He's gonna let it go, and Bahia's gonna take advantage of it. Up and riding is Eric. Nice grab rail carve right there by Bahia. Deep bottom turn, slides the fins. That was strong. And just a 2-turn combination, but wasn't looking to replace a whole lot. Just a 1.6 is what Bahia is looking to improve on.
Hey Mitch, you know I have an obsession of comparing styles of surfers. I think because my obsession, Freud can explain, because I'm a twin, so I'm searching the other people twin. And then the second carving remind me a little bit of Roy Powers.
Oh yeah.
Look.
One of Kauai's best, for sure. So Eric Bahia looking to move up into the lead after this wave right here. And then Vicente also had a strong one on the backhand too, Marcos.
Yeah, nice stance. The center of gravity a little, you know, more shorter, like Vitor Riba style. Nice execution on the snaps. Managed to pull another one in the closeout.
So very competitive heat early on in heat number 3. 12:45 on the clock. And Lasse Mueller 5.77. He's in the lead right now, but waiting on a few scores. We'll know after the break here in Saquarema. welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. 16 heats today, 8 of the opening round of the men and then 8 of the opening round of the women. But then afterwards we go into the My Hero Generation heat where Heitor Mueller will be coaching his father Sandro later on today. Ronaldo Jacare Monteiro being coached by his son, one of the most successful surfers from Saquarema, Haoni Lorha, competitor right here on the CS as well, going to be coaching her father Gustavo. And of course, Olympian and CS surfer Tainá Hinkle coaching her father Carlos. Mitchell with Marcos right here in the booth. And during the break, Marcos, Rinta Utu was looking for just a 4.95. He might have been getting it right here.
Almost got stuck in the lift flight there. Managed to pull a nice re-entry in the end. Nice rhythm from the Japanese surfer from Tokyo.
And then Mueller right behind him. He's been really finding his rhythm on his last few waves.
Loose board, loose surfer, having fun. Nice little jab over there in the end.
A lot of flow on that one right there too. So the My Hero Generation heat, after the 16 heats we run out of the opening round of the men, we have 8, and then opening round of the women, also 8 heats. Pretty fun and exciting day of competition, you know. We close out with that kind of format, and seeing not only first generation professionals passing that down onto their children, it's really exciting to see right here at Saquarema.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice one to call here. And it's Kids Day, so the kids going to be coaching with like doing a different protocol for this heat, and I'm amped to analyze that.
Wow, this is an amazing heat, really very competitive stuff. Bahia right there with the strong finish, needing just a 4.65. His previous wave comes in as a 3.9. Utu now with the answer back. That's strong from him. Looking for one more, he'll get it. What an amazing heat out there. I know the numbers don't necessarily reflect excellent scores, but I just feel like the read in this heat so far has been very precise by all 4 surfers.
Yeah, the Japanese surfer have a Xanadu stuck in underneath his feet, and he's surfing so good. He managed to put some nice turns, place the turns in the right place of the wave with a little risk and X factor there.
Never seen a Japanese champion here.
Oh yeah?
In Rio.
Actually in Florianopolis I called the Kanoe Igarashi won in Joaquina.
Yeah.
I think 2016.
Yeah, Kanoe's been a finals day performer right here in Saquarema too. Hasn't been able to win the event though. As we look at Vicente, he's been on a roll so far. Just a couple of waves. Whoa. But how's that strong finishing turn? Incomplete, unfortunately for him. Was looking to improve on one of his 5s. As we now shift focus to Mueller. Couple of carves, nothing amazing. He's looking for a big finish right here. And once again, taken to the air. That's a cool rotation, but it'll be incomplete for Heitor. So real competitive stuff. We are waiting on a few scores. 7:35 on the clock. And Brazil has been dominant in the past at the CS level. The 2 CS events that we've had here since 2022 have been won by both Gabriel Medina and also Samuel Pupo. What's the common denominator from them? They're both from Maracia, Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah.
As Mueller, he's looking for his first W on the CS.
Nice rhythm when the carvings, super stand carvings. He's mixing with this air. He got caught with the inside rail there. Almost, it's the backwash factor always.
Then Utu right behind him. His previous wave was a 4.8. Man, he's finding his rhythm too, Marcos.
Oh, for sure. So hard to read this wave with the backwash. Nice stance, solid. Same thing for Lucas. I love that first snap. It's kind of nice to analyze like a goofy against 3 regulars.
It's a good point you bring up right there, because for the most part you're seeing, you know, a lot of regulars competing against goofy footers too, but you typically see the left here. Now they're forced to go on the backhand, which might be Vicente's best weapon.
Yeah, for sure. You got to showcase his best effort always on the backhand.
So we saw Bahia right there on the replay, still waiting on his previous ride, and judges have a lot of catching up to do. Bahia once again, the 2-turn combo. Don't know if that'll improve or not, but still staying active and busy. 6 minutes to go. I mean, Mueller's got 6 waves, 7 actually, when you count the one that's still owed to him. And Bahia's just been behind him too, catching a good amount of waves.
Yeah, the ocean's providing a nice rhythm for the boys for sure.
So a strong combo right there. Don't know if that'll change things, but we are waiting on several scores. The last of Utu comes through as a 6.33. So at the moment, it is the best of the heat. There's the average. Went up to a 7. I appreciate that from one of our judges.
For sure. Yeah, the Japanese is paying he's putting all his effort to manage to clinch the winning here against 3 Brazilians. It's a big thing. Crossing a lot of oceans to be here.
Yeah.
Making work.
Long travel.
Oh, yeah.
Typically you have to go through the Pacific first. I would say Santiago, Chile, maybe, and then come over to Rio after that. But yeah, it's, you know, for the South Africans, and I'd say for the Japanese surfers, might be the longest track out of all.
A lot of jet lag.
5 minutes to go. Bahia right here. He was looking for the air section, wasn't able to get it.
A little inside note, Bahia is teammate with, you know, Igor Gouveia, Jan Gouveia, the former leader of the CS. He didn't went for Ericeira. She loses a spot for Sami.
Yeah, and I don't think he'll come here either. It seems like he did have surgery on one of his hips.
Yeah, he have a hip situation going on.
Makes it even more outstanding that he was able to qualify with that injury,
for
too.
sure, yeah. He's a warrior, man. It's a DNA thing.
Well, that goes to
for
show
both,
you.
For Sami, from Jan also.
Just in this heat alone, you have 3 second-generation professionals in the water, and all 3 of them are Brazilian: Vicente, Mueller, and Bahia.
A lot of tradition going on, a lot of heritage going on here. It's not the Fletcher and the Hoffmans, but a lot of tradition here going on.
Yeah, but there's always been a very strong and successful tour within the country. As you well know, you competed in a lot of those events back in the day too.
Yeah, I used to compete with, you know, Sami and Miguel Dad, and Cachotti was a hero from progressive surfing in Brazil, one of the guys that pushed the envelope towards the X Factor turns.
So here's Bahia. And at the moment, still looking for a 5.48, just the one carve, and you can see right there. A little frustrated, as you said. It was a beautiful roundhouse, but don't think it's going to be enough to get that mid-range 5 that he's needing at the moment. We are still waiting on a couple of scores, though. One is owed for Mueller, and then it seems like a couple for Eric Bahia, 3 minutes 20. And at this point, you got to be feeling that Utu's going to be very smart, especially with priority. A lot of Japanese surfers, not only do they have a great base when it comes to technique, they also have excellent awareness when it comes to heat strategy.
For sure, IQ of surfing in Japan is over the top, over the roof. Nice carving there again for Bahia. And he's so meticulous with his competing strategy and protocols, like we normally see in Japanese performers.
Yeah, Masatoshi Ono, of course, Kanoe Igarashi, the most successful of them all. Connor Uli right now also competing for Japan on the championship tour, and he's had a great and outstanding career, an Olympian this year for Japan. You know, Hiroto Ohara, he's also in the conversation to qualify this year right here, as we're looking at 2 minutes and 25 on the clock right here in heat number 3 of the round of 80. Looking at the heat recap, it's been all Rinta Utu from the start, locking in the best score of the heat so far, 6.33 on his last.
Amazing rhythm, turns, placing the right turns at the right spot, reading the waves so good. And it's so tough to read the waves with this backwash in Itaúna. I want to pay some props to Takao Kuga, also from Japan, from my generation, was the guy that got beat.
And then Vicente has also been on a roll. He's only caught 3 waves, but with his first 2, he's been in the top 2 the entire heat, now sitting in 2nd place.
I like the drive, the traction on the snaps. Clinching a little rock and roll there.
And then this is Utu's best wave. Smart move with priority to wait for this one too.
Yeah, he kind of seared the first turn and placed the 2nd and the 3rd right there. Coming almost late in the 3rd one, but managed to put a nice re-entry in the closeout.
Yeah, great timing from the Japanese surfer. Lucas Vicente, by the way, former world junior champion. As we look at the amount of waves these surfers have caught, 8 for Mueller so far, and still in 3rd place, needing a 5.34. Vicente, though, world junior champion in 2019. He defeated Kate Madsen, former CT surfer, in the final over there in Taiwan. He won a QS event of 5,000 earlier this year, right here at the Saquarema Surf Festival.
A super overall surfer. Used to be, I don't know if he's still in the Aprimari Surf from Leandro Dora team, but he used to be trained by Leandro, so solid surfers there. You know, he's a Pro Junior World Champ, so he's a seasoned surfer, and he's still so young.
And he was kind of touted as one of the next big things too. A couple injuries, same thing to Matteo Serdi. Next thing you know, you're on the bench, you're looking at everybody have success, and you're just thinking to yourself, when am I going to get my moment? Well, right now he's 35 seconds away from advancing from this heat into the round of 64.
Oh yeah, sometimes life throw you some curveballs, you got to adapt. The transition for a pro junior surfer to a high-level CS surfer is a factor. Sometimes you got to, you know, adapt to those curveballs, and he's adapting him right now in real time.
Pablo Paulino was also one of those
guys.
guys.
Man, I love Pablo. Used to be from the same team as Surfboard, you know, gear-wise, with Thiago Bastos Cunha. He one of the shapers that like put out there the best surfers, upcoming surfers. He used to have Toledo on the team, Alejo on the team, Gigi on the team.
That's just a defensive move right there by Vicente. He kept Mueller off, who was needing a score in the dying seconds of that heat, and Lucas will be holding on to second place. But this heat belongs to Rinta Utu, the Japanese surfer in the blue jersey, who comes through strong and is looking to at least match his best result on the Challenger Series so far in 2024. So friendly fire for the Brazilians in that heat, but it's the Japanese surfer Uto and Lucas Vicente, the former world junior champion, who moved through into the round of 64. Much more action to come. It's heat number 4. Gabriel Andre, Guilherme Ribeiro, Joaquim Chaves, and the local boy, Lucas Chumbo-Chianca, about to hit the water. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, one of the most fun venues we have out on the Challenger Series, and I'd even say on the CT schedule as well. But this wave always providing a good amount of opportunities for all the surfers out there in the water, and it's heat number 4 of the round of 80. Gabriel Andre from Brazil in the red, Guilherme Ribeiro from Portugal in the blue, his Portuguese compatriot in the white, Joaquim Chaves, and the local boy, one of the best in the world when it comes to big wave surfing, Lucas Chumbo-Chianca, out there in the green. That's Ribeiro. This kid's got an amazing style. I mean, I met him a few years ago. I know you've been able to see him quite a bit residing in Portugal, but I don't think he's really proven himself on the Challenger Series so far, and he's desperate for a good result right here in Brazil.
I think his performance is not, sweet, connecting with his level of surfing right now. He's a national champion. He's from the south coast of Lisbon, Caparica, across the bridge. National champion, class act, nice style, super, with a nice flow of surfing, super calm competitor.
And here's the other Portuguese surfer in this heat, Joaquim Chaves. That's a strong turn right there. Deep bottom turn, and floats it well to just finish that wave off. 26 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. It's a strong start for the 2 Portuguese surfers out there. Also another kid from Lisbon. So a great area. You have Ericeira, you have Costa de Caparica, as you mentioned. And right there in the city, you have a couple heavy beach breaks and some reef breaks too.
For sure, Carcavelos, all the region of the Estoril with Carcavelos, Cascais, the region that brings to the world Mr. Frederico Moraes. Amazing surfer. It's a land of rights in Portugal. There's so many goofy footers that know how to attack rights there.
And after Cody Young's comments about this being colder than Portugal, Joaquim Chaves might have something to say about that.
Oh, for sure. There is a thing there in Portugal. Fall season always comes with a little like breeze, like warm breeze, than mainly the summer there. So that's why people are saying Saquarema is chilling in Portugal.
So Joaquim Chaves working with Richard Dogmarsh. You saw him there on screen. He was stoked on his surfer start. And then Lucas Shumpo Chianca, you know this kid very well. His younger brother, Joao, one of the very best surfers in the world. But Shumpo also knows how to turn a shortboard around when he needs to.
Man, he knows how to do the punts. He knows how to do the airs. Like crazy rotation like this, amazing style. Such an amp surfer, amp personality. He's a legend over here and globally, man.
And then Andre, this kid was really touted as one of the next big things, too. I remember seeing him on the regional QS in North America. He'd come and do a lot of our events. Had an amazing style, but never had the success that he thought he was going to have personally. A quick wave there from Chavez. But there's a lot of great surfers that maybe had their moment early on, go through a rough patch, maybe end up getting a new sponsor and eventually qualify or re-qualify for the Championship Tour. I'd even say Alejo Muniz and Young Gouveia have been some of those surfers in this year.
Oh yeah, they were in the roster for many years. Alejo was outside of the CT for 8 years. Now he had a son, Martin. He's a family guy, no longer a single guy, traveling globally. And Gabriel André is such a class act, good surfer, like almost like a DNA of Gabriel Medina, tall and lank. He's a protege from Yufu Penrose, who have nice lads.
You know, speaking of Andre and Yufu, they were actually one of the original team riders for Sharp by Brazil.
Oh, yeah. The first ones.
Because I remember Marcio had already established his factory. He had hired Yufu to be able to be the team manager for Sharp by, but they hadn't had a real big market here in Brazil. Now they do. Rinta Utu with the big heat when he's downstairs with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Renta that just won 3 Brazilians in Brazil. How does it feel to win Brazilians in Brazil? Congratulations.
Thank you. そうですね、ブラジリアン3人いたんですけど、みんなすごい上手な選手で、ちょっと緊張したんですけど、楽しく試合できました。
Okay, he was speaking Japanese. I just say arigato. Arigato is right?
Arigato.
Do you want to send a message to Japanese people?
応援ありがとうございます。なかなか CS で勝てない中、こうやって1でラウンドアップできて、嬉しいです。このまま引き続き明日も頑張りたいと思うので、皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Congratulations. Well, I really don't get the Japanese, but I think he seems to be pretty stoked, don't you guys? Back to you.
Omedetou.
Definitely does seem that way, Manu. Thank you very much. And a class act right there, Rinta Utu, a big heat win for him. Hasn't had too many on the Challenger Series this year so far, so a good start for this event for him.
The perfect start, getting the pace, getting the rhythm inside there, you know, clinching and winning over 3 Brazilians here in Brazil. This is huge.
Yeah, pretty big deal right there, especially when you consider this being the last event. Some people have much more to prove than others, including this guy right here, Lucas Chianca, right here from Saquarema, one of the best big wave surfers in the world. 7th place over in Peaje a few years ago. He just won the Tudor Nazaré Challenge with Pedro Scooby earlier this year too. And when we talk about a class act, both inside and outside of the water, this is really a character you want to carry yourself like.
For sure. I was there, a privilege of myself to be in there with Scooby. I'm super tight with Scooby. Since back in the day, I was the first, you know, surf journalist to bring Scooby to the TV. I used to be kind of a manager for a contract with Scooby. I'm super tight with Lucas Shumbo also. I saw he's like evolving throughout the years. And he's changing the game with Kailani, with creativity, with guts, with, you know, a lot of personality also.
Also been a member of Big Brother Brazil. Not that I necessarily catch up on a lot of that.
I was a script writer for Big Brother Brazil #1 man, back in the day.
Really?
Because I'm a script writer, like side hustle.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can't do, Marco?
Yeah, I DJ, I construct my boards, I cook, I'm pretty versatile.
Seems like you and Lucas have a lot in common because what's super interesting about his victory with Pedro Scooby over in Nazaré earlier this year, Kai Lenny was his original tow partner.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He had to back out due to injury and kind of adapted, and next thing you know, him and Lucas ended up winning the event. And remember, big wave season does open up on November 1st, so getting close to that point of the year right here, and looking forward to seeing more swells over there at Nazaré too.
Oh yeah, I love the place, man. It's such a special place on the map. Let's see what he can do with going left, sorry.
Yeah, one of the few lefts we've seen ridden all day long. Just a quick one. There's Andre on the backhand now. An amazing style, as you pointed out, Marcos. But it's really the timing with the bottom turn that stands out a lot to me. A little stuck right there at the end, but it's going to be his best wave. 20 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Seems like he's got a brand new sponsor too, and some support, not only by the local government, but also by a lot of people in his corner that have been around for a long time. Here's Shianka. That's much better from him, but he's going to go down after the initial offering.
Yeah, Mitch, it's nice that you pointed up the support that the local municipality give to surfers. There is a whole protocol for Daniel Templar, for João, for all the boys here, to, you know, Rickson Falcão is an upcomer from Saquarema. You guys got to check it out, this kid. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've seen Falcao rip already. He competed at a World Junior event earlier this year. Real cool kid, too. What an amazing guy. And
fast, loose, flow. He got it all, almost like a Damian Hardman from young generation in Brazil.
Oh, and look at what that support's doing to Andre right now. He seems loose and scores his best wave at 3.83 on this one. So at the moment, in second place, Marcos, but don't even go that far. Just here in Saquarema, the Leo Neves Training Center is right down the street, too.
Amazing. What a structure they have in the compound of Leo Neves there with Márcio, you know, Peruca Monteiro. He's the younger brother from Marcos Monteiro, big wave charger from Brazil. Amazing work they're putting out there.
Wow. Chavez dealt with that backwash extremely well right there towards the end. Only looking to improve on a 1.5. He'll do that. Shianka with another quick one, and as you said, he kind of has that Italo Ferreira energy.
Yeah.
He's been catching a lot of waves in the first few minutes.
He's almost like a fidget spinner kind of surfer. I'm gonna pay some props for my colleagues in Portugal, and the solid stand of Portuguese surfer is such an inside of their DNA.
And does ride Dylan Shapes too.
Oh,
Shaped by Dylan Longbottom, so one of the best big wave surfers in the world.
And Lucas Silveira is ripping with Dylan Shapes also.
Yeah, he's riding one of those carbon boards too, is Lucas Silveira. How about this floater from Chavez, though?
Yo, the backwash there was a factor, and he pulled that off.
There were like 3 lips right there towards the end. Ribeiro with a strong layback attempt. That's going to be incomplete, though, for Guilherme. And, you know, we mentioned the 2 Portuguese surfer being from, you know, very close proximities. One from Costa da Caparica, one from the actual city of Lisbon. But once again, there's not only a great amount of variety of waves there, a lot of consistency when it comes to those breaks too.
Man, Portugal for surfing is such a paradise because you got it all. You got beach breaks, you got like A-frame, like Carcavello, heavy waters like Peniche, good barrels, and Ericeira more point breaks, like, you know, more like Hawaii. Everything's so compact, a lot of different waves in the same villa.
You tend to travel to the Azores quite a bit too, Marcos?
Oh yeah, yeah. Azores is such a legend place to be. It's such an amazing, like, because tropical, as we're telling here, can be chill, and Azores have this like Hawaii Portuguese melting culture, and Portuguese culture is so influenced. Tempura belongs to Portugal.
Really?
Yeah, it's not from Asia. It's the start of tempura culture is from Portugal.
I love Portuguese food, especially all the seafood too. 17:40 on the clock, in the lead is Joaquim Chavez at the moment with a 5.83 and a 3.83. But looking at our Corona fan picks, only 10% of the fans out there picked Joaquim Chavez for the win. Overwhelmingly, the local boy in the lead with the fan picks, 57% for Lucas Shianka.
Yeah, he got all the fame, all the sponsors, all the fans backing him up, so I think it's natural.
Probably doesn't hurt that you are also on Big Brother Brazil either.
Oh yeah, you can like propel your career so hard, so over the top.
That's much more like it from Lucas. Shumbo on his way to potentially his best score. Strong combination of turns at the beginning of this one, and just setting up deep with the bottom turn at the end, and he loves it. Throws his board away.
I know Lucas, he was processing after the 2 first turns, he was processing, should I go to the air? Should I maintain my calmness here and attack the lip?
And you know what's so crazy about what he's been able to do so far in this heat. Normally, you don't have to make these subtle adjustments that quickly on big waves, usually because you're riding a much larger board.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's so amped for surfing. He can surf in the flat days, like super side as he can surf like 100 feet not over Nazareth.
You know, Leo was obviously the start of professional surfing right here in Saquarema, at least at the highest level, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Haoni followed him, had a lot of success, especially over there in heavy waves, such as Sunset Beach in Hawaii. But now you look at this next generation coming, you know, Vicente Neves, you have Hickson Falcao, as you mentioned, but the two Chianca brothers might be two of the best Brazilian surfers ever.
Yeah.
And they go extremely underrated. A lot of people don't mention their names enough.
Yeah, because there's so many famous surfers in Brazil. And I think, you know, Lucas got caught, like he got expelled from Big Brother, I think, the first week. And Scooby got almost to the final day of Big Brother. So he propelled his career more than Lucas Chianca. And there's a lot of guys from the CT, like kind of overshadow the guys from CS and big waves, you know, surfing scene.
Yeah, I think Marco Sifu was another guy, a pioneer when it came to aerial
Sifu is
surfing.
my dear from my neighborhood of Leblon. He's amazing first air guy from the 2000 generation with Marcelo Trequinho also. The guy that was in the, you know, Taylor Steele, the only Brazilian, I think, was campaign.
Yeah, those guys were pioneers. And speaking of pioneers, big wave surfer Lucas Shumbo Chianca taking the lead right here, halfway through the heat, a 6.03. And he is looking to remain in that place towards the back end of this heat, putting the two Portuguese surfers in second and fourth, respectively. 14:50 on the clock. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Let's see if Chianca can hang on to the lead after the break. And the waiting period for the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships is open. The event will be run either today or tomorrow. You can tune into WorldSurfLeague.com to catch up with all the action. Taylor Jensen, Soleil Erico, they're looking for their fourth respective World Longboard Championships. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, Lucas Chianca dropped a 6.03 before he went to break and still in first place, but Gabriel Andre with a big answer back right here. He's looking for at least a 5.83 for second place, Marcos.
One of the tallest Brazilian surfers. Remind me a little bit of Boris Letexier from Reunion Island, back in the Ripco team back in the day. Tall, lank surfer, super type of fluid surfer. You used to be still a protege from UFO, as we were saying, like first guy that kind of being the team for Brazilian riders inside of the Marcio Zovi Sharp Eye. Back in the day was Dean Randazzo, Danny Melhado, all the boys from East Coast.
Wow, you're dropping names left and right in this thing right here.
That's why I'm here, man.
I remember, you know, when Sharp Eye became a thing, I rode a couple of Marcio's boards. I thought they were amazing, and you know, Manuel Selman was already on them. A lot of Latin American surfers were already riding Sharp Eye, especially because they go to San Diego and get boards right there. Michael Barron from Bern was another great guy, but Marcio all of a sudden just became the next big thing, and prices went up pretty high. And look at him now; he might be the most successful shaper out there outside of Mayhem.
Oh yeah, and look at the team, how the range of the team, so many different type of DNA of surfers, girls and boys, and Felipe and Canoa and the girls. Oh my God. And you have a big, you know, piece of that pie.
Right.
You know, a lot of leverage bringing Felipe to the team also.
On outreach, which is the main thing, right? You need people to get to ride your boards in.
You can propel it with those heavy hitters.
So last score of Andre comes through. It's a 6.33. And at the moment, it's the best of the heat. Puts him in first. 10:45 on the clock. He's looking to improve on his low score right here. Cool little combo. Bit of a smaller wave, but might be improving on the low score right there. Shianka with a quick one going left, and now this is a big chance for Ribeiro. Only has the 4.83. Couple of swoops on the forehand right here, looking for a big closeout re-entry. He'll get it. Much better for Ribeiro on this one, with a third of the heat still left too, and slowly but surely he has been improving.
Yeah, he's maturing right there, and I love the little hook on the end. Such a flow surfer. Like almost seared that the carving first, more speed in that one, a little more effort in the back foot, and right there, like the jab there, nice hook.
Came close to qualifying for the Olympics for the Portuguese team as well. He's been an excellent representative of theirs the last few years on both the challengers and at regional events that have been for Olympic qualification. I think when you look at Portugal, you obviously think Thiago Pires, Frederico Moraes, who will be in the event later this week. We look at the drone angle of Andre right here. But it's really been that European area that has maybe propelled themselves a bit more into wanting to catapult a lot more talent from that area. You look at France, what they're doing with their government, a lot of amazing push. Tia Zabrowski just made the semis.
Wow, Tia, you know, mind-blowing performance for Tia. Was like almost having flashbacks from 1991 in Lacano. You know, Kelly going runner-up for Tony Ray. Back in the day, she's so talented. Was mind-blowing to watch Tia like overcoming like legends over Ericeira.
Oh, she's 13.
Yeah.
Which is
oh my God.
The
Still
most
have
incredible
7
part.
years of Pro Junior, man.
Joe Zucchi right there. We saw Nacho Gundersen get ready for his heat. They're coming up in number 5. Following this one, 8:50 to go on the clock. I like that shot right there. It goes to show you the priority board. Just over number 1 in terms of priority 2. You see the green flag right there. That indicates there's still more than 5 minutes left on the clock. When it turns yellow, it usually indicates that there's 5 minutes or less remaining in the heat. And Azuchi's also been an amazing surfer over his career from Japan. Real good pro junior career, but hasn't really propelled himself into qualification conversation on the Challenger Series. 8:20 to go. Ribeiro's last, still to come through, but it seems like his best. Opens up with a strong carve on this one. Wraps it back once again. This final section has been the cream of the crop for him, and he finds another strong one right at the end. 6.4, excuse me, on his last, and straight to first place with the last score that he got.
I saw some reminiscence from Ross Williams, from so many like stylish surfers in the surfing of Gabriel Ribeiro. Actually, Ribeiro is a legend, you know, family name in Portugal. Gustavo Ribeiro, the street league skater.
And Andre right here. Not a whole lot on this wave, kind of a flatter face. But he's done well to maybe get a score out of it, though, looking to improve on a 3.83. Once again, it just comes down to whether or not a lot of the local governments and tours are able to propel those surfers into the bigger stage, right? Because we look at the Mayo Tour that they have within Portugal now, very successful, and we could say the same thing about Brazil. If it weren't for that tour, Andre might not be in this position right here.
Oh yeah, in Portugal they have like the ADP team, and José Seabra is over here in Brazil to this stage. He's connecting with Adriano de Souza, like new trainer in town, you know. Yeah, they connect with Leandro Daughter. They have amazing coaches in Portugal for surfing.
So Andre down to second. His last a 4.03. That slightly improves the situation. Shianka now, who was the favorite with the Corona fan picks, now down to third. He was for a moment in the lead, needing a 4.34, and now Chavez needing a 4.54. Competitive heat once again. Look in the last key right here.
I love how he stands his shoulders on these snaps, carving, wraps, almost like a full roundhouse cutty. Still laid there. Nice re-entry. Nice rhythm, nice flow. Yeah, the undecided like fan over there.
Yeah, that guy's here every year though, and it brings new flags every single time we have a contest here.
My
in
heart is almost like that.
Ribeiro, the heat leader, up and running again. His previous wave of 5.1, and he's been on a roll. He loves it too. This kid rips, and finally getting to showcase what he's capable of on the Challenger Series. You know, you mentioned Ross Williams. I see a lot of Fred Moraes in his style right there.
Oh, for sure.
Especially Tiago Pires, two great pioneers of Portuguese surfing. He's not going to be one of the few Portuguese surfers to qualify for the CT. Can't do it here this year, but he could at least move in the top 20 with a victory here in Saquarema.
Oh yeah, I want to throw some upcomer names right now from Portugal. Jaiminho Vezelco, younger brother from Kika, and Matias Canhoto, Goofy Footer from Peniche. Oh my God, the kid rips.
I think that kid eventually is going to be on the championship.
They're going to change
tour.
the game, yeah.
Big finish right there for Ribeiro. I love the passion. Good to see that kind of emotion come out once you're on a roll, especially his timing has been perfect on these finishing touches. 5 minutes to go, and it seems like he will be improving once again on his low score.
Yeah, I saw some reminiscence of some hints of Benji Waterley right there.
Benji Waterley, yeah.
Mr. Golf player.
I'm gonna try to keep count with how many names you've mentioned so far today. I
Sorry
feel
for
like
that.
You've at least mentioned 20 of them. I like it though.
Yeah, me too, man.
Jaime Veselco, Matias Canhoto, though, those two kids are really prodigies. You have a Spaniard called Dylan Donegan, who's also coming up.
Dylan.
You know, the Echevarri sisters, who are amazing, very talented. Hans and Caio Driozola.
Whoa.
European surfing has really propelled itself into being one of the strongest regions on tour.
Yeah, they brewing right there. France, Portugal, Spain. And there's Lucas Skinner, man, from UK. Oh my God.
That kid's not only a star right now, his father might have a chance to win the World Championship over in El Salvador for the first time ever too. And, you know, big moment not only for Great Britain, for Europe too. It's been a long time since we've seen a lot of those surfers make it into the top 10 and have success.
I'm from the generation Carvey Williams, and after that, like Russell, Bulldog Winter, a lot of heavy hitters from UK back in the day, but we got a gap, and now there is a new, you know, generation brewing there. I think Luca's gonna change the game. I throw a DM for him. Hey boy, keep on going, gonna change the game.
He's a real cool kid too, and took them a while because at one point on the championship tour, they had close to 10 surfers. Marlon Lipke was there, Tim Bowl, Thiago Pires, obviously, and they were all led by both Michel Perez and, you know, Jeremy Flores, who was basically at the start of that movement right there.
They were forced.
Since then, it's really just been Leo Fioravanti who's been at the helm, holding on to a spot in the top 32.
The lonely soldier.
Member of the top 10 for a couple of years, and Fred Moraes was there for a quick moment, but he just found inconsistency and hasn't been able to get to that point. He might be able to do it right here in Saquarema, though. 3 minutes to go. Andre in second. He's going to use his third priority going left for the first time in this heat. It's going to be a quick one. Chavez with priority, and he needs just a 4.54. Speaking of him, he's up and riding. Up and over the whitewater for the first turn. Strong second one right there. Love to throw the tail. And he brings out the passion too. Hirschianka, a fast one for him. So 2 minutes and 30. 4.54. Not necessarily the strongest first turn. Second one was very beautiful though, as we look at the answer of Andre. And the lefts maybe just being a bit too flat on the open face, Marcos.
Oh yeah, and it's a 70%, you know, goofy affair right there. Normally it's the right opposite, like one goofy and a bunch of regulars.
Hirschianka now. In and out for him, 2 minutes to go. So it might be dependent on the last of Chavez, and it's not enough, a 3.67. So still requiring the 4.54 as we look at the Banco do Brasil 2 minute warning. this is really where you make your money, right? Can you not only withstand the pressure, but also surpass the requirement? Because a 4 still leaves the door wide open for Andre, who would be needing something similar to that.
No lockers on those doors. Everything is open right there, even for Gustavo Ribeiro. So let's see the drama that we're going to see right there.
Yeah, Gui Ribeiro has really served an outstanding heat, opened up with a 4.83. Took him a while to get that 6.4 that has kept him in first place, but since then, nothing worse than a 5.1. So Shianka, the crowd favorite, needing a 4.34 or better. Same thing for Chavez, needs just a 4.54. And if you're Ribeiro right here, you might have to play the priority game on both Shianka and Chavez.
Oh yeah, and he's the only regular, so he's sustaining the leadership right now against 3 goofies with the priority. He did it all right, man. He got the bracket inside like so wet. Studying the game there.
Interesting call out though. We don't normally see these many goofy floaters in the same heat, which is kind of breaking my heart, to be honest.
Yeah,
don't have many of them, and then they have to meet up in the same exact heat, but it's a lone regular footer who's out there dominating this heat. 12.1 heat total by competitive standards. That's already a good heat. 30 seconds to go.
Oh yeah. Solid effort for Gustavo Ribeiro, like searing the turns, doing like nice jabs on the end, like in the closeout session. I think he's mixing well.
And an excellent read of a difficult wave. 15 seconds to go. Will Shianka and Chavez have a chance to catch a wave right here at the end to get them that mid-4 that they require? It seems like this heat is done and dusted. It's going to be Ribeiro and Andre moving through into the round of 64, and a big moment right here for the Portuguese surfer, the lone regular footer in the water, as Lucas Shianka not content with his performance. Don't normally see that from him, but regardless of which event you're in, big wave or in the shortboarding aspect, you want to win.
He want to win it all, man, even in the ping pong table.
But Gui Ribeiro moving through into the round of 64 with a big heat win. He'll be talking to Manu in just a moment. Gabriel Andre moving through in second place. Heat 5 coming up, Jan Sondal, Joe Azucci, Leo Casal, and Argentina's Nacho Gunderson about to hit the water.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil, by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness, and by My Teja, WSL in Brazil.
We are back flying over Nossa Senora de Nazaré, the church on top of the hill, the iconic vision of this beautiful town, Saquarema, the site of the final Challenger Series of 2024. This is the the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Caipo Girl, Michel Salazar. What a beautiful place, man. We're back, Mitch, and we're back for another heat. And this heat is an international affair. Joe Azuchi right here representing Japan on his opening ride.
Yeah, and he's not only a real good surfer on rail, he can throw it into the air too. Unfortunately for him, that's incomplete, Kipes, but a nice attempt for Azuchi, who's been doing this for a long time. He had a great pro junior career too.
Yeah, runner-up in 2017 for a World Junior title, Joe Azuchi. This guy was third in the world for the pro juniors at the start of this year. This is exciting goofy footer. Leo Casal, just strong. I'm a big fan of this kid surfing. Another goofy footer here, Jans Sondal. First I've seen of a Jan.
Yeah, so have I. I've heard of him before in the past, and a good surfer. He used to be touted as, oh, the next big thing in Brazil, but kind of lost momentum right there, and suddenly making resurgence right here on the CS.
Yeah, Sondal's first Challenger Series event, hometown right here in Saquarema, Brazil, just 19 years old. So we have a couple of exciting young Brazilian goofy foots in this heat. We saw that exchange between Leo Casal and Jan Sondal.
Yeah, a bit stuck right after the first opening turn, just a setup right there. Nice read of this last section, though. I mean, he readjusts his feet well, times the backwash, and should be scoring well for that one turn on the inside. But as you pointed out, Leo Casal, he's not only on my radar for one of my favorite surfers, I also think he eventually will be very close, if not qualifying for the CT. Two real strong turns and then finishes with a banger right there at the end, Kipes.
It's just got that Aki-ish kind of frame and biomechanics, Leo Casal, that we're seeing on the paddle back out, waiting for the Casal's score, as well as Sondal's score. Leo Casal, originally from Florianopolis, Brazil, but spends a lot of time at the training center and going to school over in Australia on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, and, you know, Kikoa Bam Bam Bacalso is another guy that he almost looks very similar to, kind of the same style and real low center of gravity. But I remember this year in Oceanside, as you said, semifinal finish over there at World Pro Juniors. I thought he might have been on his way to the final. Unfortunately, he just met up with a couple of big names in Jet Schilling and Jackson Bunch, and eventually wasn't able to capitalize on his last opportunity to become World Junior Champion, but already a good year on the CS, Kipes.
Yeah, this is his third Challenger Series of the year. A full year on the Challenger Series in 2024. Of course, you take your top 4 results with 6 opportunities, but you can just surf 4 events. So Casal, this is probably a learning and growing year for Leo, and I'm all for that. He's just 20 years old, got a bright future in front of him, and he opened up Mitchell with a 5.5, so highest wave score so far goes to Casal.
Well, and you also got to take what you get. If you don't make it onto the Challenger Series through your regional QS, end up getting wild cards, take advantage of them, Kaipo.
Let's hear from the last heat winner. He's up against the glass.
Yeah, and he seems to be very happy because he just won a local hero here in Saquarema. How do you feel about that? Was it hard?
Yeah, it was a hard week for sure. It was basically 2 Portuguese against 2 Brazilians, and yeah, big names in these heats, so it felt good to make it through. You know, I wanted my friend Joaquin to make it through with me, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm happy with my surfing, and yeah, I want to keep going.
Great. One question in Portuguese. A gente estava conversando, você me disse que a onda aqui parece um pouco com a onda que você surfa em Portugal. Queria que você comparasse aí, talvez por isso você se deu tão bem aqui.
Sim, não é muito parecida, mas é mais como é um beach break. Dá para simular umas coisas da onda de casa, da Caparica. E pronto, aqui tem muito mais backwash, torna muito mais difícil. Mas sinto-me bem, sinto-me em casa, sinto-me bastante confiante com o meu surf e muito cheio de vontade de passar mais rondas.
Manda um recado então aí para a galera de Portugal que está torcendo por você.
Só agradecer a toda a gente que está aí a apoiar, à minha namorada, dar um grande beijinho, à minha família, ao meu irmão. É sábado, com certeza está tudo aí a ver. Ao João Santos, deve estar aí com o Delta aqui a ver também. E pronto, é a primeira entrevista do ano está a ser duro. Mas pronto, primeira vez que meto este chapéu, né,
no Challenger Series e estou confiante que vamos ter mais vezes aqui no Brasil. Bora!
Legal, parabéns, congratulations. He was talking about the backwash. That was a problem, but it seemed to be a problem for him. Back to you guys.
Yeah, as we see Leo Casal on the left, we saw the opening ride from Nacho Gunderson, the Argentinian surfer, on the right during that interview. And my takeaway from that interview was like, he's used to this stuff. Caprica, beach break, also the beach break, but in Caprica, he doesn't have to deal with the backwash as much, which he's adjusting to. Guilherme is over here in Itona. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, your Portuguese is muito bom now, Kaipo, by the way. Also mentioned that this is his first post-heat interview of the year, and he was really grateful for that, but just stoked for the opportunity to have good waves competing here in Sacktown. And looking at Casal, has such a great style. I mean, I could watch this kid surf all day. Mistimed this last section, though, with the backwash. Maybe just lost a little bit of speed on that last bottom turn. Should back up the 5.5 well enough, though.
Joe Azuchi got a wave, too.
Yeah, and looking right, these are the steeper waves. How's that carve, Kaipo? Down with a lot of speed and a strong finish. I love his style. As he said, a runner-up to the World Junior title in 2017. And then, for some reason, Nacho was always keeping his first name as Jose Ignacio the whole time on the Challenger Series. Finally, we actually go to Nacho Gunderson just straight away, and has a 2-turn combo. Should score well for the Argentinian.
3.9 just checks in and wipe out there. Still waiting for the score for Leo Casal as well as Joe Azuchi. That was Jan Sandal with a quick up and out there.
It's a pretty big mistake in this kind of event, though.
Yeah, priority air.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of fall could eventually cost you. I know there's a lot of time, but want to put in a bit more effort than that, I feel. At least try to get to your feet. Maybe don't just duck dive the way he did. Or lobster dive, I should say.
Pearl dive.
A couple different names you could look at.
Anytime you're going to the bottom, sometimes you're looking for a pearl. Sometimes you're looking for a lobster. But no matter what, it's surfing vernacular for basically just going straight down.
What kind of things do we have down here on the bottom of Saquarema? I feel like it's mostly sand.
Connie, little crabs.
Okay. Yeah. Could get some of those. Maybe cook them up later. Get some good food going. Maybe a little bit of tacos.
Leo Casal, 4.43 comes through 5.5. Casal out in the lead. The other goofy foot, Jan Sandal, hanging on to that 4-point rides. Pretty valuable. Another goofy foot, Nacho Gunderson, opened up with a 3-point down. Here comes Jan. Has to just ease through a first carve, fades back into the whitewater. I like the positioning, strong style from Jan. And a nice hook on the inside to finish off. I like it, he likes it.
Yeah, and big recovery after the fall on the previous one too. So excellent timing, as you said, maybe cut it a bit short right at the end, but he knew that it was going to be much smarter to do that than maybe go up into the lid a bit too late and have to manage with the backwash at the end. The timing on the first one was real well, was more of a setup turn, much more in the pocket on the second one right here, though, closer to the whitewater. And as you can see right here, gets to it just a bit early, but that's because of the backwash. It was a smarter move, Kipes.
Yeah, he contained himself, right? And that shows maturity from Jan, who's just 19 years old, but surfing with very mature style. Really nice pace through that wave, so we're waiting for that number. 3.54 will take him into second place, and that's the advancing position. 4 surfer heats, top 2 surfers moving into the next round. That's the round of 64. And Jan checks in with a 4.93.
And Sundal did replace one of the higher seeds in this round too. That normally happens at the last event of the year, Kaipo. We see a lot of people who don't have chances of really qualifying anymore take the last event of the year off. And I mean, if you're a local surfer or anybody within the South American region that has a chance to get in, you should be on the beach here looking for your chance to compete in the Challenger Series event.
Yeah, like we said, this is Jan's first Challenger Series, so big opportunity for him. Who did he replace?
That's a good question, because Lucas Chianca also came in as a replacement surfer.
Yeah.
So there's a good amount. Not 100% sure, but I know that a few people did pull out. Because Caio Drosola was supposed to be one of the high seeds in this round, and he already moved into the round of 64.
Okay. Again, we're just going to get through this round of 80 for the men, and then the first round of the women, and then we're going to have some extracurricular stuff this afternoon with the My Hero Generation Heat. This is Nacho Gunderson, the Argentinian surfer, Opened up with a 3.9, wants to do much better than that.
Hold on.
And hangs on.
That was cool. Real aggressive combo right there at the end. And he's been living in Brazil for a good amount of time now, over there in Santa Catarina, rides a couple of different boards.
Lone regular footer, Joe Azuchi. He's going to show a point of difference here on the right. Has to just ease through a couple cutbacks. This wave would do him a favor for a little bit of a double up on the inside. Little late on the lip glide there, so we'll see how that ends up in the score. So Joe just getting into the priority rotation right now, and proudly representing the land of the rising sun, Japan, where we're actually waiting to see, you know, kind of some stars come out of Japan. You can see really this year for Joe has not only made it out of this round once. In Bolito once. So this has been a wall for him. And so can he break through the wall here at the final Challenger Series event of 2024?
Well, he's obviously committed. A win here will put you at least close to the top 20, if not right there too, given, you know, the amount of points that everybody else has. But as you said, only throwaways for him. Gets a little hung up even when he stands up. Makes up for it though, the one carve. Really like the setup snap and how he was able to fit in the 2-for-1 right here at the end. Smart stuff. Kaipo didn't need a whole lot, and it seems like he actually got the score for second place.
Yeah, paced approach. This is a 4.07 for Joe.
Well, and not just the point that you bring up that they need somebody to stand out outside of Kanoa and Connor O'Leary. They also need a major event. When's the last time we either had a 6-star QS, a Challenger Series, or a CT event over there?
Well, we just had a trifecta of qualifying series over in Japan, so I feel it's developing itself. So they went back to back to back there in that region, which is developing. But yeah, I would love to see, you know, higher rated events, maybe perhaps a Challenger in the future over there in Japan. And, you know, Kanoa, Connor represent Japan, but still, you want a surfer on the championship tour that actually comes from Japan,
born and
lives in Japan.
Yeah.
And Joe would be one of those guys you're looking out for. Also, Rio Inaba, there's a few. Here we go.
Kuroto Ohara is also right there, close to qualifying.
Sure
right
is,
now.
right there you go. Good call.
So Nacho right here, this came in as a 4.63, so still has him in fourth, but his best wave. A lot of flow on this one. Really like the aggressiveness on the last combo right there. So making the round of 16 as a wild card last year at this event too. Because of that result, he knew that he was going to be in this event this year, and as of right now, still surfing pretty well. I think he needs to be on a bigger wave, though.
Yeah, Nacho, he had an equal ninth finish here at Saquarema last year, losing out finally to Imai Kalani Deval. Wow, look at this nice wall for Leo Casal, and he hangs on, showing some power there, just glided right into that wave, using priority. Great positioning.
And that was a tough second section, too. I mean, to be able to poke that section like that at the end, especially with your nose almost catching.
Watch this, just rolls into it.
But he had to go. He had a priority, and he didn't want Nacho to be able to get a combo on this last section. See how his nose catches right there at the end? And for him to have the strength and the leverage of his board to be able to ride out of that cleanly at the end, it's extremely difficult. Takes a lot of power, but more than anything, it just takes composure. Kaipo, he had it right there at the end.
Yeah, had to be square on his board for the finish. So we'll see if that helps his score line. Anything over a 4.43 will do so. We're already down to just 13 minutes in this heat. Been a pretty exciting heat.
Yeah, and he ain't tall, but he's got some strong legs. And I mean, you look at his base so far, he's looked great on the first few waves that he's caught.
Hey, there's a couple of Brazilians we'll see on the championship tour next year. João Chianca, Sammy Pupo, great friends, and they'll be back on that championship tour in 2025. Things kick off at Pipeline
where
to begin the season.
Joao's been a finalist before at the QS level too. People got to be thinking that if he's fully recovered, he's got to be one of the favorites there.
Sure does. We're taking a break right now. We'll be back with more action from Itaúna Beach. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Leo Casal's ripping. Yeah, this is the beach, Itauna. And the stretch in Saquarema, 2 hours out of Rio Central, and a surf town known as the Maracana do Surf, the stadium of surfing here in Brazil. Ultra consistent beach break. Caipiguero, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Opening day of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. This just got announced this week. Our Championship Tour 2025 schedule. What are you excited about, Mitchell?
Well, first of all, big shout out to Qantas. Gotta appreciate their support for the entire 25 schedule. I love the startup pipeline, and I think, you know, it's very surprising that we go straight from pipe to Abu Dhabi. That's kind of a wild card event for me. Stoked to see a left, especially Cloudbreak as the finals. More than anything, though, lowers as a regular CT event.
That'll be after the mid-season cut, which is what happened there at stop number 7 at the Margaret River Pro, then on to Trestles, back to Saquarema for a CT. J-Bay back on tour at Tahiti, and then those finals over at Cloudbreak. What a year 2025 is going to be. But we're capping off 2024 here, final challenger of the year. And it looks like Nacho Gunderson, the Argentinian surfer, came through with a big number, a 7.17 for Gunderson.
Yeah, and, you know, just talking about his consistency on the backhand and, you know, his relationship with this place, competes in the South America region, 9th place finish last year at this event. Real strong first turn right there, Kaipo. Deep bottom turn again, almost grabbed the rail, and how's the finish for Nacho from 4th all the way to the lead afterwards.
Yeah, great illustration here in slow motion. A dynamic finishing maneuver for Nacho.
That reminds me of Matt Wilkinson a little bit, who was a champion here in the past. So good start in this heat for Nacho. Still 9 minutes to go.
Leo Casal got bumped down to 2nd place. He's a 6.18 to retake the lead, and he just committed a little bit of a priority error.
Yeah, I mean, 2nd priority. He was playing some defense against Nacho. As here's Joe.
Joe Azuchi, our Japanese competitor, nice carve to begin with. Just dodges Leo.
Oh.
And slips on the final attempt. So that's going to hurt.
And I think it kind of set him off that he had to go around Casal too. So had to readjust his line. And unfortunately for him, maybe a bit mistimed towards the end. He was on his way to his score too. I felt like if he gets one big banger towards the end, he's getting the mid-5 there. Talk about extra motivation, right? For a 25 CT schedule. You have more events, the cuts later, and obviously having lowers and a couple other events such as J-Bay, that really allows you to show up and free your surfing a bit more towards the end of the cut.
11 regular season events.
Beautiful.
And a finals in Fiji.
Yeah.
What
Dream tour.
Great job by all of the tours and competitions to make that happen. Here we go. Our heat leader, Nacho. And didn't see a future in that one, so that's not going to change his scoreline.
Swell sticking around though, Kaipo. I know it's slowly decreasing throughout the day, but haven't really seen any kind of inconsistency or any type of break in the action. I am kind of bummed that the lefts are too flat. I feel like somebody eventually will be able to capitalize on a few of those scoring opportunities. Mihimana Brai, last year's runner-up, coming up in the next heat, he might be looking left, but as of right now, really haven't seen anything better than a 2 or a 3 on a left.
It's different, right? It's different than what we typically see at this break, because traditionally this is a shorter, punchier right and a longer running left. But just the sandbar and the angle of the swell has not allowed for any of those lefts. So again, anytime you come into the beach break, you got to be prepared for anything. You know, it's not predictable what this place is going to give you. What is predictable is the consistency here.
Yeah.
But other than that, you never know if it's going to be rights, lefts, what the level of the bank on the beach is going to be as far as backwash. We've seen all kinds of stuff go down here since turning the tour on to Saquarema.
I think it's super exciting that this is the last event of the season, just because it's so unpredictable. As you said, you know there's going to be something to surf.
Yeah.
But how's it going to be? What kind of form is it going to have? What kind of swell direction are you going to get? And obviously another big surprising factor this week is the water temp, Kaipo. Everybody's saying it's colder than Portugal out there right now.
Yeah. Some upwelling coming into effect. There's the rock formation there in Itauna. And the one thing that this break has produced is, you wouldn't think so, it's just a beach break, but it's produced tens, multiple tens in history of competition here.
And both rights and lefts too. So you got the diversity factor in that as well.
And this is Jan. Jan's out, so we're going to throw it down to the beach with Manu Caiado. Manu, who do you got down there?
I got the Brazilian crew right here, and they seem pretty relaxed because they already have the space on the city. Hello, guys. So here we have Chuminho and Samuca. How does it feel to be back home in Saquarema?
It feels so good. I'm in Saquarema. Have the chance to spot three events on the year, on 3 events: the regionals, the QS, and the Challenge Series. So it's a great opportunity for all of us, and it's a Brazil spot. So we are at home. We are close to our friends, to our family. So I feel that's what it feels the best, though, to be at home.
Yeah, it seems to be really good. Samuca, you did really good here last year, and you're doing good this year too. How does it feel to be here again in Saquarema, but with less pressure than last year?
Feels good for sure. This place is like my second home. I've been competing here since I was 9 years old, so been doing a lot of feats against this guy. So we're used to coming here now with the whole family, my brother too, and yeah, I'm happy to be back.
Are you excited about next year?
For sure. Yeah, the calendar they just showed our calendar, so I'm pretty excited for that. Got some new spots, and yeah, let's do it.
Great, thank you. And what? Mig is also here. Hey, Mig, do you want to talk to us real quick? How does it feel to be back in Saquarema?
It feels amazing, you know. I've been coming here since I was a little kid because my dad used to compete as well, so it's always a pleasure to be here, always good way, so I'm happy.
Great, thank you very much. Have a good time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and as a note, Samuca, Samuel Pupo already qualified for the championship tour. Miguel, his older brother, if he gets into the round of 32, ends up with a 3rd place in that round, a 17th finish or better, both brothers will be qualified for the championship tour. So not out of the woods yet, Miguel Pupo. So he's still got a lot of stuff to focus on. Sammy, on the other hand, just going to be free in his surfs out here. Joe Azuchi, the Japanese competitor, just needs a mid-range score. And Mitchell just needed a 5.43. Again, coming up short.
That's 2 waves in a row now, and was maybe thinking about that last section just a bit too much. He was on his way once again. The first wrap was strong, Kaipo. I loved it. Look at that deep bottom turn, a lot of torque in that turn in the pocket. And you can see right here, he's kind of thinking about what maneuver he should select. Maybe overthought it and too much weight on the front part of the board. You can see right there, just catches the nose and the inside rail. Missed opportunity right there for Joe Azuchi.
And not a lot of time on the clock, as you can see. 3 minutes.
And the worst part about it, he had to use first priority to catch that wave too. So gonna go down the priority board here with less than 3 minutes.
Well, with 3rd priority, we'll see what Leo does. Here we go with Jan wants to get back into the conversation. He needs a big number, though, 6.2. That's not going to do it. Casal uses his priority. And that wave runs away. So priority error. So, and an opportunity now. Right back to Joe Azuchi. How quickly things change.
An excellent read right there by Nacho Gunderson, who had first priority in that instance. Let it go, seeing down the line, and he noted that wave was going to close out. Azuchi just recently got 2nd priority, so with 2 minutes to go, he's in a pressure position right here, Kaipo. 5.43. He's got something just above that earlier on in this heat. So this is the 1 turn from Jan. Comes in as 2.73, just a single turn. Kid's got skills. I mean, he just needs to be on the best wave to be able to get out of this heat, and I don't know if that's going to happen in the next minute 50.
Yeah, well, we're just past the Banco Do Brasil 2-minute warning here. 1 minute 50 seconds on the countdown. And really, the story is, can the Japanese competitor come up with that mid-range score of a 5.43, sitting in 2nd priority? Ample time. Looks like there's some lines as well.
And as you said, he's only made it out of this round once this year.
Yeah.
So just to close out the year with a bang, maybe get your best result. You move into finals day. It's obviously something that'll boost your confidence. You get a W. That's a major victory for not only yourself, for your region too. And hopefully that could propel the conversation to eventually get either a CS or a CT event over there in the Asian region too.
On the paddle, Nacho with the heat control. He's got the lead. He's got priority. Things are looking good for the Argentinian, and he's going to take off on this wave. Good-looking wall here for Gunderson. Nacho off the bottom. Snaps off the top. Needs to make up some ground. Tosses the tail. That's not going to change the situation. Now focus to Joe Azuchi with first priority, 45 seconds, and an opportunity to advance on this heat. Looks like there's a line coming too. It's going to hit the sandbar in time.
Yeah, hopefully for Azuchi, he can keep his composure. Just make sure that he surfs the wave and doesn't try to overproduce anything. Might have to go a bit deeper on this one though, Kaipo, 30 seconds.
Paddling for this with some intensity. It's going to be all on this ride.
Ooh.
And he pulls back. He had priority over Leo Casal, so interesting that he didn't even give himself a chance there. Meanwhile, Leo's just going to S-turn down into the beach and just hope for the best. That's not going to change his scoreline. And Joe didn't even give himself a chance. Wow.
I'm pretty shocked about that decision making right there. With that kind of time left, you just need to go on the first wave that you can. And fortunately for Leo, dodged a big bullet right there towards the end of the heat.
So it will be Nacho Gunderson and Leo Casal, green and white in the jerseys, and green and white moving on into the round of 64. Let's move on to a quick commercial break. When we come back, another heat's gonna be in the water. 3 Brazilians, 1 Tahitians, battling for a spot in the round of 64 when we return. And it is Nacho Gunderson taking out a win. He's in the green jersey. The Argentinian moves into the round of 64. We're back on the beach at Itaúna, Saquarema, for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. As our event site, as our surfers make their way up. And we want to welcome you to another heat here, heat number 6 in the round of 80. Mihimana Bray, Kawa Costa, Caio Costa, and Kawe Germano. Working on my enunciation here with Maíra Pops.
Yes, thank you for having me again, Kaipo. Yeah, an interesting heat right there. We're just seeing the first replay of Mihimana Bray.
The Tahitian goofy foot Mihimana. He's going to channel some of that good energy that he feels off of Saquarema. He was a runner-up last year in a final with Sammy Pupo. His best result on the Challenger Series of his career came right here in Saquarema. So he wants to pick up where he left off last year.
Yeah, nice looking ride right there. Solid surfing for him just to start things off in this heat.
He had a tremendous run last year in Saquarema. Around the 16, he took out Mateus Herdy. In the quarterfinals, he defeated Shion Crawford. Semifinals, he got the best of Crosby Colapinto, surfing all the way to the finals where he faced off against Sami Pupo. Samuka, however, was just unbeatable that last year, and we'll see him coming up, Samuka, in the round of 64 when we resume competition.
Yeah, Samuka last year was just incredible. The waves were big, kind of chunky, and he put on a really good performance during the whole event and in the finals as well. But Mihimana Bray did a really great job, and it was a really good show to see.
Got a couple Costas out in the water.
Yeah.
Maida, we got Kawa and Kayo.
Yeah, Kayo is from São Sebastião, where I live. He's a good surfer. He's from Pauba, actually, a barreling wave, heavy wave. He loves to ride barrels. And Kawa Costa as well, like a heavy guy with strong game, like with strong rail game. And he did pretty well here before Kawa Costa. And also he is like two-time South American champion in 2021 and 2022. So he's still young, 21 years old, with a lot of experience here in Saquarema.
Yeah, last year was the first time I saw Kawa surf, and I was really impressed with his surfing. He surfed to a 17th place finish last year, coming in as a wild card, and that kind of put him on the map for me. So we'll see what he's got in this heat.
And also he had that 9th place in 2022, Kaipo. So.
Hey, let's check with our last heat winner, Nacho Gunderson, the Argentinian, moves into the round of 64. He's with Manu.
Yeah, guys, Nacho is doing a great job this year. How does it feel to win a CS heat here in Saquarema? Congratulations.
Thank you. I was a little bit nervous because being the first heat, but everything went well, and I'm super happy to make this heat and try to like improve my surfing each round, and that's it.
And Nacho, he is from Argentina, but he lives in Brazil. And I've been seeing you surfing in Saquarema for a long time. You seem to be really comfortable here, like at home. Is it how you feel?
Yeah, I'm staying at a friend's house now, Vitor, and I feel like home here. I've been more than 10 times and competed a lot. So it's a wave that is powerful, that is good for my surfing, and yeah, I will try to show that.
I'm going to ask him to send a message for his fans and family and friends. I just don't know if you want to say it in Spanish or in Portuguese, so, well, I think you should do both.
Yeah. Primeiro, agradecer a todo mundo que está me olhando, a galera aqui do Brasil, y gracias a todos los que me están mirando a Argentina, a mi familia, a mis sponsors, a mis amigos y a todos los que están alentando. Vamos con toda la próxima.
It's the most Brazilian Argentine that I know. Back to you guys.
Another great interview. Yeah, Nacho, moving on. Still waiting for that opening score for Mihimana Bray. So judges deliberating, waiting for our score screen to refresh, and it's slowly doing so. So he's going to get a little bit above a mid-range score for Mihimana. Kawa Costa.
Yeah, strong first turn. Second one was beautiful, kind of laying back. Another one. Yeah, strong finish right there, Kai.
Well-surfed wave and well-paced where he's placing his turn. So that's a nice opener for Costa, for Kawa.
Yeah, we just can see like the C Costa and C Costa there. And also Kawe is a similar name as well. So a tricky heat right here for us, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's what I said. Practicing my enunciation. Kawa, Kayo, Kawe. All in one heat, coming from Fernando de Noronha. Did I say that right?
Yeah. He's from Fernando de Noronha, but he actually lives here in Rio. So he has been training a lot in Saquarema as well.
But where he's from has really good waves, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, I think it's just a matter of like being a little closer to the industry and like to traveling abroad.
Because it's an island, right?
Yeah, it's an island. Yeah, have you ever been there? No?
No, I'm waiting for my invite. I hear there's only so many people that they allow at the island at a certain time. And there used to be an event over there back in the day.
The Hang Loose Pro there, yeah. It's a very beautiful island. I've never been there too. It's so far from here. So sometimes...
Yeah, it's a national reserve too, right? So they protect the environment there. There's a plethora of good waves, and they also monitor how many people they put on the island at any given time, so not to waste all the resources.
Yeah, it's true. You have to pay some taxes to stay there. It's kind of expensive to go there, like for us Brazilians, but it's just such a beautiful place. I wish I could go sometime.
Yeah, me too. Well, Kawa opened up with a 6.5, so he's got an early lead. Mihimana Bre with a 5.33 on his first attempt. Kawe Germano on the backhand, hammers it a couple times. Backhand float to clear that section. An aggressive snap for the finish. Kawa Costa on his second ride. Looking loose. And a nice slidey finish there too, looking effortless in a really difficult final maneuver. Great surfing again. Great flow from Kawa Costa.
And I'm a big fan of his surfing. He's always like with like strong surfing, but also looks very loose. And this finishing turn was really nice. The way he kicked the tail. Let's see it again. First turn was good, like a cut back, but then the wave kind of went a little flat, but then he could come to the inside to finish it off very strong.
Kawe on the replay here.
On his backhand. Yeah, finishing strong as well. Let's see how the judges will reward him.
Yeah, and really, Kawe, you know, my first seeing, 22 years old, pretty young. This is kind of showcasing some of the young Brazilian talent. We have Kawa just 20 years old, Caio 20 years old, and Kawe just 22-year-old. So you know, I'm always impressed, Maida, and you see it all the time on your regional series, on your QS series, of how many good surfers there are in Brazil, especially in that late teens, early 20s. I feel there's a whole new field coming through.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. We have like this huge coastline, and those surfers here from like Cauê Germano, he's from Juqueí. Juqueí is pretty close to Maresias. So it's the same town, just different beaches, and they all train in Maresias, and they all grow there, and so they know how to surf heavy waves, and also they're good on airs. So we have like many of them. So sometimes it's kind of hard, like to break through and to put your name, like in the industry, show what you got, because. Imagine here, like coming to this huge stage and have the opportunity to show your surfing.
Yeah, it's really about containing your nerves, and Kawa Costa doing a great job of that. Opened up with a 6.5, backed it up with a 5.27. This is Caio Costa. A little caught up there on the cutback, but he's going to get a nice steep inside section here. And gets a nice finish for ducking out. Cauê Germano with a 4.68 on his first ride.
Yeah, Cauê Germano, he did semifinals here during the Saquarema Surf Festival this year. So he knows how to surf this wave. Look, the replay of this left. I think one of the best lefts that we've seen this morning. With like 3 good tricks, like the speed that he had. Here is Caio Costa.
Yeah, we're waiting for the score for Caio. And this is his opening ride.
Yeah, Had 3 good turns. The wave was not that big, but he managed to finish it off. He's from Maresias, actually. Yeah, they're saying like from Maresia and Pauba. They're like pretty close, like 3 minutes. So it's a very good tube rider. Heavy waves. He won a few competitions there of like barreling waves.
Well, you got 3.17, Caio, and he's up and going again. So the second wave for Costa, Caio Costa. Nice flow through there, but just kind of gives up on that wave, see? Didn't like the opportunity in the end. $15 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. And Kawa Costa with a strong lead.
What I feel is that like Kawa Costa is always, he's always ready. You know, it feels like he's always ready to go. He just performs pretty well in this kind of situations that in big stages and pressure situations. So let's see. He just got this 6.5 wave, pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see. We got a couple more scores to come in, but while we're waiting for those scores, we're going to step away, take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 6 this opening day at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. That's right, the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Championships just about to begin, so you can check that out at worldsurfleague.com or stick with us here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, or get fancy, split screen, and enjoy the last Challenger of the year and a battle for World Longboard titles all at the same time, all happening at worldsurfleague.com. Kawa Costa here in the blue jersey, our heat leader, eyeing up this inside section, looks for a ramp, pops it up, and just a lazy little ollie for Kawa. Currently out in front of the field with Kawe Germano, Mihimana Bray, and Caio Costa all on the water. This Kaipagura along with Maeda Pops on the call here. What's he doing? Is maybe an equipment change or run around?
Maybe. It looks like we have like 12 minutes left. Oh, just thirsty. It's very warm outside and the sun is out. A perfect Saturday day, Kaipo, to come here, down to the beach, enjoy the show in the water, and outside of the water we have Altinha Challenge, many things going on.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Live music as well. Here's Kawa Costa rocking out. He's been pretty solid in all his efforts in this heat.
Yeah, looking very loose. Just popped up a little air right there. And this is Caio Costa. Quick first turn. The second one was quick as well. The wave really speed up. Just trying to find open face and to finish it off, and he did it.
Cauê Germano going down currently in second place, but now, without improving upon his score, is going to put himself in a tough situation, actually, because I feel like Caio and Mihimana are just waiting for a late run, especially Caio Costa with just a couple low scores. But let's see what happened. What went wrong here?
Yeah.
Nice first turn.
Nice first turn, but I don't know, maybe he lost his foot.
Yeah, so remains in second. That's Cauê Germano. Caio Costa needs a 5.93 to go into second. Mihimana Bray just needs a 4.68 to go into second. Mihimana in the red jersey and is holding first priority.
Yeah, interesting fact, Kaipo. Kawa Costa won here the juniors at the Saquarema Surf Festival in 2022.
Yeah.
I was here on the beach, and
he had a pretty good finish in the main event as well, right?
Yeah, I think he was ninth or something. Yeah, but it was a nice event. We had like 5 competitions going on the same week, like longboarding, juniors, the women's and men's. It was amazing, and he ended up winning.
That's why they call this place the Maracana do Surf, right? There's so many events that are get held on this beach.
Yeah, it's the only place in the world that we have like the 3 categories of surfing, like the QSs, the Challenger Series, and also the Championship Tour. It's just this beautiful beach with good waves, and it's really amazing how consistent it is.
And it's crazy because we've seen 10s go down here. We've seen Joel Vaughn get a 10. We've seen Felipe Toledo get a 10. We've seen Iago Dora get a 10.
I think Caio Ibelli
We
as
saw
well.
Caio Ibelli thread a barrel out of nowhere to get a 10. All produced at this beach break. So a lot of times you're thinking about beach breaks, you think about mid-range scores and stuff, but the history of perfect scores out here is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. Last year, John Vol wave was simply amazing. The way that he pulled that air and stomped it, like alley-oop was huge, very high, and it was nice.
Yeah. So we'll see Joel Vaughn in the round of 64. Speaking of the Australian, he's jumped up a bunch of spots. He's above the cut line right now at number 9 in the rankings coming into this event. This is going to be a test for the Australian. This is going to be for Joel Vaughn. This is make her to break it. I feel like it's actually going to be a lot of that going on this week because this is where people are going to qualify. We've got 7 spots open for the men. Kawa Costa just making things look smooth and easy there. Came in, took a water break, just cruised. Cruisy guy.
Yeah. We have like Mihimana Bray with priority right now, just waiting for a good wave because he really wants to perform well like he did last year. It would be a bummer if he loses so early in this competition.
Yeah, we talked about 10s going down over here. Just last year, we saw Joel Vaughn throw up that big alley-oop that you were talking about, Maida. And Joel Vaughn, this is a 10. Look at the amplitude that he got on this air, Maida.
Yeah, it was really amazing how high he get. And yeah, everyone that was on the beach knew that it was a 10. Look, the crowd was like 10. Look at Mateus Herdy.
Mateus says, yeah, Mateus is not a judge, but he knows a 10 when he sees it.
Yeah, it was amazing. One of those waves that we're gonna like remember for many, many years, Kaipo.
I think so. I agree with you. So last year we saw that 10 by Joel Vaughn. Last year we saw Mihimana Bray make it to the final. Right now we see Mihimana sitting in 4th position, clock ticking down. Mihimana with priority needs under a 5-point ride, so some pressure starting to getting to descend upon our Tahitian surfer, I feel, as the clock starts to wind down.
For sure, he's with his back against the wall right now. Still enough time for it. He's with priority, 6 minutes left. So plenty of time, but he has to choose a decent wave.
Yeah, he sure does. Let's take a look at our heat recap for this heat number 6 of the round of 80 here in Saquarema. It's been Kawa Costa looking smooth, looking dynamic, looking in control with a bunch of flow.
Nice turn right there. Just a little laid back, but then he just connected to a good turn as well and finish it off with the snap. This was his first wave, 6.5. And the second one, the 5.27. Went a little flat in the beginning, but then he managed to find this open face and release the tail in the end.
Yeah, look at Sparky. Here we go with Kawe Germano, currently in 2nd place. He exploded on this left.
Yeah, one of the best lefts that we've seen this morning. Not many of them, but he did a great job. He liked it. He got 5.44 for this wave.
So Kawa Costa in 1st. Kawe Germano currently in 2nd place. Caio Costa, 5.93. We see that in the needs column. And priority sitting with the Tahitian, Mihimana Bray. Needs a 4.68. Here comes a couple of lines as we fly by Itaúna. And opportunity here. We can see a rapid paddle from the Tahitian. Little deep on that one. Not going to find the corner. No one's going to find a corner on that one, actually.
It's interesting when you think about Mihimana Brace. He's such a good surfer of heavy barreling waves. Like, won the trials in Tahiti twice, did pretty great job in the Tahiti Pro Championship Tour, 9th this year, 5th 2023. But also he proved himself in this kind of waves here last year. So it's just a matter to find a good opportunity there. He has still like 4 minutes remaining. Let's see if he can find a jam.
Yeah, the pressure, we talked about it at like the 6-minute mark. The pressure that starts to descend upon someone when you have priority. You don't need a big score. At some point, that pressure really compounds itself. And then it turns into a mental game. Because now, as the clock ticks down, Mihimana may only get one more chance, really, at a quality wave to get that mid-range score. So this is when your mind starts to come into play. Is he going to go on this one? Just taking a look at it. First priority with the Tahitian, and here he goes. Just a little opening snap. He needs more than this. Okay, back up into the open face. Catching up with the pace. That's a sharp snap there. Needs a finish, gets the finish. He's going to get the score. Clutch. That's when you kind of have to walk the tightrope and make sure you put every feet, 1 foot in front of the other, in front of the other, make yourself to the finish, and that's exactly what Mihimana did. Got caught again, a little bit behind the whitewater, but made up for it. I feel he got the score. What do you think, Maida?
Yeah, I think so. It's 4.68, not that much. And in the beginning of the wave, I was kind of, oh my God, he got caught in the white water, but then he managed to find the open face. Look, right there, the wave kind of lost power, and then he could find this to place 3 other tricks with a strong finish.
Yeah. That was key. As we watch from above, getting around this section right here and clearing this whitewater. Wave did him a favor of slowing down, but then he just got into a nice flow, nice tempo for the finish. 3 back-to-back backhand re-entries.
Yeah, he was very patient, waiting for a good wave. But now,
yeah,
almost 2 minutes left.
Vahine Fierro, very, very important event for Vahine, also representing France by the way of Tahiti, just like Mihimana Bray. Numbers in, 5.53. Mihimana goes to second. Got the job done with 90 seconds remaining on the clock. Kawe Germano needs a 5.47. And first priority sitting with Caio Costa. Caio needs a 6.79.
Yeah, very tight heat. But do you know, like Kawe Germano during the Saquarema Surf Festival here, he had a very emotional moment when he turned the heat in the dying minute. He needed a huge score and he caught a wave in the dying minute and turned the heat.
Well, maybe he can replicate that same kind of vibe, that same energy. You can see him paddling in the green jersey, just trying to position himself. He's going to chase down a left. And here he goes. Good looking left. Floats over that first section, has to deal with a little bit of backwash. Gets a nice carve, punches it. That was it. Needed to finish that wave, did not, and he knows it too.
Yeah, he needed to finish to at least have an opportunity to get the score, but without completing the turn, no, for sure he won't get it. But we also have a wave ridden by Caio, this one.
So remember, he needs a 6.79 as we watch this replay. Let's see what he got done in the finish. A little bit of a reverse. Don't know if that was enough. And this one right here, missed opportunity by Kawe. Just needed this final maneuver, but caught a rail.
Yeah, he really found like good lefts right there. Nobody was looking for the lefts, but unfortunately he couldn't finish.
And so Caio Costa out of competition, Kawe Germano out of competition. It's going to be Mihimana Bray moving into the round of 64, along with a smooth surfing Kawa Costa. There's all the numbers, Maida.
Yeah, Kawa Costa did a great job right in the beginning with the 6.5, and Mihimana Bray was patient but had the job done.
Heat number 7 of this opening round at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Brazil. That continues when we return. Kawa Costa.
Privilégio, cara, poder sair de casa aqui em Saquarema, pegar a prancha, a bike e ir pro sul, conectado ali com a natureza. A geografia local aqui de Saquarema é diferenciada, assim, cara. A gente tá numa cidade que ela fica entre duas praias gigantescas, assim. E o diferencial aqui de Saquarema são essas pedras, essa laje que tem aqui, que é a laje de dentro e a laje de fora, que dão uma quebrada assim nessa praia de sei lá quantos quilômetros. E por ser uma vila pequena, assim, né, uma cidade pequena, a galera local ela tá unida, ela tá de olho em como preservar, em como tá junto. para tentar ali viver em harmonia com a natureza, né? Tanto na praia, quanto na lagoa, quanto na cidade, ter um crescimento mais ordenado, assim.
Yeah, nothing better than enjoying a sunset here in Saquarema, drinking a Corona as the Nossa de Senhora de Nazaré starts turning on its lights. Things just get magical here.
Completely, Kaipo, with the sunset, like.
See how
so
I painted
beautiful.
that picture?
Yeah, you printed. I'm looking forward for it.
Kaipo Guerrero, Maria Pops on the call. We got another heat out in the water. Now heat number 7 of this opening round for the men. It's Ryan Huckabee in the red jersey out of Flagler Beach, Florida. Out of Bells Beach, Australia, we have Tully Wiley in the blue jersey. We got this guy, they call him Chow, Paul Sampson from South Africa. He's in the white jersey, and here's a replay of his opening ride.
Yeah, 2.5 opening ride, Kaipo. Yeah, he tried to throw the tail right there. Couldn't finish, but it was a nice opening wave.
Yeah, Paul Sampson, 25 years old, out of South Africa. Like we said, we call him Chow. Has had a really interesting career, Paul, where surfing has literally saved him. At one point, he was living in a cave, homeless. Surfing's kind of given him everything. He's had a successful year this year. He's won his first QS event. He won the Cape Town Surf Pro this year in his region. And really, his goal is to represent a black African surfer on the world stage. Chow, quick surfer and an inspiring story for Paul Sampson.
Yeah, such an inspiring story, Kaipo. Like living on the streets when he was pretty young, I think 2 years old, and then after improving himself like in life and getting to this stage right now, it's such an amazing story.
See a little paddle here, green jersey. That's Daniel Templar, the 22-year-old Brazilian in his first CS event. He's doing a little bit of a paddle battle here with Bells Beach's Tully Wiley. And Daniel getting a little frisky over there. Meanwhile, staying out of trouble is Ryan Huckabee. Ryan, just 20 years old, coming off of his best Challenger Series finish in the last event where he got an equal 9th in Ericeira. Known for his air game, Ryan Huckabee. And here we go with Tully Wiley, the Australian. Big frame on Tully. He's a big, powerful surfer. Tully had won the local trials at Bells, not once, but twice, to make his way and get a taste of the championship tour. Tully Wiley making the main event there in Bells in 2022 and 2024. Oh, no! We didn't see that part.
We didn't see that part. Oh my God.
Well.
Wow. Interference. Let's see how they're gonna call this.
Yeah. Priority was not established as of yet, I feel, so it would be a paddling interference, if not a priority interference. But we'll see what the judges say. Catch you up to that. Meanwhile, we'll get caught up on this opening ride for Ryan Huckabee.
Yeah. This turn was nice. Throw a lot of water right there. He finished it off strong, like kicking the tail. The beginning wasn't that strong, but nice wave to start things off. And Daniel Templar, he looks kind of aggressive in this beginning of the heat, like paddle battle. And then after that movement there, let's see how the judges gonna.
I mean, you would imagine there's going to be some type of interference at some point because there was contact. And anytime there's contact, it just glares to me as a decision has to be made by the judges, but they're taking a couple of looks at it and before throwing down what that decision is. We'll keep you updated. In the meantime, let's check in with our last heat winner. Kawa Costa was smooth out there, and he just dances into the round of 64. He's with
Yeah, since the beginning, he did really good. Congratulations, Kawa. You seem to deal very fine with the pressure. Is it right? Congratulations.
So yeah, I'm very happy to be here another time at Saquarema. So the pressure, I like to surf and improvising the waves. You know, I really like the power surfer. Saquarema is very, sorry.
It seems like home for him in Saquarema because he's always here. So I would like to ask you for a tip. You have a lot of friends here that are not from Saquarema. Would you give us a tip from Saquarema for them? A place to eat, to dance, whatever?
Yeah, Saquarema is for everyone, you know. Saquarema is a show, have a lot of waves, good conditions, and that's it. Let's go to the next round, and yeah.
Ok, now em português, manda recado aí pra galera que tá torcendo por você e manda uma dica de Saquarema.
Então, queria agradecer a todo mundo que está na torcida por mim. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui em Saquarema, representando o Brasil mais uma vez. E é isso, vamos para o próximo round e seja o que Deus quiser.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Write down this name because this guy is rocking. Back to you guys.
Maida, what did Kawa say at the end there?
Yeah, he said that he's very happy to have this opportunity. Manu asked him to give a tip about Saquarema, but he couldn't. I think he is very nervous on the interview. He wasn't in the heat, but on the interview he is. I think these guys, they are pretty young and they don't have like many opportunities to talk in English in interviews.
I'll give a tip on Saquarema. Check out Jamie's restaurant where they have extremely great family food and a great atmosphere, and sometimes karaoke comes out on the sidewalk here in Saquarema. That's Jamie's.
Yeah,
it's
a nice tip. It's a nice tip. Like, but we have like good restaurants all over, and actually it's getting better year by year. Like before in 2017, there wasn't that much, but now Saquarema looks lovely. A nice place to come and visit.
Have a good time every single time I come here. And I also recommend, I guess I'm going to give out my secrets. It's not a secret spot, but the Posada dos Garces is an absolutely beautiful place.
The Garces?
The Garces.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
So that's my, I gave a dining tip now, and now I did an accommodation tip for people who are watching who want to come and visit Saquarema.
Yeah, you guys should, because it's the Maracanã do Surf. You're going to have fun for sure.
All right, so no call yet from our judges tower. We're keeping you updated on what happened between Daniel Templar and Tully White. We're going to surf it out right here. Here's Ryan Huckabee looking for a ramp. And pops us off there, but you just could see just that there wasn't a lot behind it. So a lot of discussions happening in the judges tower. We've had about 6 waves written that we still need scores from. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that we got to figure out. Ryan Huckabee, Flagler Beach, Florida, like we talked about, just a youngster, 20 years old, and the start of his pro surfing career. His first full year on the Challenger Series is this year, 2024.
Yeah, it must be hard, like, to just clean your mind when something happens right in the beginning of the heat. But this is the South African.
Paul Sampson looking for something. And he's got a lot of energy. Tully Wiley. Oh, so just a lot of disconnection happening in this heat and a flurry of waves and a lot of discussions and a leash that's come off. Looks like, oh no, a broken board.
Oh no.
Just that power in that last turn just snapped the board for Tully Wiley right above the fins. So he's gonna have to do a pit stop drill right now. Hopefully he has someone on the beach with a backup board.
Yeah, and he's gonna ride his step up.
Oh,
yeah, what a shame. Like.
And on top of that, Tully's gonna hear from our beach announcers that he got an interference in that tangle up with Daniel Templar earlier in the heat.
Oh my God. So broken board, interference, makes things a little harder for him from now. 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Plenty of time to deal with that.
Yeah, so there you can see the ruling of interference. I believe that was, well, let's just see how the board broke first. So nice snap there. It was this trip to the lip that snapped the stick. You saw it break right underneath his feet.
And this is the replay for Paul. Kind of a little hang right there in this turn. Then he threw to the air, but couldn't finish. But being very active, the South African.
Daniel Templar, 22-year-old, finding some nice rhythm in the back half of this heat. Had to shake off that collision that he had earlier in this heat. Ryan Huckabee, our heat leader, and Huckabee hucks the tail there with a nice layback to finish.
I love that, Kaipo. Huckabee hucks the tail right there.
So I'm still waiting for more information from the judges' tower on the Tully Wiley interference, if that was a priority interference or a paddling interference, because the penalty changes. Priority interference, you take away the entire wave. But if it was a paddling interference for Tully Wiley, it would be his second wave would be scored in half, would be half the score. So we'll see how that math plays out. As
we're still waiting for a lot of scores. All of them have some.
All right, well, we're taking a break right now. There's been a lot of stuff happening in this heat, and we're gonna take a breather, step away. There was this with Tully Wiley, and then this with a broken board. Back on the beach here in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, the final Challenger Series of the year. Ryan Huckabee out in the lead in the red jersey. We've had an exciting heat and a lot of drama actually in this heat. Is Kaipagura along with Maida Pops. Ryan Huckabee, however, he stayed out of trouble. He's been getting scores, and he's currently in the lead. But we've seen a broken board in this heat. We've seen an interference. We've seen all kinds of stuff happening. But the young man from Flagler Beach, Florida, right there on your screen, staying out of trouble and staying in the lead.
Yeah, it's the best thing to do when you see some trouble happening right in the beginning of the heat. He caught his waves. He has the best wave of the heat, the 6.5. And looking pretty sharp here. Also a 5.33. Good lead right there. And Daniel Templar also, he got that interference actually in the beginning, but still in second position.
Yeah, we saw a couple of replays of that interference, and we got more explanation from the judges' tower that it was an open priority. Both Tully White and Daniel Templar paddling for the wave. There's Tully in the blue jersey, and the judges, from their view, saw that the wave was clearly a better right and really was a right-hander, and Tully kind of forcing the issue and going left, and that's why Tully got the interference. So he's going to have to surf through this interference. He's got just under 12 minutes on the clock to make a comeback.
Yeah, we still have a score to come in for Daniel Templar. He needs a 6.7 to get in the lead, Kaipo.
Yep. So waiting for the judge's decision on that. Waves coming through. Priority sitting with Paul Thompson, and the number does come through. It's a big number for Daniel Templar, a 7.33. He goes in the lead. Ryan Huckabee right here has dropped down to second place. Huckabee needs a 5.97 to regain the lead. Looks for a ramp on the inside, pops it up, but is not able to put the landing gear down there. Here's our heat leader, Daniel.
Looking for this left. Nice first snap. Quick turn right there. Looking to finish it off strong. Couldn't pull.
So he'll stay in the lead right now.
Probably he won't change the 5.13 that he already have.
So another local here in Saquarema, Daniel, in his first Challenger Series opportunity, and looks like he's been, you know, he's been surfing a forceful heat so far, and he's in the lead.
Yeah, I like the first snap right there. Then the wave kind of went slow, and he looked for a huge turn to finish it off, but couldn't.
So this is the 7.33. Oh, that's why.
Wow, that's why. Very nice first turn, kicking the tail. Amazing, amazing surfer for Daniel Templar.
Yeah, that one-footed layback hack right there is first person to see doing that was Tom Curran, probably like late 90s and stuff. And since then, you've seen that's an exciting way to approach a section. Flying by here, beautiful afternoon. Winds hung in there. Swell is dissipating, however, still very contestable.
And it seems like we're gonna go until the end of the day with the women's first round as well, and also My Hero Generation heat in the end.
My Hero Generation heat. That's going to be a great way to end the day. Taina Hinko, we'll see.
We saw like many times Taina's dad like on the beach coaching her. It's gonna be really fun to see her coaching him. She coaching him, yeah, it's gonna be nice.
Here's Chow. He's always looking for a ramp. Oh, and just gets eaten up there. So that's Paul Sampson. He's way out because he needs a 9.33. It's really been Daniel Templar and Ryan Huckabee running away with this heat so far. Tully Wiley sitting on that priority. Sitting on priority. It's also with an interference, and that's why you can see he's way off in a combination of 11.83.
Yeah, tough hit for him. He broke his board as well. Kind of a bummer, but he's still there, like trying to get the opportunity. Nice two first turns. Strong snap.
Surfing
Finish
good.
it off. Yeah, surfing pretty good. What a shame for him,
Yeah.
like this interference right in the beginning of the heat. Very vertical, the last turn.
Yeah, it's been a tough year for Tully on the Challenger Series. And here's a replay, though, but showing the great surfing that he's capable of.
Vertical on this snap right there. Finish it off strong. Quick, very loose. A bummer for him.
Yeah. Hey, Kai Martin coming up in the next seat. Shion Crawford cheering him on. Whoa. Cade Matson's here too.
Boys are having fun. The athlete area.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know why I think that's so funny, but I do.
This is Rickson Falcão getting ready for the next heat. But this heat is not done yet, Kai.
To see what Paul Sampson, they call him Chow, he's been looking for ramps over and over again. And this time, he's able to put it down. So that's more like it for Paul Sampson. Ryan Huckabee right behind him. Slashes that oncoming section.
Wow. Look nice, that slash. And here's Daniel Templar.
Daniel Templar, heat leader, and just seems disinterested in that wave.
Yeah, Kaipo, the last wave for Tully was a 6.33. He's now needing an 8.67.
He's got a chance.
Still enough, plenty time for it. 6 minutes remaining. Yeah, but I can imagine how hard must be, like, just to concentrate in what you need to do after getting this interference. But still, he has time, and it would be, I think, one of the best scores of the day at 8.67. But he's all capable of.
Yeah, and you know, for Tully, he does have first priority. Let's get through some replays here. Ryan Huckabee.
Nice slash. Really love that.
Yeah, there's a 6.1, so that gave Ryan the lead with that slash.
Beautiful layback. He put all the strength in the back foot.
And with Ryan Huckabee adding to his heat total, he did make the job harder for Tully White. Tully now with priority in the blue jerseys needs a 9.3 to get into second place. Second place getting held by Daniel Templar, who's out there in the green jersey, second priority. And this is Paul Sampson. Once again, air happy Paul Sampson with another air reverse.
Yeah, but it feels like he needs to wait a little more for better waves, like larger waves. Those ones, those insider ones are not providing what he needs to get this 8.19 score. But being very active.
He has been the most active out of everyone that he's ridden so far, 8 waves in this heat. So the busiest being Paul Sampson here on the paddle back out. There's all the waves, still waiting for one more score for Paul. And Tully Wiley catches a rail there, so uses his priority, and Tully goes down. So that seems like that could be the end of Tully's run here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and this is Daniel Templar again. Nice first turn, and yeah, throw the tail. Daniel Templar, he's looking pretty loose and confident in this heat. Now he's in second position, but the whole heat, he did pretty well. Like, he was in the first place, and now throwing this air.
Here's our gold medalist from the Olympics. Tahiti's Kauli Voss coming up next. You can see him with that gold Quicksilver sticker. He's the only one who has that gold sticker on his board, signifying his gold medal. Replay here, Daniel Templar. We'll see if this increased Daniel's heat total. I feel it might.
I think so. It was a nice
it sure does.
cut back, and then
we're watching right now. There's a 7.7. So it did increase Daniel's heat total. This took Daniel up into the lead. Ryan Huckabee's dropped down to second place. And the crowd appreciates it.
Samuel Pupo, João Chanca, Luana, everyone liked what Daniel Templar is showing here at his home break. He knows this wave pretty well. He serves here like every single day. And here is so consistent that he might serve like every single day if he wants to.
It looks like all the competitors have moved further down the beach than this morning, so a shifting of positioning on the sandbar. But it has been the local boy, Daniel Templar, who's got the lead as we hit the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
Yeah, less than 2 minutes left. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Tully. He needs a 9.44 and Paul needs a 8.33. Both Daniel Templar and Ryan did a great job. He's pedaling again. He wants to lead.
So just a quick up and out, and uses his priority there, handing priority over to blue, Tully Wiley, who has yet another chance at taking a second place and advancing, but he's going to need by far the highest single wave of the day. He needs 9.44. There's Australia on your screen with a minute remaining. It's all up to the ocean now.
Yeah, we thought he wouldn't have time to have another opportunity with priority, but there he is. It's just, he just need almost perfect, like 9.44, but it's not impossible. This man was in the hunt, surfed a lot of waves, tried to go to the air, but his best score is a 4.27.
Yeah, so we're about 20 seconds away. It looks like Paul Sampson as well as Tully Wiley will be eliminated. Ryan Huckabee, who's been solid in this heat, will advance on to round the 64, and the local boy, Daniel Templar, after getting tangled up at the beginning of this heat, got a 7.73, a 7.7, 15.03 heat total. A strong start in competition for the 2020 22-year-old Daniel Templar. He's on to the round of 64.
Yeah, his first appearance in the Challenger Series, making this heat very important for him. Nice for the local people. Can cheer him on in the next round. And what a shame for Tully, like that interference right in the beginning.
Daniel Templar, Ryan Huckabee on to round the 64. And we're on to a break. When we come back, our current gold medalist, Kauli Voss, will be in the water with Kai Martin, Gabriel Klausmer, and Hickson Falcao.
There's been a different champion at each single event on the Challenger Series schedule for the men so far. Let's see who is able to become a champion here at the last stop of the Challenger Series for 2024. It's heat number 8 of the round of 80 in the water at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Gold medalist this year for Paris 2024, Kali Voss is in the red jersey. Kai Martin from Hawaii in the blue. Gabriel Klausner in the white, and Rickson Falcao, the local boy, right here from Saquarema, Brazil, is in the green. I'm Mitchell Salazar, next to Brazilian surfing legend Marcos Bocaiúva. Marcos, bem-vindo de volta. Real fun waves out there, and the sun is shining today, my man.
What a blast. The sun is shining, and we were super amped here to call this heat. Amazing Hawaiian, French guy representing actually Tahiti, but with the French flag, and gold medalists, the 2 upcomers from Brazil. We got it all.
Yeah, and there's been a Polynesian champion before right here in Rio. That was Michel Perez back when the event was in the city.
Yeah.
Looking at the replay here, this is the local kid, Rickson Falcao, opened up with a 2.33, and then Kai Martin behind him, a 2.77. So the 2 goofy footers with a couple of small scores to start things off, Marcos, but when it comes to consistency of waves, they're out there. This is a 3.83 of Falcao.
Yo, Falcao is such a ripper. A little, you know, short stance, you know, wide stance, sorry, but super, like, low center of gravity. He's like almost like a fresh version of Damian Hardman. And for the Kai Martin thing, I can see, you know, my obsession. I can see some Sean Money there. I can see some Kai Barger, like, trim a little bit.
Don't forget about Fred Patacha either.
Oh, my God, Freddie P, the man.
Yeah, definitely see a lot of Moody in him, though. And
yeah, Moody.
Sean was an amazing surfer, now a real estate agent, one of the best over there on the island of Oahu. And Kai Martin, Father Chris, also a great surfer, comes from the south shore of Oahu. As we look at Klausner here from Ubatuba in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Also a great surfer and very young and talented, but hasn't really proved himself on both the regional QS or the Challenger Series so far.
He's doing well in the national tour, but he's a ripper. He's an upcomer with, you know, super thirsty for results, and he's such a high-level performer. I think he's going to succeed well in his career.
Yeah, and can't forget about who the kid in the red jersey is in this heat, right? Kali Voss, this year's Olympic gold medalist, winning at home, too, which is really uncharacteristic of the Olympic Games. You don't normally see somebody win literally at their home break, and winning gold over Jack Robinson, who is highly touted as one of the very best surfers in the world. He's looking to go one better and qualify for the CT. Won't happen this year, but he could at least finish within the top 20.
Yeah, for sure. I hope he'd succeed here. He's such an amazing, you know, overall surfer. On barrels, he's a standout. On rail also, he can do airs. He can do heavy punts, so he got it all.
And just an amazing human being, too.
For
you
sure.
talk to him. Younger sister, Ilan, also a great surfer. She's living in France now, going to school over there and competing within the regional tour in Europe and also the junior tour as well. Kali, though, a lot of talent, and I think eventually we will be seeing him on the championship tour. Might be going on this one right here. Has priority. He's got to let it go as Klausner is up. Just a 0.83 in his opener. Much better right here. The first turn strong. A little late to the second section, but he's going to hold on. So his best wave by a mile. 23 minutes to go. He might even move up into first after this one.
Solid as a rock. In the second one, he came kind of late, but he managed to land the jab there. Nice snap to start, and then a little bomb in the end on the closeout. Kind of got stuck in the second one, but solid stance, man.
Yeah, real tall dude, too.
He's just raising his own bar.
Well, that's what we want to see here at the Challenger Series level. If you want to win it, you definitely have to push the limit right here on these types of waves. So a little late to the second one, but should be a strong score for Klausner at the moment. Just a 3.83 as the best wave of the heat. Here's a surfer in red, Kali Voss, representing France from French Polynesia. Great combination of turns right there for our Olympic gold medalist of this year. So an excellent start to the heat for Kali Voss. 22 minutes to go. Should be something real good for him on his opening ride.
I love how he went like 12 o'clock almost twice, like nice snap. And the second one, the closeout one, was nice hook underneath the leap. So like a Kiki style, like Wiggly Danta style of turn.
And an amazing debut on the Challenger Series for the local boy, Daniel Templar. He's downstairs with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Danielle, local from Saquarema, the city that receives the QS, the CS, and the CT. He's always very proud to serve here. Congratulations, do you feel very happy now?
Yes, I'm so happy. This is just my first CCS on my life, and I'm so happy. And let's go to the next round now.
Ray, you have to be happy. And we were wondering while you're surfing, if you surf here every day, because it helps you a lot. Do you surf here every day?
Yes, I surf. And I live in here in Saquarema. I love this place, and yes, I'm so happy.
Congratulations and good luck. Daniel Templar rocking in Saquarema. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and muito parabéns to the kid who has the highest seed total of the round so far, the local kid, Daniel Templar. And not only the wave here at Itaúna, you surf Bahia on the other side of the beach, Praia da Vila, which is just around the corner. It's a good amount of spots to break with consistency, but I would have to say 90% of the time he's surfing, it's right here at Itaúna.
Oh yeah, like all the surfers from Saquarema do. He's a charger. He's the local knowledge that he put in place in this last heat, amazing. His older brother Rips is the dynasty of surfing here in Saquarema. The Templar, the Monteiros, the Chiancas. We got a lot of families. The Neves. Actually, Leo Neves from the inner city of downtown Rio de Janeiro. He came here just to progress his surfing. And Raoni Monteiro is almost from the same generation, but he's a local, born and bred.
That's amazing. So eventually made the move here, and Leo became a Brazilian legend when it came to surfing too.
3 times national champ.
Seems like we got a rider here. This is Kai Martin. Mentioned that he's from the south shore of Oahu, surfs Koala Basin and Ala Moana bowls quite often. 2 of the premier waves over there in Honolulu. 19:45 to go. And we'll be improving on the 2.77. Let's see how high this waves go. But Honolulu, Hawaii, I mean, you got a pretty big standard over there when it comes to representing that time.
For sure. I want to throw some props to Ezekiel Law and Kakoa Casimiro, sponsors for Kai.
Kakoa Casimiro, underrated when it came to...
What an amazing surfer, man.
Competing too. Klausner here, he used priority and kept Vost off of this one.
A little ollie there?
Yeah, kind of a chop hop. Used the backwash to his advantage. Don't think that'll score very highly. His previous wave came through as a 6.17. And at the moment, it's the second best wave of the heat because the first of Vost is a 6.43. Numbers trickling through for the last of Martin seems to be his best. 19 minutes to go. Yeah, you mentioned Casimiro. Obviously, Ezekiel Lau with a very impressive career. So Vost did get one turn off, and then Klausner was able to drop in on him and use priority. Not a whole lot after the carve, though, and you know, this is something you have to do right here in Saquarema, readjust.
Yeah, you got to readjust, you got to stall, you got to fade, you got to know how to work with those sessions with the backwash.
At least he broke a smile out of that, too.
Oh, yeah. What's fun?
Kekoa Bacalso also from Mililani, a little bit inland, closer to the North Shore, but that whole island has provided a huge amount of great surfers. Joel Centello, also from Oahu's North Shore.
Toilet Bowl King.
Yeah, I think that whole region, including what Carissa Moore has done, perhaps Kai Salas, you know, Condiella Stewart might be competing for a world championship today over in El Salvador, and it really just provides a great canvas for all surfboard riding. You know, in general, longboarding, shortboarding, and of course, many different types as watermen and waterwomen take to that place.
Oh yeah, and I love to watch like those South Shore surfers succeed well because, you know, North Shore is the Mecca, but South Shore has such an amazing range of talents over there.
Can't forget about the west side either, and of course, Risa Hennessy grew up for the majority in Kailua on the windward side, where Wade Tokoro's from. There's also some great surfers over there, but just goes to show you an island that small with that amount of waves, it provides canvases.
Perfect canvas for a talent to succeed. West side represent.
So 3.43 for the second of Martin. It's his best. Ninga 5.12 for second at the moment. The Lasse Klausner at 2.37. And the one single turn for Vost, enough to keep him in the lead at 2.9. 17 minutes to go. And it's Falcao with priority. He's going to be up and riding here. Deep bottom turn. Strong start for Hickson on this one. Very talented young kid, amazing attitude and personality, and always looks at the bright side of things as he's going to lock in his best score right now. 3.83, what had been his best leading up to this point. that's long gone now.
Long gone for sure, man. What an amazing display of, you know, flow, power. Look how standard was the bottom turn, kind of fading and then snap with a lot of traction. Another one with the same rhythm. And then the third one, and then a little crack in the end. The little variety in the end, like three similar turns. And you can see in the sidelines here, Valentin Neves was super am for watching. Actually, the municipality of Saquarema pay all the, you know, the respects and the structure for the boys, for Rickson, Falcão, for Daniel Templar, and they have a nice protocol here for public school also. Kudos to all the municipality here.
Yeah, and the Leo Neves Training Center was actually very packed yesterday. I think that's why they did the sign-ups for the 5K run.
Was packed like a Rock in Rio, bro.
It was cool. Great to see. 5.5, the last of Falcao. 16 minutes to go. That moves them up into second place. Klausner now in third, needing a 3.16. And Martin, the Hawaiian, needing at least a 5.9 for second place. We talked about the beautiful weather. We talked about the incredible beaches there are here in Saquarema. I think another amazing thing to point out about this particular place are the people.
The people. It's all about the people here, man. And food, people bring everything, bring the vibes, bring the high level of surfing, the food. Because when you cook with love, with good ingredients, with good products, oh my God, you reach another levels of, you know, happiness and, you know, flavor.
That should be everybody's outlook on life, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. Falcao here, up and riding, in and out. 15 minutes to go. Yeah, but you're right. The quality of the food here is, first of all, amazing, but big fan of the picanha myself, Marcos, and can't really get off of it every single time we're here in Sacktown.
I know I'm a pescatarian, so I'm a deception for my friends. Hey, man, where's the best picanha? Sorry, man, I'm living in Ericeira for 5 years, and I'm a pescatarian, so I don't know about the best picanha. But I know where to find the full walks.
There's definitely some around here. Kai Martin up and riding there real quick. Was looking for a 5.9 to move up into second place. Competitive heat out there in the water right now, and the women coming up following this heat. Teresa Bumbolo is looking to keep her status as one of Portugal's best surfers. Well, not only do we have surfing as the primary thing here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, a lot of different activities on schedule for both today and tomorrow. The Saqua Run and Fun 5K Run and Kids themed race, as it is Children's Day here in Brazil today. Altinha Challenge, which is very fun and a very popular game here in Brazil. And of course, the My Hero Generation Heat coming up later today. How about this, Marco? Saqua Run and Fun, a 5K. A lot of kids participating today.
Yeah, this is so awesome, man. Maybe you can see over there some newcomers, some, you know, future famous surfers from Saquarema. And it's amazing. I'm missing my kid right now, Manuel. If you're tuning in, God, yo, Dad, love you.
I'm pretty sure you love everybody too.
Yeah.
Go up to everybody with a big smile. shaking their hands. You know almost everybody on the beach here, too. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
So Kali Vos during the break, a 4.03 right here, Marcos. He increases his positioning and still in second place, but some good surfing by the Polynesian.
What a flow, man. The wave was kind of slow start, and he was putting the rhythm there. The closeout was the money turn.
And then the young kid, yeah, in the lead now.
Oh my God, putting an extra power on the back foot.
I like his energy.
His feeling.
There's something about this place that just not only produces great surfers, just kind of see them bring their passion out at given times too, which is almost necessary when you're going up against gold medalists like Kali Vos.
Oh, for sure. And you have this canvas. It's the last, stop of the tour. CS, all the limelight is pointing to the boys, so they know they have to shine.
Want to get your honest opinion on this, Marcos?
Okie dokie.
So Saquarema, I would say the last 5 to 6 years has been not only an important venue for surfing in Brazil, surfing worldwide. Do you think Brazilian surfing would be at the point it is right now if it weren't for the events we have right here?
I don't think so. It's a mecca. It's a venue, perfect venue for surf competition. It's kind of close from Rio. It's a big city, so you can move around easily. Overall conditions always solid. So, and the municipality always paying all paying the aspects of the economic aspects, putting a lot of effort to support surfers and surf competition.
Well, I mean, just look at one of the products that they've been developing right here. Falcao is on a roll. How about that wave right there for the local kid right here from Saquarema? The crowd loves it, and Falcao has to be very stoked with what he's put on so far in this heat. Still 10 minutes to go, and a very high chance that he will be improving on his low score of a 5.5. Also to note, it seems like he's injured his back foot too. That thing's taped up right there.
Yeah, there's a tape there, and then I'm loving how he's managing to have deep bottom turns, traction on the snap, solid turns, placing the turns with a lot of flow. He's shining.
He's also slowly improved on his scores too. Here's Kali Vos now, currently in second place. Great rhythm on this one. As soon as I say that, just a little bit out of timing and sync with the last section. Still in second though. Quick one there for Klausner. So 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I think, not only the aspect of you bringing up the bottom turn, but really the timing more than anything is what's standing out from Falcao's game.
You gotta know how to fade it. The invisible turn of fading is super critical here to perform well. This is his trainer, a local charger from here.
Not surprised at that, his trainer, honestly.
Yeah.
Guy looks like he's in shape.
Yeah. Can be a middleweight from UFC.
So a 7-point ride comes through for Rickson Falcao, extending his lead, and now his low score of 5.7. Once again, improving on his score almost every single time he stood up. Drops the best wave of the heat right here.
I love how he managed to do those deep fading and deep bottom turns on the top. The traction on the third snap was amazing, second to none.
How's that smile at the end too? Kind of says everything, doesn't it, Marcos?
Yeah, this is the X factor from Brazil, man. Always with a smile. His father is from Prainha, local charger from Prainha, downtown Rio de Janeiro, one of the last, virgin beaches we have in Brazil, in Rio. And he moved here to have better waves and race, Rickson over here. So perfect scenario, perfect canvas for being a professional surfer and living in this amazing villa.
It's crazy how big the coastline for Brazil is, but you just look at the state of Rio. Just by itself, I think it could produce just as many good surfers as the state of California does. And you talk about the different kinds of weather the state itself presents. We see, all 4 seasons in one single day right here in Saquarema too.
For sure, you can go, down south, going to Angra dos Reis, Paraty, and then this is how we call here Costa Verde, and then come here almost with the border with Espírito Santo, the next state up north. So we have a big range of waves all around, and we have a continental country, so every state is almost like a country itself.
7 minutes to go. Falcao in the lead, his low score of 5.7. This year's gold medalist in the Olympic Games, Kali Vos in second, his low score of 4.03. It's Klausner in the white jersey in third, needing a 4.3. And Kai Martin the surfer from Hawaii, hasn't been able to get things going so far. 3 waves and his best score, a 3.43. 7.03, what he needs for second place. Has priority. Talking about a former national champion, somebody who's been not only a product of USA Surfing, also a great Hawaii surf team too. His father, Chris, was actually one of the coaches when he won that team event for Hawaii. And just overall, Martin has really been touted as one of the next big things coming out of Hawaii. And looking at Oahu, the great amount of diversity of waves, wouldn't be surprised to see him on the Challenger Series for many years to come and eventually make a real push to qualify for the CT. Klausner, a little stuck on the first carve, setting up on the inside, might be looking for the air. Instead, he's gonna stick to the rail, kind of slides the fins and taps the finish. He didn't get 4.3, it's gonna be close. Doesn't need a whole lot, but maybe left a little bit of doubt right there.
Yeah, the capacity of adaptation here for surfers is the key for succeed, you know? Like a jazz musician, you gotta go, soft shoulder, carving through, and then when you think you're gonna maybe do a punt, you gotta, you know, throw some variety with the blow tail, so you gotta adapt like a jazz musician with everything you got in front of you.
Be able to go up tempo, down tempo.
Yeah, down tempo, up tempo all the time here. You gotta fade, man, the invisible turn of fading.
In his defense, very difficult wave to read and to surf, obviously, but yeah, you're pointing out things that in the end go through judges' minds, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You can feel the rhythm of the surfer.
And are you making it clear enough to the point where I should be giving you the score? We'll see, a 4.3 is what he needs, 5 minutes to go. And Klausner's been around for a while, still very young in his mid to early 20s. When it comes to him actually competing on the world stage, hasn't had many opportunities. We're also talking about a South America region that has really had a big resurgence with great competitors, including Matteo Serdi, who has been one of the standouts for the region on CS.
I love Matteo's, you know, style. I used to compete with Matteo's dad back in the day. Matteo's uncle, Guilherme Hurdy, top-notch surfer from the, you know, CT Tour back in the day, runner-up in Fiji, you know, wins in Hossagor.
Throwing the tail around right there was Klausner. So looking to make things happen. Still waiting on his previous score. And judges are obviously having to think about it. Little over 4 minutes.
He's knocking the door. He's trying.
Right around there, and I don't know if judges are fully convinced that he's going to be getting the score. The previous one comes through as a 3.73, and this last one is a 3.3, so still needing that mid to low 4 for him to move up into second place. And I think overall, you just look at the quality of the waves and the good surfing that we've seen, anything above a 5 today has really been well earned.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let's recap.
Yeah, looking at the heat recap, it's been all Hickson, Falcao, and Kali Vost in this one. They've been in control from the get-go, especially with Vost dropping this opening score, a 6.43.
Oh yeah, goofy affair all there. And it's another, you know, 75%, you know, goofy heat. Flipping the coin on top of regular stance surfers.
And then Falcao slowly but surely building momentum and improving on his scores almost every single time he stood up. Caught this wave in third priority, got the best score of the heat, a 7-point ride.
Just with the analytics from this wave, I can see he's like a rising star.
Real cool kid too, great personality, excellent attitude and outlook when it comes to life, and surfing through an injury right now too and leading the heat. As we look at Martin, just under 3 minutes to go. Whippy snap right there up and over the whitewater. Much better from Kai.
Nice combo.
So still has enough time. We haven't really talked a whole ton about the paddle back out.
Oh yeah.
Relatively short today, Marcos.
Yeah, today's short for the pattern here in Saquarema and Itaúna, man. We can have heavy water. That's why this is the canvas for like the Mecca for Brazil. You can have like from like waist high to double overhead, maybe in the same day.
And does ride the Firewire. Slater Designs is Kai Martin. Board looks real active under his feet.
Super loose.
So would you say that the paddle out is quicker today? We do have a higher tide right now, but do you think it's because of the swell direction? It seems like the right allows you to paddle out quicker than the left.
For sure, there's some deep waters there. Way easier to go back outside and choose another wave. The rhythm for the surface almost like is a proof from our theory here.
So the Banco Do Brasil 2-minute warning red here. Falcao once again with another strong wave. His wave selection has been on point. What you would think of with a local surfer who knows the break. But overall, I mean, you get the chance to compete at home in basically the second biggest event in your hometown too. You have the CT event, which you know you're probably not getting in unless you're one of the very best surfers in the world. There's always a chance to get into this event though. It's the last one of the Challenger Series. There's certain people that know they don't have a chance to qualify anymore. They give up that spot. Opens up the opportunity for regional wildcards. And guess what? The local kid, well, he's making that chance count right now.
All eyes on him. I can recall Mr. Tupac, because this is the venue. This is the last event for WSL, so no limelines for the CT. Everything is down. There's the last spots, last slots for the boys and the girls. So all surf fan right now is right here, paying all attention to the last spots.
Well, to quote Tupac even more, he's got ambitions as a rider too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
45 seconds to go. He's in the lead and in control of the heat. And it's Kali Voss with priority who has to protect that second place positioning right now. He's going to let Klausner go. Needs a 4.3, not a whole lot. And luckily for him, that wave goes flat on Klausner. So 30 seconds. There's Falcao's family. It'll be an emotional moment for sure if he's able to hold on to the lead in these next 20 seconds. And Kali Voss somehow has been able to hold on to second place. He's been the least active surfer in this heat, including Kai Martin. And it seems like he's going to be moving through into the round of 64 right here in Saquarema. But a huge moment for the local kid. Hickson Falcao comes through in the last heat of the round and makes the opportunity shine.
This is so epic. Qualifying for the next round, moving the bracket, above the gold medalist. This is a special day, special moment for Hickson and his family, his whole crew.
And with a big heat total too, 13.63, that would be getting him through the majority of the heats in today's round of 80. So a big win for the local kid right here from Saquarema, Brazil. This year's Olympic gold medalist moving through in second place as well. We got the women's round coming up right now. It'll be Teresa Bomvalo, Mafalda Lopes, Nora Liotta, and Kayani Hayes about to paddle out in the round of 48. It's the women paddling out for the first time at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. The round of 48 has started. Teresa Bombolo in the red jersey from Portugal. Mafalda Lopes, also from Portugal, in the blue. Nora Leota from Maui, Hawaii, in the white. And local surfer right here from Brazil, Kayani Hayes, is in the green jersey. My name is Mitchell Salazar, next to a Carioca right here in the booth, Marcos Bocayuo. Marcos, thank you for having us back here in Saquarema once again. What a beautiful venue and what a consistent place to have a surf event too.
My pleasure, Manu. What a pleasure to be here, man. Hashtag love my job.
26 minutes to go. Lopes opens up with a 4.33, and the Portuguese surfer hasn't competed in every single event of the CS calendar so far this year, but posted a couple good results so far, and I know by her standards, she obviously would like to be in the conversation to qualify, but doing well with what she's had.
Teresa?
Mafalda.
Mafalda is an upcomer, you know, she's a staple already in Portugal, but in a global scene, she's an upcomer. She rips, goofy footer, super solid, Caparica, next to Lisbon, amazing surfer.
I think, you know, touching on your point about Bombolo, though, number 18 in the rankings, and we all know what she's capable of, has won a CS event before. Here's Lopes. This is a 4.33, Marcos.
Oh, she's have a solid stance, heavy hitter, nice, you know, hook there.
And she's been dealing with an ankle injury for many months now, and this is Kayani Hayes. Just a 1.53 for her, unfortunately, went down right there at the end. And Bombolo, number 18 in the rankings right now. She's looking to move into the top 10.
She's so solid with a special flow, you know, nice IQ of competition.
And then Leota. Nora comes from a great surfing family from the island of Maui, and just a 3-point ride to open up for her, and tends to travel with a lot of good friends, Zoe Benedetto among one of them. And here she goes again, Leota, strong turn right there for the closeout re-entry. 24 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Here's Bombolo. Deep bottom turn, much cleaner face on this one for Teresa. Second turn is very strong for the former CS winner. She was able to win an event in Sydney a few years ago, and number 18 right now doesn't have a chance to qualify for the championship tour, but number 6 all the way to 10 on the women's side automatically requalify for the CS. That's her goal right here.
Amazing. She's a staple. She's the biggest name in Portuguese surfing, alongside with Yolanda Hopkins also, but she's, you know, 4 times national champ. She got all the, you know, the experience surfing globally within the tour. It's a matter of time for her to clinch a slot on the CT level. This is her trainer.
A 2-time Olympian now is Bombolo as well.
That is amazing.
Able to compete in Tokyo and in Paris.
Not bad.
And one of the few goofy footers that have really had success at many different venues on the Challenger Series on the women's side too. Won an event in Sydney, but she's been able to do extremely well right here in Saquarema too. But you know, for her to move up into the top 10, she needs to at least make it into the semifinals. Get a wave here, 5, 6, 7, Marcos.
Nice combo, man. I love how she put the last turn. Super like round turn, the placing in the right timing. Amazing reading for that wave.
Seems like that JS board looking good too for Teresa. 23 minutes on the clock. A massive heat win for the local kid, Rickson Falcao. He's with Rachel.
That's it, Rickson Falcão showing all his knowledge in the Saquarema. Rickson, tell us, how much confidence do you get after beating the Olympic champion and being in your hometown? How does it feel for you?
Yeah, so stoked to represent my city in this big event. Kauli, it's a great surfer. Yeah, so stoked. Saquarema is my home. I'm ready for another hit. I'm so stoked. It's a great opportunity to represent my city. And the waves are fiery, and I'm so comfortable.
Now in Portuguese. Conta um pouquinho pra gente esses dias que você vem treinado, como estava o mar e a comparação das condições desses dias de treino para hoje. Como é que tá a visão lá de dentro?
Cara, assim, entrou um vento maral, o vento sudoeste, que não é o vento ideal para cá, mas mesmo assim temos ondulações boas que fazem vir ondas boas mesmo com essa condição ruim de maral. A direita está bem definida, é uma onda com ondulação do sudeste, funciona muito bem, é uma onda bem parada, muito boa de surfar. É a onda que eu surfo no meu dia a dia, e é isso, estava um pouco nervoso no início, mas consegui passar um pouco do meu conhecimento para dentro dessa bateria. Amarradão dessa oportunidade, primeira bateria no Challenge, ganhar de um campeão olímpico, para mim não poderia ser melhor. E é isso, amarradão, vamos com tudo para as próximas baterias.
Parabéns e boa sorte no próximo round. He just said that it's not the ideal win for here, but anyway, he's having fun, he's comfortable, the ride is well defined, and he's stoked and excited for the next round. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and massive parabéns to the local kid, Rickson Falcao. How's that combo from Lyoto? Unfortunately, unglued on the second one. The first turn was very strong, though. Only looking to improve on a three-point ride. She'll probably do that from Haiku Maui. Great waves over there, and we have seen a good number of surfers from the island of Maui recently qualify for the CT as well. Ian Gentile, he's looking to make it back. Eli Hanneman as well. But how about Imai Kalani DeVaults here? Love to see him do well on the CT. Bonvolo now on the backhand.
Imai Kalani DeVault, one of my favorites, man. What a soul, what a surfer. Amazing. All the boys, almost all of them are trained by my pal from here, from Rio de Janeiro, Pedro Robalinho.
Yeah.
Cody Young is sitting here, so Pedro Robalinho, all the boys and bras, from boys and girls and bras in Maui, all the props, man.
And Bonvolo has found a rhythm so far in this heat. A little stuck right there, Marcos, but she has an excellent backhand. She's showcasing it now.
She almost stalled and slid in that bottom turn, was almost showcasing some different skills.
That was a nasty turn by Lyoto right there, though, and unfortunately for her, wasn't able to complete the second one. Just looking at the waves, though, and what Falcao was saying about the wind picking up, it's getting trickier, it's getting harder. I would think that the judges adjust with that, too, and we'll be rewarding a lot more single maneuver waves.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You're going to see a lot of closeouts with like more water on the banks. You know, the sandbar now is almost high tide, so you got to understand and read better, maybe do some, like, you know, high and lows just to provide some speed, and then, you know, blast on the like closeout session.
And here's Lopes, the Portuguese surfer in the blue. She took the lead momentarily right there at the beginning of the heat, a 4.33, needing just a 2.04 for second place now. Under 20 minutes. Bonvolo with a couple of decent scores at the moment. She's going to drop another score similar to her second, a 4.83. And the last of Lyoto, 4.73. Here's the last of Mafalda.
Yeah, Mafalda, nice first snap, or almost like a setup turn, and now she cracks one with a bigger range of arc. And I want to like point out one thing. She's from Portugal. We have like super cold water there, and she's using a full suit here, 3-2. This is our tropical land, man.
A lot of Portuguese have been able to do that today, and same thing for Bonvolo. Normally you'd see her wearing a spring suit. Not the case today. It seems like it's freezing out there. And I actually spoke to a couple of judges that surfed either this morning or yesterday. They said it's the coldest they've ever seen it right here in Saquarema.
Oh my God, it can get cold. We have currents coming from South Africa, like putting the water here in a different temperature for even like further south, down south, you know, states like São Paulo and Paraná. It can get colder here, so it's a paradox.
So those currents come from Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. Coming here all the way to the peak, like the west peak here is Arraial do Cabo. There's the next city, beach city here. So this current come with like super cold water. So there's water, like, you know, your wetsuit sails in Saquarema to the top, to the roof.
18 minutes to go. Bonvolo in the lead with a 10.5 heat total of 5.67 and 4.83. Just behind her is Nora Lyoto with a 4.73 and a 3.37. And in one of the most beautiful locations in the world right here in Saquarema, Brazil. Mafalda Lopes needing a score, so is Kayani Heiss. And just getting to know the location a bit more. You're a local surfer right here from the state of Rio. Talk to us about what makes Saquarema so particularly special, especially this time of the year, Marcos.
Oh, because you have like solid, you know, swells. You have a nice sandbar that can, like I said in a previous like heats, you can have like waist high, like high level progressive surfing. You can have like triple, you know, head high, you know, overhead surfing. So that's why you have like guys like Shumbu for here, the Shanka brothers, Haoni have the DNA, you know, succeed well in Hawaii. So back in the day in the 70s, people used to camp here to, to progress, and then to have a trip to Hawaii with a solid stance, with more like in tune with heavy water.
And looking at the city of Saquarema right here. Big beach where we're at. You obviously see the lagoon in the background right there. And when it rains, you get all that sand coming out. It either deposits right at Bahia or where we're at on the northern side of the beach at Itaúna, making for consistent peaks year round.
Oh yeah, Bahia is always the wedgie from Orange County, you know?
Yeah, it's a good comparison right there. Maybe not as steep
I know.
as the wedge, but yeah, definitely similar.
Bahia can pack a punch.
Oh, no doubt about that. I think it was the last day of the CT event right here this year. I think Lucas Chianca and Joao might have actually been doing toe-ins over there on the other side of the beach. It's deceiving, you know, especially with the size of the beach. You'd be thinking, oh, it's maybe not as strong. No, this is definitely a wave that you need to be careful on.
And stretching to the north, there's a campground that Vitor Ribas developed his surfing because he's from Cabo Frio, but he developed his surfing in Raio do Cabo. They have solid waves because the left corner of Itaúna is inside of Raio do Cabo, Praia Grande, Long Beach.
So 16 minutes on the clock right here. Everybody kind of scratching for positioning. Hayes with priority, and the longtime QS veteran gets the wild card here. At the CS level, she's going to let that wave go. Did paddle for it, though, so there will be a priority switch. And Hayes has been, you know, successful when it comes to the regional QS for many years. But as of late, you know, really just doing this for a lot of fun. Got the opportunity to compete here at the CS level. She's trying to make it count at the moment, just a 1.53 as her best. But you look at her career, the career of Jacqueline Silva, the career of Silvana Lima, they kind of all came up at the same time.
Oh yeah, and there's Tininha, you know, Gianna Cristina from a tribe from Paraíba, super further up north. And the stance of Hayes is super similar from Tininha, but Tininha is a goofy. And there's Tita Tavares, a legend from Ceará, northeast of Brazil. And she almost have like a mix of Tita Tavares flow and with the India Robinson-like power.
Yeah, Maria Tita Tavares,
yeah,
I'd say
she's a legend.
A pioneer, too, really.
One of the biggest Brazilian females OGs.
And the last Brazilian female to win right here in Rio, Andrea Lopes, in 1999. So, been a long drought right there, Marcos, 25 years. They want to make that not be anything anymore. And I think Sofia Medina probably has something to say about that. I think Luana Silva has something to prove right here in Saquarema too.
For sure, Andrea Lopes, 4 times national champ. My first Euro Tour, I was tied with Andrea. Was an amazing competitor. She now is she's a surf coach, and she does some side job as a commentator also.
14 minutes on the clock. Bonvelo with the lead, and Leota in second with priority. A 5.77 is what she needs for first. And having a look at this one, she's up and riding. Surfer from Haiku Maui setting up. Good steep bottom turn right there. Second turn even better. Kind of blows the fins out a little bit more on the second one. So needing her best ride so far, and the best way with the heat too. At 13:45 on the clock, it's going to be close. It was a nice combination right there, Marcos.
I love the combo. Almost the same approach in both, you know, turns, but because it was a closeout, the second one, look, the hook on the top. Ooh, nice snap, and then the same movement. But in the closeout, a little jab. So a hook and a jab, not bad.
A lot of great female surfers from Maui too. One of them being Summer Macedo. But you always think about big wave surfers when you think about Maui, first of all. Paige Alms, Annie Starr, two of the big wave components over there on the female side. But Nora Leota holding it down on the Challenger Series. 13 minutes to go. It's her and Teresa Bonvelo in control of heat number 1 here in the round of 48. Be right back after this commercial break in Saquarema.
olha aquela onda, cara. Que é isso, mano? Se não fossem essas ondas daqui, assim, esse lugar ser tão conhecido, com umas ondas fortes, poderosas e perfeitas, talvez seria apenas uma vila de pescador, assim, como várias outras que tem por aí. Essas pedras aqui, elas fazem com que sempre tenha essa corrente de retorno aqui, bem encostada na pedra. E essa corrente faz com que o fundo aqui do ponte, que é o pico principal de Saquarema, tem a esquerda incrível que vai lá pro meio da praia e tem uma direita que vem aqui para dentro do canal. E a constância é incrível. A presença do esporte, assim, dos esportes aquáticos, né, do surf, e a qualidade das ondas transformou a cidade, né? Transformou a cidade que é a capital do surf no país, assim.
So that's really just a glimpse of what this break is capable of right there. We could see some potential barrels later on in the waiting period right here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Round of 48, heat 1 for the women out there. Teresa Bonvalo still in the lead. The last of Nora Leota came through her best ride, a 5.0. And with just under 10 minutes to go, it's Mafalda Lopes needing a 5.4 and Kayani Hayes needing a 7.66. Mitch and Marcos right here. So Marcos, before the break, we were talking about generational surfers. Hayes competing with the likes of Silvana Lima. You mentioned Tita Tavares being a pioneer of women's surfing too, but what about the new crop that we have coming out right now as we look at Bonvalo's last? She actually does improve and gets her best ride, a 5.83.
Amazing combo. I like how she plays the last turn. There's a lot of goals coming. I was chatting a few years back with Paulo Kid, one of the greatest coach from Brazil, used to be a competitor himself. He was saying, man, we are brewing an amazing, you know, legendary generation for like the upcomers with 13, 12 years old. So we are brewing a lot of amazing talents in Brazil for female, because there's a gap between like Brazilian Storm and the boys and the girls.
But to your point though, they need to start early, right? Like, that was the whole issue right there. They were trying to get them maybe when it was a bit too late. As we look at Bonvalo right there, that probably won't change anything for her. 8:45 on the clock, but in Sofia Medina, we see Luana Silva right now, and of course, it's really going to be the younger generation like Sara Osorio, among others, that will really be pushing things. Yeah, is Bruna Cardarelli still competing?
Yeah,
too?
still.
Yeah, Laura Hopp. I mean, she's been on the scene for a few years now, and
she looked like a veteran right now.
I feel like she's improved a lot too.
Oh, yeah.
She's still a teenager.
She's climbing the ladder.
Really crazy.
Yeah.
I think eventually there's a real big chance for her not only to qualify, I think stay on the CT for a good amount of time too. And I like that she's real quiet as we look at Bonvalo right here. She's putting the pedal to the metal down right here in the lead, but still knows what making it out of this round would mean to her. She's number 18 in the rankings, doesn't have a chance to qualify for the CT anymore this year, but there is a possibility that she does move up into the top 10. Remember, 6 to 10 automatically requalify for the CS next year, and that's really the only motivation you need.
She gotta go. And actually, Teresa is an epiphany of the DNA of Portuguese surfers. You know, she's so, you know, in tune of competition. She's always, you know, checking the brackets and doing the training, doing the physio, all the things, and nutrition. She loves to be a professional surfer, and she rises above.
The nice thing about having you here too, Marcos, is that you've been both in Brazil and in Portugal for a good amount of life, and
in California also.
Yeah, I know. You're my brother from Costa Mesa too, which I like even more. There's Sol Aguirre. She's coming up in the next seat. She's been very successful here in Saquarema in the past, champion at the QS level, and of course talking about an Olympian this year too for Peru.
She was already an OG, such a young age, amazing, tons of experience, and a Peruvian surfer. Kudos to Sofia Milanovic, to, you know, Felipe Pomar back in the day. Amazing surfers from there, amazing waves, amazing food. I'm starting getting hungry.
And so am I, and of course, got the Apple Watch on there too, which is essential in this point of competition as well. Every Challenger Series surfer gets one right here. It is optional, but mean, that way you don't really have to distract yourself and maybe pay attention to the beach announcer as much.
Yo, I can recall with Mano, my dear friend Mano, rest in peace. We were starting training with, you know, putting some on tests in 2011. I think the first event in CT that John won was already, we were already testing that clock, the watch.
Yeah, right here in Rio, big turn for Nora Leota. Drops a hammer right there at the end, does the surfer from Maui. Really love the variation that she's brought in this heat in particular. Looking to replace a 4.73 at the moment in second. I have a very good feeling, though, that 4.73 is long gone, and just really love the attitude of going for a single turn on a bigger section right here.
Going for the Hail Mary, I love almost like a lip slide turn, and almost like right now, I think Teresa and like Leota is they are trying to put a locker on this heat.
But you need to bring a point of difference as a competitor, too,
yeah.
right?
Extra flair.
I feel like she's brought it in this heat, and so far, so good for Nora Leota. 5:25 on the clock. Waiting on that last one. Yeah, the event John won 2012 against Joe Parkinson.
Oh, yeah, 2012.
Over in, it was in Baja, right?
Yeah, Baja, but it's like we got a little slab underneath there at the beach break that we call like postinho. So it's like almost like a beach break with a big rocks, almost like Rocky Point.
Yeah, and truly appreciate what Apple's been able to do with their watches for competitive surfing. 4.77, the last of Leota, so slightly improves. Here's Lopes. She needs a 5.44 to move up in a second. She's not going to be getting it there, and once again, she is surfing through an injury and has been competing like that for the majority of this year.
And you can tell because of the speed. She's placing the turn, she's doing the right snap with nice timing, but she's faster than this.
So, would you say it would be less difficult to compete if the ankle injury was on the back foot rather than the front foot, Marcos?
I don't think, because maybe back foot where you put the power, the direction is the front foot, so maybe it's better to have like an injury in the front foot.
No, I mean, ideally you wouldn't want to have an injury.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But yes,
we're splitting hairs here.
I get your point. It's difficult because it also depends on the surfer styles, right?
Oh, yeah. There's the front footers and back footers. It depends on your own style. And there's people that are neutral.
How would you categorize yourself?
Oh, maybe more, you know, back footer, but like smooth operator back footer.
I like
because
that.
I'm skinny.
And been shaping a lot of boards too, different kind of boards?
Yeah, I have like almost like a company of glovelers, but I love to do some step up also. But twin fins, glovelers is my game. The type of surfboards that I like to use myself.
Right. I mean, that's kind of what you're surfing on a regular basis too, right? With the waves?
Yeah. I love the glovelers. I'm getting older.
Crowd filling in this afternoon right here in Saquarema. It is Saturday, Children's Day, and we will be having a couple of great activities outside of the main event too. So stick around all day, and if you're in the area, come say hello, and maybe you'll see Marcos or myself on the beach. Might even see a guest appearance by Kaipo on the sand later on today too.
Caipinho. Coming from one tropical land to the other with cold water and, you know, chill temperature.
3 minutes to go right here in heat one of the round of 48. Teresa Bonvolo in the lead with a 5.83 and a 5.67. It's Nora Leota who is slowly but surely improved on her scores in this heat as well. And Lopes, who started off the heat super well, hasn't been able to get back into this one, needing a 5.44. Same thing for Hayes. 2:40 on the clock. Let's look at how we got to this point of the heat. Marcos, it's been all Teresa Bonvolo after she got her 5.67.
Yeah, she got to go. She want to be in the CS without any effort in the regional QS. So she's putting all her effort on these turns, you know, placing the right turns in the right timing of the wave, right position. The GS is like function well.
And then Leota has had a couple of big answer backs too.
Extra flair from the Maui girl. I love this both hooks over there, a jab and a hook.
So getting to the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Kayani Hayes, needing a 7.7, close to an 8. We haven't seen anything like that in this heat so far, and you know, just looking at the requirements for Lopes, a 5.44, looking at the 5s that Bonvolo has, the 5-point ride of Nora Leota, those are well-earned scores, so a mid-5 right now is a difficult one to achieve.
And to squeeze an 8 right now would be like with maybe a backflip.
Hayes, once again, longtime competitor on the QS. She's taken a good amount of time off of the QS every now and then to be able to get back to this point, but given the opportunity to compete at the Challenger Series level right here in Saquarema, why not?
Oh, yeah. And I got to point one name that I forgot. It's Thais Almeida, a goofy from here, almost like a Okilupo type of goofy footer. She used to be from, I used to hang with, being a Oakley team for 5 or 6 years. She was in the team, and she's a legend for here. For same generation of Haoni, a little younger than Haoni and Leonavis.
Yeah, she actually competed in this event last year, yeah, as a wild card too. And, you know, not only Thais, Natalie Martins was also amazing surfer. I remember
Move operator, nice style. She's from Paraná.
Yeah, seeing her compete with Jacqueline Silva a few years ago, I was very impressed. She was actually, you know, one of those people that was touted as the next big thing. Unfortunately, was never able to get to that point in her career. But overall, look at what they've achieved and look at the kind of development that they've given a lot of these young ladies nowadays in this beautiful South American country.
They put out the foundation for the new girls to come here to compete. So amazing OGs. Way back in the 70s and 80s, like Roberta Borges from, you know, Porto Alegre, you know, Rio Grande do Sul, down south. Chita Tavares, the biggest OG from back in the day also.
Well, she might be the most important surfer on the women's
for sure.
side.
She was a groundbreaking surfer.
You know, Silvana Lima had her moment, of course, and being touted as one of the best female Brazilian surfers of all time, but you got a few more in the conversation right now. In this heat, though, it was the Portuguese surfer in red, Bonvalo, doing what she does best. Post a couple of good scores and make it through with another heat win. Nora Leota right behind her in second place. You're going to say goodbye to Lopes and Hayes in this round of 48 right here. So much more action to come at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Sol Aguirre, Nanajo Suzuki, Vera Jariz, and Malia Lima about to hit the water here in Sacktown.
Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the WSL in Brazil, by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, and by Vivo, official sponsor of WSL in Brazil.
We're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Opening round for the women out in the water. Sol Aguirre, Nanajo Suzuki, Vera Jariz. Did I get that right, Mitchell? Jariz. And Malia Moana Lima. Pretty international. Kuiper girl along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Teresa Bonvalat took a win in her opening heat. So
that's cool.
So Teresa, as well as Nora Leota, advancing out of that opening heat. Selfie time on the beach. Been taking a bunch of selfies, Mitchell?
Not yet. Maybe later on today.
Sure. All right. Hey, you just came from El Salvador. I'll give you guys an update on what's going on over there at El Salvador at the World Longboard Championship, Surf City. Honolulu Bloomfield won the first match, and she's on to match number 2.
Oh,
so Hono's starting her role, yeah. In pursuit of her 4th possible world title, Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah, which would be groundbreaking on the women's side too. So Leia Erico's also looking for the same exact thing. So seems like the waves were really fun. I was looking at the cam and everything, and it seemed like conditions were very good today.
One thing, the water's warmer in El Salvador. We got a cold, we got an unusual cold snap that just came through here in the last couple days in Saquarema, where I feel like the water temperature has plummeted, going from, geez, like Fahrenheit 72, 73 to like it's legit 65 right now.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy for this time of the year. The weather should be changing both in the water and outside of it too. But one thing the locals have always told us, Kaipo, always pack at least a short sleeve because you never know if you're going to get some chilly temperature. I didn't expect it to be this cold though.
Me neither. Did not pack that.
Usually no need, you know, you jump in with your trunks, you have a real good 20-30 minute session. Not today. Oh,
keeps it cool though. Everyone's having a good time. Here we go. And this is going to be the start here for our Japanese competitor. This is Nanaho Suzuki. Ooh. Sharp first turn for Nanaho. Oh, combos it up. Big smile on Nanaho Suzuki's face as she should. The 21-year-old out of Japan opens up with a solid start.
Yeah, from Aichi, and one of the smallest surfers when it comes to stature ever to qualify for both the CS or the CT. I believe 4'8" Kaipo, and I mean, she uses all of that frame to her advantage when it comes to power too. That's a sick combo right there from Suzuki.
Well timed, putting it together right there. So we'll be awaiting the score for Nanaho Suzuki. Our feeling is that she started off with a strong effort.
And very successful both the regional QS over there in Asia and also on the Japanese tour. Great first carve right there. I love the way she brought it all the way around, Kaipo, and not afraid to go for things right here towards the end too. It's the last event of the season. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Why not?
Yeah, coming into this event on the rankings at number 32. So like you said, really nothing to lose. And she gained a 6.67 on her first effort. Malia Moana Lima. And just get some sticky rails right there from the surfer from Kauai in her first Challenger Series event here in Saquarema.
Yeah, a big moment from her, for not only herself, but the rest of the Hawaii surf team too. You see multiple members of that team in this event, one of them being Geve Wong, another one being Kai Martin and Shion Crawford too. So huge for her, obviously traveling a good amount of distance to be able to get here too for her first Challenger Series event. We'll see how she does.
No shortcuts from Hawaii to Saquarema, that's for sure.
You know, there should be a flight to Chile, I feel, straight from Oahu. Don't you think?
Hey.
I mean, like, big wave to big wave, and then it's like a short flight over from there here.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Mitchell Salazar.
Let's put it over Qantas and see if they can get us a deal with that too.
So again, Suzuki opens up with a 6.67, strong start for the Japanese surfer. No waves ridden by Sol or Vera. And Malia just with a fractional score. Seeing a little bit of the onshore ruffle coming through here this afternoon, Mitch. It's been pretty like offshore into some variable wind conditions. And finally, as predicted, the onshores are starting to show their touch on the ocean surface.
Relatively light, which is really good for us, but with the consistency in the water too, second and third wave of the set much cleaner.
Suzuki, if she pulls that one off, what? Exactly, what? Love it. Love that. That was timed with the whitewater. That was ultimate flexibility through the tail. Got it done. I want a big number.
So
it was entertaining.
Spontaneous too. I mean, nobody saw that coming right there.
Day at the Improv here at Itaona for Nanaho Suzuki.
To me, this might already be the best heat I've seen Suzuki surf on the Challenger Series. And I know it's only the first couple of waves we've seen in this heat, but I mean, good Lord. What else could she have done on that one?
So the backwash actually helped her The backwash actually helped her get back to her feet. We watch this again in slow motion. Disappears.
Right, that extra little push from the ground up. Crazy. I mean,
Sichter. Vera behind on her first wave.
Yeah, and first-time competitor at the CS Level 2, Haris from Argentina, representing Mar del Plata, so a big moment for her. And, you know, just looking at her at amateur events worldwide, she's been a long-time member of the Argentine team and looking for a good result here.
So a couple of numbers owed to us by the judges as we see Vera Haris, the 18-year-old from Buenos Aires, making a paddle back out. And no sign as of yet for her score. Still waiting for the score for Nanaho Suzuki as well.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because to me, you want to reward the single maneuvers, even though, you know, there are opportunities for major combos out there. But this was one of those moments where not only I said spontaneous, also very relevant maneuver when it comes to these kind of conditions.
Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner. Teresa Bonvala is with Rachel Apollonio.
Exactly, Kaipo. I'm here with Teresa Bonvalo. Wow, you were leading your opening round from the start. Tell us a little bit about your plan of attack in this heat.
Yeah, I'm happy to make it through, obviously. It's fun out there. I think the wind came a bit more since the girls started, so you gotta be careful with the pops and the bumps on the wave. But yeah, just try to stay busy and try to get some waves and ride some waves. Not to sink the whole heat, obviously. And I think there's some fun waves out there, so you just gotta ride and be aware of the backwash as well.
Yeah, and not a big gap between Ericeira and Saquarema, right? So you just arrived like 3 days ago. How has been these days for you? You've been training?
Yeah, it's been fun, obviously. The last stop of the Challenger series, we had some fun waves. I think today is probably the easiest to surf, kinda. The last few days have been like super windy, so super tricky to surf and stuff. But yeah, it's been some few fun days with all the crew, the Portuguese girls, and yeah, it's been fun.
And I've heard that the water is really cold. Is it true that it's even colder than Portugal?
Yeah, for sure. The water is so cold. I'm actually lucky that I brought a full suit because I wasn't gonna bring. And yeah, the water lately in Portugal has been super nice, and here it's like you always feel that you're gonna surf on a bikini or a spring suit, and it's just like crazy cold. But it's still manageable.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you take your warm shower. Thank you so much, and good luck into the next round.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, straight out of the water. So what we've been talking about is true. I think it just has to do. Okay, here's the phenomena explained. The wind was blowing for a few days. The wind over the ocean surface creates upwelling. That cold ocean bottom layer of water gets drawn to the top, and that way it's given us these chilly waters here. Unexpected, but understandable given the wind conditions in the past few days.
Oh, and especially with those currents coming all the way from Cape Town, South Africa, too, which is one of the coldest regions in the world. So wind, a major factor here as always, but luckily for us, relatively light right now, Kipes.
Yeah, and loving the conditions right now is Nanaho Suzuki because she's got a big lead. We're taking a look at Malia Lima. Again, gets loose there, but a little bit too loose.
Yeah, and you know, seeing her over the years, U.S. champs, Hawaii surf team, I've always known she's been super aggressive to be able to hit the lip, has a lot of power, and I think the one thing that she has as an X factor is really the resurgence of that one-turn score. And we saw that with Suzuki already in this heat with the 7-point ride. She has the same exact capability, Kaipo.
Yeah, Nanaho Suzuki started off with the 6.67, that 7-point single turn for the Japanese surfer, puts her in a strong lead at the moment, nearing the halfway point in this heat.
Sol hasn't caught a wave yet, which I'm really surprised about. She's usually a very quick starter, traveling with her father, Herman, who was a former pro from Peru as well, and an Olympian for the first time this year. You know, 17 minutes ago, she's been successful in the past year, but wants to get things going soon.
Yeah, there's Sol Aguirre coming off of her best result so far this year on the Challenger Series. You can see a 9th place finish over there in Ericeira. She went up 5 spots. She's number 31 coming into this event. So makes the finals day, makes a final.
Yeah.
She's going to vault up the rankings and maybe get into that realm where she's looking to re-qualify for the Challenger Series.
Right. No, I mean, you win and you're for sure right there. But, you know, the 9th is real good. It's been a lot of inconsistency before that, though.
And here goes Sol. Banks off the top. She's going to rely on a single turn for her opening score.
So at a good point of the heat to use priority right there, one single turn, and you know, looking at the 4.33 of Vera, I think this is probably going to equal it or just be right around there. And you know, just looking at her career, she's only 21 years old, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Semifinal finishes over there in Oceanside for World Juniors this year, 5th place last year at Seaside Reef, and you can just tell she's improved a lot on her forehand too. Deep bottom turn right there for the single turn. Should score well.
Sol on the paddle back out, just getting herself started halfway through this heat. And we are still on standby for her opening number. Well, not much of a coefficient change in the tides today, just a couple of feet, which is fares well for us. You can see right now, we came off the high tide coming up just about in a, we're just at the high tide mark actually right now at 3.1. Then it'll be bottoming out at 1.2 after we finish off competition today. But just, you know, a couple feet change. At this place sometimes has 5 foot tide changes, 6 foot tide changes. So it's nice that we have a small coefficient.
We lucked out this year, that's for darn sure, because normally you're usually seeing much larger of a backwash.
Yeah.
I also think that the direction of the swell is benefiting us a lot with that right now, because normally when you see the lefts come through, big size out for the rock, you're usually seeing that backwash come into play a lot more.
So Sol opening up, 4-point ride, just checked in for Aguirre. Vera with a 4.33, and Malia Lima, you can see her in the green jersey right there, yet to get really her start, yet to really, you know, pull off a completed ride to get a meaningful number. It's been all Nanaho Suzuki right now in this heat, and as we come to the halfway mark, Mitchell, it feels to me it's just going to be a battle for second place. I think Nanaho's got this one sewn up already.
Yeah, well, you just got to be careful with the situations about priority and maybe an interference, but outside of that, keep doing your own thing, try to improve on your low score, and let everybody else try to catch up to you, because you've already earned your place in the top 2.
There Ariz on the backhand, couple of taps on the back, and goes complete there, so that's going to help her effort. Already has a 4.33. Sol Aguirre behind her. Sol lining up this inside. We know she's got a vicious layback, but mistimed that.
Yes, she does, and unfortunately for her, that wave just not offering up a lot of scoring potential. It's going to be a throwaway, and you know, you mentioned the area of Peru and where she's from originally, Los Órganos, the northern part. That's an area of the world you like, Kaipo. Long left-hand point breaks, real consistent, and pretty warm year-round, so a great destination, but provides a lot of canvases for surfers like her.
Here comes the Nanaho. Double pump bottom turn, just throws that one away, no problem for Nanaho Suzuki. She'll remain in the lead. We take a break right now in this heat. It has been the Nanaho Suzuki who's really come out swinging and has a heat total of 13.67, looking strong. Nanaho Suzuki, check out this turn. And we are back at Itaúna Beach here in Saquarema, the site of the final Challenger Series event of the year, where we're talking about qualification for the championship tour. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, Caipo Guerrero, Michel Salazar. And out in the water, get caught up here with Malia Lima.
Yeah, her best ride so far, Caipo, 3.33. So, you know, slowly but surely getting close to advancing position. And this one we saw of Sol, just the one turn right there for Aguirre. So a little one-tap turn and a 2.5. So still needing a 3.51 for second place.
And as we hit this high tide mark here, you can see a little bit of jumble in the water, but plenty of opportunities. I like the consistency, so the shorter period swell providing fairly consistent surf throughout this opening day.
Yeah, short period swell is always good, especially when it comes to the Atlantic. The more you have, the more opportunities you're gonna get, and I think in the end, usually you see the wind as a bad thing. This side of the world, Caipo, the more wind you have usually means you're gonna get more swell on offer.
Yeah, we'll take the swell, that is for sure. Sol on the paddle, unable to get into that one. Backwash got the best of her, just timed into that.
You ever, oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
you ever go to compete Florida or East Coast of US? Like, the windier it was, usually you knew the more opportunities you were gonna get. Same thing for Japan. I'd always look at it as a positive thing.
Well, speaking of Japan, here's our heat leader, Nanaho Suzuki. Whoa. Yeah, watch the rebound on the leash right there. So Nanaho in the lead. She started off strong with a combination of maneuvers for a 6.67, then a single dynamic turn. Take a look at Nanaho's year in a glance on the Challenger Series.
She's made the round of 32 a couple of times. U.S. Open is serving her best result so far, but I feel like finishing off the year within, you know, sight of the top 20, top 15 would be huge for her, especially when it comes to really setting the standard for Japanese surfers on the female side of Caipo.
Yeah, that's right. The top two out of this heat, and this is the round of 48, will advance into that round of 32. We'll continue with 4 surfer heats in that round of 32. Then we get into the round of 16. That's when the nitty-gritty head-to-head matches start up.
And that's really where you're getting the points that you're requiring a lot, as look at Talia Swindoll right there from Malibu, California. Also, real good start to the year over in Oceanside for the Pro Junior event.
Yes, semifinals, I believe, and she did duck out in that semifinal with the eventual winner, Sierra Kerr, in those World Juniors.
Longtime rider for Channel Island Surfboards, also represents Val Surf. Got to shout out my boy Brandon Richards and the guys over there.
Shout out Mark Richards, Brandon, the whole Richards family over there, out in the Valley, Val Surf. They've been around for decades. I want to say 60 years.
62.
62 years? Yeah. 62 years of Val Surf.
Pretty awesome.
That's radical.
The real core right there. Whoa.
Yeah, and shout out to, of course, our WSL's own Chad Weber, a former Val Surf employee.
And a Valley kid himself, too. It's really awesome to see that kind of, you know, that area, first of all, explode onto the scene with Talia's success. You have Dylan Perillo, also from Northern LA, who was a fantastic surfer, won a 6-star QS event in Mexico one year, but I feel like very underrepresented when it comes to these major events.
You know, I grew up on an island, right, Mitchell? And I had to order my skateboards from Val Surf.
No way.
Mail order through Surfer Magazine. They would have it, Skateboarder Magazine, they would have a full-page ad that then you could pick your boards and your trucks and your wheels, and I would order them, sitting on my little island and wait for nearly a month for the package to finally come, and then you crack it open with the Val Surf tape on it, pull out your brand new Santa Cruz Jason Jesse Neptune model, and
nice deck,
and then go shred curbs, pools, quarter pipes.
A month, though. That's a long time to wait for a deck.
Seemed like a long time.
Worth the wait most of the time?
Oh, always. Free yourself. Here's Vera. Currently second. Oh, nice timing on that one, and a finish. So that's really good for her, cause she's going to ditch that 3.17 she has in her scoreline and increase her margin over Sol Aguirre and Malia Lima. Remember, top 2 move on into the next round.
Yeah, Vera surfed a real smart heat so far. Little stuck on the first one, but impressive deep bottom turn right there to go up and over the white water that's coming down on her. I feel like there's no doubt that she's improving on the 317. And a pretty large section right there towards the end, Kaipo.
Yeah. Mitchell, let's check in with Rachel Apollonio, because I'd love to see what she's up to as we come out of this one last replay in slow motion. And now I feel we can go and check out Rachel. What are you up to, Rachel?
I'm in one of my favorite activities, Kaipo. It's eating. I'm here in the VIP area. And look, Mãe Terra is a healthy snacks brand, and they are offering to all the surf fans açaí Mãe Terra and granola Mãe Terra. And I didn't have lunch yet, so I'm about to eat it.
All right, yeah. Fuel up after that 5K that you ran.
Yes, I need energy.
Oh, and bring us some too.
Okay.
Of course, Mitchell has to request. Getting up with Sol again in there. Thank you, Rachel. She's had a busy day. Ran a 5K this morning, and now she's fueling up with Mãe Terra, who's been a great supporter of us here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. As we catch up with our heat leader, that is Nanaho Suzuki. So she's still been searching to improve upon her scoreline, but it's been futile so far. But good thing for Suzuki, she had such a strong start that she looks unbeatable in this heat as we're down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, to your point, though, if there's no need to kind of go for things or risk both your equipment and yourself, I almost feel like it's better just to sit back and let everybody else try to chase you. If you're in a defensive mode, I obviously get it, but right there, there's been a couple of falls on the rights and that one on the left that are a little questionable. Whereas Sol right here, gets real stuck on the first one, makes up for it right there though, Kaipo, and with the score that Vera just dropped right now, the requirement's a little bit higher. That was a strong layback right there at the end though by Aguirre.
Yeah, we know that Sol has that layback snap that she leans on a lot of times. So a nice execution there for Sol. Gets a 5-point ride. Needs another 5-point ride to get up into second place at the moment. There she is, getting the news from our on-site announcers. And so Sol with a 4 and a 5, another 5-point ride will actually give her the lead. She's in third priority. And Vera Hardiz has an opportunity in second and advancing position to flex that priority over Sol Aguirre at the moment. And there she is. 4.91 is the need there for Sol. Sol trying to escape the priority of Vera, but that wave had no future in it.
Wow, this is a real impressive performance by Vera because she's still a teenager, hasn't competed at the Challenger Series level so far. Meanwhile, Sol has been a member of the CS since its integration to the tour back in 2021.
Yeah.
Semifinals at World Pro Juniors, an Olympian for the first time this year. A lot of experience in her corner. And Hardiz, on 4 waves, is in second place, defeating both Aguirre and Lima, who you'd be thinking are the favorites. Massive moment, not only for herself individually, also for the country of Argentina. When's the last time we've seen an Argentinian female make it this far or this deep into a CS event? Like big moment for them.
Yeah, I can't really think of one.
Yeah, maybe Ornella Pellizzari at a QS event, but a long time ago. Never at this level. So this is huge for them. Just a bummer that, the South Americans have to go up against each other, real good friends too. They know each other quite well, but in the end, you got to do everything you can within your power to make it through a heat, and Hardiz has been able to do that so far, Kaipo.
And here we go with priority. Malia Lima meets that oncoming section, but you can just see by the body language right there, she's not satisfied with that effort. She needs a pretty big number, 6.57, to move into second place. Don't think she did it there, down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, and she's been out of sync with the right waves in this heat, and 2 minutes ago, Suzuki, you can just tell she's going to be playing her own game in these last 2 minutes. And for Hardiz, you got to be very smart with the way you approach it.
Did you hear it? It's the Banco Do Brasil 2-minute warning just now. So this is it. This is go time for Sol and for Malia. Got to get busy at this moment, and unfortunately, they're both at the bottom of the priority pecking order.
Well, and for Hardiz, I mean, probably the only moment in your career where you've been in this position with priority in second place, looking to play defense against somebody with a lot of experience at this level. want to be on the outside still, want to make sure that if you are committing to wave, you're going to try to improve on the 4.33. And for Seoul, she needs the exact same thing as she did on the 5. As you said, another one of those waves, and she's moving up into the top 2.
Yeah, she doesn't need a lot, and there she is. I mean, she's a smart and look at, she's not rattled at all, almost with a little grin on her face.
I almost feel like she likes being in these kind of positions to push herself to get to that point of experience where she's like, yeah, you had your moment, now let me shine right now. And equally as good on both the forehand and the backhand. I mentioned the improvements that she made going right, but one turn on left gets it done too.
Yeah, she can do it either way. Here we fly above, and you can see Vera and Seoul very close, but it's going to be decision time. If there's multiple waves in a set, there's enough for 2 waves to hit the sandbank right now. Here we go, on the move. Seoul Aguirre is going to force the issue. Vera's going to use her priority. All right, so that got done now. Seoul just needs to catch a wave in the next 20 seconds and serve for a mid-range score.
Oh, one more. I mean, she might be able to get into this in time.
Yeah, she's going to have time. It's just that if this wave will have shape. Looks like it's doubling up on the inside here. She's going to need to struggle. There she goes. Seoul Aguirre. And finally finds open face. Pretty vicious snap there, but had a lot of downtime to get into that open face.
And you could just see when she set up, there were already probably many different emotions coming down on her right there, Kaipo. And, you know, outside of qualifying for the Olympics, the 9th place finish in Ericeira, this has been, you know, by her standards, a year that
Tough year.
Yeah, doesn't want to remember. You know, she wants to forget about it, look towards 2025 now. What you call the CS, where dreams come true and then the Tears for Fears reference or something like that? It's true, though. You could have the highest of the highs or the lowest of the lows right here.
Well, there's a high for Nanaho Suzuki. She's on into the round of 32, along with Vera Hariz, Seoul Aguirre, and Malia Lima, eliminated from competition. We'll be back with more action from Saquarema after this.
Aqui é o ponte para assistir o pôr do sol, mano. Tô chegando aqui agora na Praia da Vila, um dos meus lugares favoritos em Saquarema, para assistir o pôr do sol. Curtir esse espetáculo da natureza aqui na Praia da Vila. Esse cantinho e a praia vai embora, então o sol ele desce assim, muito lindo. Tem um morrinho incrível para ficar mais do alto. Do lado tem a igrejinha, do outro lado Itaúna. Pô, esse é o pôr do sol perfeito, o lugar mais incrível para curtir aquela paz aqui em Saquar. Paraíso, mano. Pô, só um brinde para selar esse dia de altas ondas.
Yeah, we talked about the beautiful sunsets here, the beautiful days, the beautiful beach. We're on to another heat in the round of 48 for women. Heat number 3, Kaipo Girl, along with Marita Props. And look at this setup. Eve Leula Wong, Heina Hinkle, Talia Swindoll, and Alexia Monteiro out in this heat. Top 2 move on into the round of 32, Maida.
Yeah, both of Brazilians are very young, and they started already with Talia.
Talia Swindoll out of Malibu, California, the 18-year-old, looking sharp on this replay so far.
And the conditions change a little bit. I was by the beach right now, and the wind is blowing kind of hard, actually, from the southwest. And so different conditions from the beginning of the morning, but still really contestable.
Take a look at Talia Swindoll from Malibu, California. Now we switch our attention here to Alexia. In her first Challenger Series. Do you know much about the 17-year-old Brazilian here, Maida?
Yeah, she's pretty young. She get to the quarterfinals this year on the Layback Pro in Florianopolis, and also she made ninth place here at the Saquarema Surf Festival during the juniors in 2022. She's from Garopaba. She has this kind of bound that she's in. All the young girls from the coast. We have like Maya Carpinelli, Isabela Saldanha. Many of the girls, they're all always together surfing around. And she's young, still very young, and has a very aggressive surfing. Yesterday she was training here, and I saw a couple waves, and she was doing good.
Also, well, 17-year-old, bright future in front of her. First time competing in the Challenger Series level events, but obviously because of this break and this being the Maracanã surf, she's had experience here probably at different levels at Saquarema.
Yeah, she has, but I mean, every time you get on this huge stage as a Challenger Series event, you gotta deal with your nerves, but here is Talia.
Yeah, quick one for Talia Swindoll. Opened up with a 3.83. That's her second wave to be scored. Lacking the finish there. This is going to hurt the scoreline, but staying busy. The Malibu surfer, another teenager. So this is a very young heat, by the way, in the water. We got Taina Hinkle out there at 21 years old. Evileula Wong at 19 years old. 18-year-old Talia Swindoll, and a 17-year-old Alexia Monteiro.
Yeah, we can say that Taina Hinkle, with 21 years old, is the veteran of this heat. She's pretty young also, but she has a lot of experience, especially here in Saquarema. This was the last wave of Talia. A quick snap right there. Unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much for her.
And Alexia, one more look here. This is a 5.5. Put it together on this wave.
Yeah, nice turn. Second was a little slow, but then she could finish with a stronger snap right there to put a 5.5 on the board.
Here we go, Taina Hinkle. Power turn to finish for Taina.
Yeah, Taina, she has this powerful surfing. She has been like around for so long. She's from Guarda do Embaú, South Brazil. And she also went to the Olympics this year in Tahiti.
This is Eve Wong finding her first ride. And some smooth face in the wind on this wave. And Eve able to time the backwash there and gets a tidy finish.
Yeah, she found one of the best waves of the heat so far. Really well served.
Paddle back out, Eve Leula Ikalani Wong. Another look at her ride.
Yeah, just quick turn right there, throwing water. Another one that one was better to finish it off with a strong snap. Very well served, good rhythm. And this is the replay for Taina Hinkle. Yeah. The wave didn't offer like an open face for her to finish it off, but it was a good wave to start the heat.
3.93. We're waiting for the score for Eve Wong. While we're waiting for that score, let's go down to Rachel Apollonio with the last heat winner, the Naho Suzuki.
That's it, Nanaho Suzuki. It was a tough heat, like the conditions are changing a little bit from how it was in the beginning of the day, but you still advanced and had a 7-point ride. Tell us a little bit of how was your heat for you?
Yeah, it was a tricky hit, but I just looking for the good one and then having fun. That's a good one. Yeah.
It's your second time here in Saquarema, right? In your personal experience here, what do you think is the best thing about being here, and also what is the most challenging part of being here?
Yeah, I like this town, Saquarema, because good weather, good people, good food, and then yeah, good condition for this event. Yeah, I'm trying to do the best surfing in this event. Thank you.
And I know it's super late in Japan right now, but for sure there's people watching you. So if you want to say anything.
はい、日本の皆さんこんばんは。夜遅くまで見てくださっている皆さんとても嬉しいです。波はちょっと難しいんですけど、楽しみながら最終戦を迎えていることがとても嬉しいです。次も頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much and congratulations. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Omedetou gozaimashita. Congratulations. She said a little bit muzakashi, choto muzakashi, a little bit confusing out there at times. So great surfing, though, from Nanaho Suzuki. Look forward to seeing what she brings into the round of 32. Score did come through for Eve Leula Wong in that interview, and Eve with a 5.83 on her first effort, highest single wave score so far in this heat, Laida.
Yeah, it was exactly what I felt. Like, she really found a good wave, and she could put a dynamic surfing on it, and that's the reward, like 5.83. So the best score of the heat so far. Now she will need to find another gem to back it up.
Yeah, it took her time, but struck and found a nice smooth wave face. So I think that's another coming into play, is that with this wind, you're going to have to make a choice. And generally in the wind, shorter periods, well, if you have multiple waves in the set, the waves behind will clean up. Oh, let's pay attention here to Alexia, though. She's off to a nice start and a fin drift there to finish. Alexia Montero into the top two with that effort. Taina Hinkle trying to answer back in a rally here, and Taina also finishes off her ride. So we'll see how that plays out with scores and if that affects the situation in this heat. I feel Alexia did enough to get into second place. Talia Swindal gets a wave as well. So judges got a full plate right now as far as putting through scores and giving us the situation.
Yeah, nice exchange right there. Taina Hinkle is the girl that she's always like trying to maintain very active during a heat. And here's the replay for Talia. A nice cutback right there, but then the wave didn't offer like an open face. It's just kind of hard to find the ones that really opens. And here's Taina Hinkle. She could like kind of climb the foam. Nice snap to finish it off.
I like this turn right here. Starting a little snap and then putting it together. I felt like this was a nice combination for Alexia.
Yeah. Two nice movements right there, and this is live.
Eve Leula Wong throws it up there and just chops the top off of that right-hander. So nice backup score for Eve. And we got a full plate for the judges. Alexia, as suspected, 4.87 on her last ride, so she momentarily takes the lead, but I think that was going to change once these scores lock in. Here's Eve.
Yeah, I think so, Kaipo. It was really nice, this snap right there. And then she tried to climb the foam there. But the first one was really good. So she just need 0.714, I think.
Yeah, it's kind kind of actually ever evolving right now as numbers start to drop. So the situation is changing a little bit. Still waiting for the score for Eve. That score comes through as a 3.7. So now we've got the current situation with Alexia out in front, Eve in second and advancing position. Taina Hinkle needs a 5.17. And Talia Swindell needs a 5.71. We're taking a look at our Corona fan picks, and the local girl, Taina Hinkle, the fans have picked her as the winner in this heat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she has a lot of experience here. She won the Saquarema Surf Festival in 2023, and also she was second in the juniors in 2023 as well. So she has a lot of experience. In the Challenger Series last year, she was 9th. She lost only for Erin Brooks, who ended up winning the competition. So I think that's why fans pick her.
Yeah, and Taina, we're going to see her taking a coaching role this afternoon as we get into the My Hero Generation heat. Taina will be on the beach coaching her dad, Carlos, who's going to be out there surfing in that My Hero Generation heat, brought to you by Kayak Natural this afternoon after we finish up this round.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch this. I mean, Kashochi, her father, is a great surfer, and we always can see him like right beside her, like look him right there. So it's going to be interesting how she's going to deal with coaching him, you know.
Tell him go out there and get 2 good ones. That's what every coach says, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's going to be the My Hero Generation heat this afternoon, brought to you by Natura Kayak. Feel the power of freshness.
Yeah, Kaipo. Every time I smell Natura Kayak, I remember you.
Oh, thank you, I think. No, just feeling the power of freshness every day.
Yeah, every day. So nice.
We're halfway through this heat at the 15-minute mark, and it is the young Alexia Montero out in the lead. Eve Leula Wong currently in second and advancing position, and Taina Hinkle's got a little bit of work to do. And Talia Swindell's in a tough point. She needs the, she's in 4th, and she's at the bottom of the pecking order right now as the wind starts to, now we're seeing like a cross ruffle coming through here. So this cross chop is going to make things a little bit interesting for the remaining 5 heats that we have today.
Yeah, challenging conditions right now. But we saw like very good right-handers breaking through the whole morning. It's just, I think strategy will be something that will really matter to win a heat right now, because you gotta pick the best waves, but you cannot like wait that much because there's no many opportunities. So kind of hard to readapt.
Yeah, with no waves coming in, I think it's a good time to take a break. So we're going to walk away, take a break. We'll be back with more action and the conclusion of this round of 48, heat number 3 for the women. Currently, Alexia, she's in the lead with sharp surfing like this. back at Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're ending today with a great heat. It's the My Hero Generation heat where we'll have our surfers coaching their dads, all in celebration of Children's Day here in Brazil.
Yeah, Dia das Crianças, a very traditional day here in Brazil. But I'm expecting so bad to see Ronaldo Jacaré surfing, because I think he's like over the 60s, maybe. I'm not sure. And to see Raoni Monteiro, a former city surfer, coaching him will be amazing.
You know, even before I came to Saquarema for the first time, I think in 2017, before that, I knew about Saquarema because I knew about Raoni Monteiro. And that's what made me know about this place even before I got here, because of what a great surfer Raoni is. And so it's going to be great to see Jacaré, his dad, out in the water. I can tell you one thing about Jacaré. He knows how to barbecue.
Yeah, he does.
He's strong on the grill.
Yeah, he is the best barbecues that we had here.
It's true, right?
Yeah, he's the guy. And also he's a beach announcer, so he's always here working with us. It's going to be fun to see him surfing. I've never saw actually him surfing, so it's going to be nice.
Nice. So Alexia Monteiro, that I haven't seen. This is my first time I'm seeing this young 17-year-old Brazilian surfer, and she's been very impressive. She's come out in her first Challenger Series event, in her first Challenger Series heat, and she has a strong lead right now over the rest of the field.
Yeah, Kaipo, it's just so nice when you see like a young girl that comes on the first Challenger Series in the big stage and really don't feel the pressure, she's just going for it, oh, okay, I have nothing to lose, I just gotta show my surfing, and it pays off. Like, she's leading this heat, she really showed what she's capable of.
Yeah, there she is in the green jersey on the paddle. And we're going to stick with Taina Hinkle here. Taina currently with priority in this heat, needs a 5.17, and here she goes. Just needs a mid-range score. Long bottom turn, quick snap there. Needs a little bit more. That's all she's going to get.
Oh my God, did you see what happened? Alexa was with priority.
And paddled.
And paddled, yeah. She lost priority. Kind of rookie mistake right there. And Taina Hinkle got this wave. Not pretty sure she will get the score she needs. 5.17 right now.
Yeah, I don't think so. But we'll take another look at it.
Yeah, nice turn right there, but it's just one turn. The wave didn't offer much. But she still have plenty of time, and Taina is a fighter, you know. She never gives up.
So Taina's really one of the first Brazilians of this new generation that I was aware of when we talk about the women's movement and this new generation. Then, after Taina, I see Sofia Medina, Laura Hopp, and now Alexia Monteiro. I'm seeing this movement of young female Brazilian surfers that have been pretty refreshing, you know, because it's been a long drought for a while that we haven't seen, you know, top performers out of Brazil on the women's side. Of course, the Brazilian storm on the men's side has always been there. But it's good to see this new generation. Oh, and a big snap there by Talia Swindell trying to get out of that fourth place situation. Eve Wong uses her priority and will not improve upon her scoreline with that effort.
Yeah, Kaipo, as you said, it's really good to see these new faces, this new generation. I think it's just a revolution that it's going on in women's surfing all over the world, and here is not different. We have all these new girls. Just have a look on this Talia's effort. It was just one snap, but it was kind of nice.
Yeah, she's really loose on her boards, Talia Swindell. From my takeaway, we're waiting for that score. 5.71 will take Talia into second place. It's the only score owed to us by the judges right now that could change the situation out in the water. And There's Swindoll on the paddle back out. She's going to come up short, however, on that last effort, a 4.03. So still chasing a score. Talia Swindoll needs a 5.51 now.
Yeah, she just, that last wave was her best wave of the heat, but she's still needing a 5.51. Still 7 minutes remaining, plenty of time to get there. But with priority right now is this lady, Taina Hinkle.
So Taina's actually put herself in a pretty good situation, right? And she needs a mid-range score. She does have priority. She's got ample time on the clock. And there's Dad right there.
Kind of nervous.
Of course.
Of course. She knows that she can do better than this. She couldn't find any wave that to get more than 4.37 right there.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part right now, when I'm looking at what's happening, is that this side chop right here and the full tide, the conditions are deteriorating a lot within just this last hour right now. So our surfers are going to have to be adaptive. I guess the good side you pointed out, Maida, is that the wind and the side wind, at least if you're going right, the wind's kind of to your back at least. So you're not fighting kind of a double wing. You can see the ruffle in the waves right now as we take a look from above.
Yeah, I think who adapt better for these conditions is going to win. Because they've been watching the whole morning and it was completely different. Now Eva trying to go left in the end of the wave, but didn't offer much.
Yeah, it's just searching for those power pockets, searching for that clean face. That's really going to be, to your point, to be adaptive to whatever's being thrown in front of you. And even within the evolution of this one heat, things have changed just since the hooter sounded at the beginning of this heat. Talia Swindoll, though,
wow,
talk about a power snap right there. That could take her into a top 2 position. She needs a 5.51. Evik was just searching for some open face here. She got a couple S-turns, but then things just closed out on her.
Yeah, the wave just...
I think the story is Talia's last snap right there. That was a big snap. 5.51 is what she needs. We've seen numbers come through for single turns. We'll see if Swindoll is able to displace Evileula Wong in that second place position. Still waiting for the number.
Yeah, Kaipo, I guess maybe she can get the score that she needs. It's not that much, like 5.51. It was a very strong snap right there.
Yeah, I thought it was. I agree. I thought that was a quality turn from her. So, judges taking their time. They'll take a look at the replay a couple of times. Sets marching through here. You can see it on your screen, and you can see our surfers start to scratch for outside. One of the bigger sets we've seen recently. But this thing is just getting kind of torn up by the wind at the same time. And a lot of the energy is getting displaced from that outer bank. Here's our heat leader, Alexia.
Yeah, the wave closes out, didn't offer much for her. And she's kind of, she can be like beaten by, because if Talia gets the score and then Eva, I think there is some wave. We're missing some score right there.
Yeah, we're still waiting for scores for Talia Swindoll, as well as Evileula Wong. And Alexia, I don't think Alexia's situation is going to change with that last number. And Swindoll, remember, needs a 5.51. She's going to come close, but I don't think she's going to get that number to move into second. She comes in at a 5-point ride, so Talia now needing a 4.54 to take second.
Wow, was pretty close, but it wasn't enough. She needed a half-point extra. Taina Hinkle still chasing a 5.17.
Carve to start here. Steep inside section, gets a second carve. Feeling like she's on her way, little snap there. and times that backwash. And if she finished, that would have been the number. But now it's going to be a question mark. Eve Wong goes down as well.
All of the girls having a hard time with the backwash here. Yeah, I thought Taina Hinkel, if she could finish that wave, she would get the score, but I don't know right now. She needs a 5.17.
Yeah, Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning just sounded, and we're waiting for those numbers to give you the situation. Eve Wong likely not improving, but we'll take another look at this ride.
Yeah, nice turn. But then the wave got like really chunky. And here's the backwash, caught her.
Yeah, so her situation will stay the same. This is the number that we're really waiting for. It needs a 5.17.
Yeah, better looking wave and nice. The first one was good, the second one as well. And then she needed this finish to get the number.
Yeah, that would have sealed the deal.
Yeah, we'll still, yeah.
That would have been the taker right there. Talia hangs on, had to kind of force that turn. Needs a 4.5. Gosh, so this is going to be all over the place in this final minute. And it's just hanging in the air, the result. Waiting for two important scores, Talia Swindell and Taina Hinkel.
Yeah, very tight heat. The only one that could like put her waves right in the beginning, Alexia Monteiro, just in her first appearance in the Challenger Series. This is the replay for Talia. Nice snap right there. Just one turn.
So Taina did not get the number, and Talia will not get the number. So Alexia, first showing in the Challenger Series, and she's already taking a win. So that's a great start for a new name, Alexia Monteiro, but with a strong surfing, great beginning of the heat, and put it all together. So she's going to take the heat win.
Yeah, very nice for her, 17 years old. Look how happy she is.
Oh, she really
She's
is.
Crying,
wow.
Yeah. This is so cool to see like the emotions.
All right. Hey,
Yeah.
that's important because, you come out, you have all these nerves, you have all this energy, you're unproven, it's your first heat in a Challenger Series, you don't know if you can do it, you come out and you win the heat. What a way and what a heat for Alexia Monteiro.
Yeah, she might be feeling so good because all of them, they come like, you put pressure in yourself. Like I have this opportunity to show my surfing. So of course she's now really happy because she beat like Taina Hinkel in the matter of like local scenario. It's really important for her as well.
What a great moment here. And the name to remember, Alexia Monteiro taking a win. Eve is going to move on as well into the round of 32. And the new fresh face on women's pro surfing coming to light here with Alexia Monteiro.
Very nice. Congratulations to this young girl.
Yeah, we got more on the way. When we come back, we're going to have Kika in the water along with Leilani McGonigal, Daniela Rosas, and Thais Almeida. We'll return to Saquarema. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We just saw a 17-year-old in her first heat in the Challenger Series take out a big win. And we'll throw it down to Alexia Montero is with Rachel Apollonio.
Alexia, congratulations. We saw the emotion in your face. Tell us how much this means to you.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here right now. Yeah, I received the invitation like 2 days ago. It was like a crazy ride to be here, but I'm so happy to be here. It's my first Challenger Series. It's a lot of emotion, and when I passed the heat, I saw my dad crying. I was crying too because this moment is so important to me. This year it's been like amazing, and this is my dream. I want to be here. I don't know if I will qualify next year to Challenger Series, but yeah, I have to say focus on the moment, and I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, it was so nice. And the conditions are tough for everyone. So what kind of strategy do you use to try to take advantage in your favor?
Yeah, the conditions are like a lot of water is moving and the wind is like so strong, but I was just like focus on myself and stay calm, and I really know I like so much my surfing in this wave, and I compete in Saquarema like in the other QS, and so I love this wave, and I was like, okay, I have to surf because all the heats are so hard. But yeah, I'm happy to pass the heat, and let's go to the next round.
Yeah, you were looking comfortable and sharp. Now in Portuguese, let's go. Então, conta um pouquinho pra gente. A gente viu que você ficou emocionada, você e seu pai. O quão importante é estar aqui pra você?
Sim, eu estou muito feliz, só quero agradecer a todo mundo que torceu. Esse é o meu sonho, desde quando eu sou pequena, eu sonho em correr uma etapa do Challenge, e estar aqui significa muito. Foi uma correria para estar aqui, mas realmente só agradecer a Deus e a minha família por fazer tudo possível. E obrigada da série pelo convite, acho que eu tenho que falar, eles me avisaram com 2 dias, fizeram de tudo para esperar eu pensar pelo menos umas 2 horas para fazer a inscrição. Mas é isso, bora pro próximo round e tem muita coisa para acontecer ainda.
Parabéns, boa sorte nos próximos. Thank you, back to you guys.
Oh, what a great celebration of Children's Day here in Brazil. When you see Alexia with her dad on the beach taking out a win in her heat.
Yeah, crying on the beach, seeing her, his daughter winning the heat, her first heat in the Challenger Series, and she mentioned how important this is for her.
New heat out in the water with a former world junior champion the way of Kika. Francisca Veselko out there with Costa Rica's Leilani McGonigal. Daniela Rosas from Peru. And let's take a look at Kika's on her wave. This is Francisca Veselko on the replay.
Yeah, very strong turn, snap right there.
And Daniela Rosa got a 5.5 for this effort.
Yeah, we can see now just one single movement waves, but being very well rewarded. And this is Leilani McGonigal.
Leilani McGonigal from Pavones, Costa Rica. And this is the second wave, 2.33 for Kika, Francisca Veselko.
Yeah, quick turn right there. Got a little hang in the beginning.
And it looks like Leilani got a second wave. This left-hander kept on running down the line, and she's able to time that backwash for a finish.
Yeah, it's not easy to time this backwash, but she could do it. And this is the second wave for Daniela Rosas.
So quick fire exchange. And out there just left with priority, but no waves ridden yet for a youngster. Actually, the veteran in this heat is Thais Almeida.
Yeah, Thais, she's 39 years old, and she's a veteran. She's from here, Saquarema. She likes to ride like big waves, heavy waves here in Saquarema. Last year we saw her, actually she replaced me on that heat of Onda do Bem.
Okay.
She served here.
Yeah, there's Thais, the local girl. Also, you said big wave charger. She did compete back with the men back in 2010 up at Nell Scott Reef up there in Oregon in that big wave challenge up there. So quite a track record. She's been around for quite a while, and obviously a very brave woman in the way of Thais Almeida.
Yeah, she is. I saw this and I felt it was really interesting to see her name under the men's competition in Nelspruit Reef. But I mean, coming from Saquarema, where we have heavy waves and also all the slabs around the corner there in Praia da Vila, so she really charges.
Yeah, and that's one thing about this stretch of beach right here. Rarely does it ever go totally flat. That's why it's such a great contest venue, because it's very consistent, but it gets big here.
Really, and heavy. And even when it's small, it's heavy.
Yeah. Taking a look here at Kika, Francisca Veselko, a former world junior champ, hailing from Cascais area, Carcavelos in Portugal. Currently number 21 on the Challenger Series rankings, and Thais on her first wave, just up and out. But Francisca is our top-rated surfer in this heat. A Peruvian. Daniela attacks the lip, but that lip just gets the rails of her board and takes her down.
Yeah, Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, she is a very well-known face here in Brazil. She's always winning contests around the country in this region. Actually, she was runner-up a couple months ago in Maresias, and also she won the Circuito Banco do Brasil at Praia do Francês this year. So she has a really great season. She's also won in Senhoritas, the QS, and yeah, she's always competing here in Saquarema, knows this wave.
Yeah, Daniela wants to get some of that energy that she's had in the success in the qualifying series and apply that to the Challenger Series. Unfortunately for Daniela Rosa, she has not made it out of this round this entire year. So it's been a tough year for Daniela on the Challenger Series level. And so it's very interesting how you can have success in your local QS kind of level, but then really the Challenger Series is a whole different ball game. Take a look here at the 24-year-old Leilani McGonigal from Pavones, Costa Rica. That long left-hand point in the south of Costa Rica, which is just an absolute dream wave. It was a secret for years, but secret's out. Everyone knows about it, so I have no problem talking about Pavones. I wouldn't have said the name 30 years ago. That's when I first went down there, tried to keep a secret and everything.
Yeah, but someone told everyone.
Everybody, yeah. Everyone knows about it now.
Everyone knows.
Including Leilani's dad, Sean, who actually moved the family there out of San Clemente. He's originally from San Clemente, California, and started his own little bed and breakfast and hotel there on the point.
Yeah, and Leilani, she has experience on the championship tour. She competed twice in El Salvador. And here is her making her fourth.
That was nice. Pretty quick on the feet there for Leilani McGonigal, able to fit 2 turns in a very short span. Francisca Veselko there, swooping around.
Yeah, right now we see like how the backwash is really affecting the waves, like way worse than it was in the beginning of the morning, and also the wind. So challenging conditions, but the girls are killing it. Good waves ridden.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers of 5.5, 4.93 for Rosas. Still waiting for the second score for Leilani McGonigal and Francisca Veselko, but they've already put up 4-point rides. So getting through the day here in this opening round for the women. We're halfway through the opening round. We're going to have 8 total heats in this round of 48. And then we finish off the day with some bonding between kids and their dad.
Yeah, not kids exactly, but because we have Raoni Montero.
Raoni Montero, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll still call him a kid just because I'm older.
all right, accepted.
No, yeah.
No, just kidding. Yeah. They are kids for their dads. Yeah. Ronaldo will be there. So my kid is on the beach coaching me.
That's right. That's right. Well, with 17 minutes away, and you know, I really hope, Maida, that we have a little bit of a break from this wind, though, because my only concern is if this continues to pick up, that the opportunities will be limited as we see this set roll through here, and we can watch this set, and there's no open face whatsoever. So there's not any. The last two waves that have come through, there was zero scoring opportunity, and so I'm hoping that either because the tidal, you know, is going to be going out through the rest of the afternoon, so maybe that'll have the waves break out a little bit further. Hopefully the wind backs off, but the opportunities are getting taken away with this side shore coming through.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo, but it was already on the charts, this wind, and I mean, I think they're a little stronger than supposed to be. And this is Thais Almeida in her second wave. The wave didn't offer much.
Daniela.
Nice quick turn right there.
So this could be, you know, really turns into a competition of one or two big turns. And you got to have some very, very quick reflexes out there and fast feet to make that happen. And also some really good wave selection. Take a look at the replay here. We're going to start here with Daniela.
Yeah, as you said, Kaipo, just one quick snap right there. But I mean, I think her 5.5 was just 2 turns, and this is Thais Almeida.
It was a nice turn on the backhand, but just didn't get any more.
Yeah, unfortunately, she is not finding the best opportunities. A 2.27 for her on this last wave.
Leilani finds a left here.
Oh my God, the backwash. So hard to deal.
It's really hard, especially when you don't have that whole speed and you haven't had a chance to build up any speed to even like push back on that backwash. So that backwash just is something that like will grab you, and it's like getting a carpet pulled out from underneath you if you have no kind of forward momentum to overcome that backwash or even time your turn in conjunction with that backwash.
Yeah, some experienced surfers can use the backwash for like doing the turn or look stronger, but it's so hard.
Yeah, if you're able to time that, you're correct. Well, here we got we'll see if we have any takers here. And we do. Daniela eases with a redirection there, lines up on the inside, and forces a nice re-entry. Well, as we're waiting for the score for Daniela Rosas, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with that score and more, and the conclusion of heat number 4 here in the round of 48 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Final challenger of the year and qualification for the championship tour for the women on the line here in Saquarema. We got 3 women already qualified for the championship tour. 2 more slots available for these women to qualify. We take a look at our women's qualification scenarios. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy, Isabella Nichols have already taken 3 of those 5 spots. Erin Brooks has yet to surf. When she starts here, she makes it to the quarterfinals. She's on the championship tour. Nadia Arostabe, Fahine Fierro, also looking for a qualification by winning the event along with Luana Silva. Again, only 2 spots available, and a lot of women surfing and gunning for those 2 spots.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough fight between these girls. I mean, Erin Brooks, she won last year here, and she just needs to get on the quarterfinals to qualify. So then, if she does, it's gonna be 1 spot left, and many girls can qualify by winning the event.
Yeah, that's all going to play out. Right now, we're in the opening round for the women. Heat number 4, this is the round of 48. Top 2 move into the round of 32. And we have Daniela Rosas, our Peruvian surfer. She started off with a 5.5, and with that nice opening ride and a backup of a 4.9, she's currently in the lead. Leilani McGonigal's found a couple of odd lefts out there, and Leilani currently in 2nd place. Priority sitting with Francisca Veselko. Francisca needs a mid-range score to take that 2nd place position off of Leilani. And Thais Almeida needs nearly a 7-point ride to get into the top 2.
Yeah, Kaipo, here comes Kikas.
Francisca Veselko battling for some open face, and she's going to find none.
Yeah, look how chunky the wave is.
Now that's frustrating, and you can see she's going to make a swift paddle back out. But that's tough. You spend all that time, you went all that distance, and not even 1 turn in.
Yeah, and for her, it would be a bummer if she loses, because I think you mentioned she's in 21st position of the ranking.
She's
so
right there.
She really needs to jump some spots to re-qualify for the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, again, top 5 move on to the championship tour. Spots 6th through 10th after the end of this event will automatically re-qualify for the 2025 Challenger Series for the women. And here's Kika on a paddle back out. Here's her season in a snapshot. Remember, that 9th place finish was the highlight of her year over there in Bolito.
Yeah, so like she really needs a good result here to qualify automatically to be up on the top 10. But I mean, it's a possibility. So, but first she needs to make this heat.
Yeah, it's 1 step at a time, right?
Yeah.
And her first step really is to get that 5-point ride and move into 2nd place.
Yeah, but with priority right now, Leilani in 2nd position. So probably she will look for a wave to play some defense. She needs a 5.5 to take the lead.
Yeah, Leilani McGonigal there, camouflaged in that blue Rashi. There she is, along with the heat leader, Daniela. The wave's been on and off. The wind looks like it may be backing off just a little bit. So it's just these little windows when you want to see come through, and you can find, you know, maybe a diamond in the rough. And this looks like it may be just that for Leilani McGonigal. Nice steep inside double up, gets that first carve, and it would have been helpful for her to get a 2nd turn in. So likely she's not going to improve upon her scoreline with that effort.
Yeah, I don't think so. Fortunately, the wave didn't open the face right after the first turn. A lot of foam as well on that wave. So now Thais Almeida with priority, but she's not being really busy in this heat. She just surfed like 3 waves.
Yeah, being very selective, right?
Yeah.
Here comes a set coming through here. We'll see how it formulates up on the sandbar. A lot of the energy again getting used up out the back as that wave breaks through. Looks like there's just only a corner on this one. And that one's going to roll under all of our competitors.
Yeah, positioning is something when the conditions change that much. Positioning is always something challenging for the athletes. We saw this set come through and no one was well positioned.
Yeah, it's a mystery game, right? Because the consistency is backed off. The good news is I feel like there's less white caps. Maybe the wind has backed off, but when those waves do pop up in this swell that is, you know, we're losing some of the swell energy throughout the day as forecasted. So when those things pop up, if you're not right on the mark, you're going to have no chance. It's hard to tell, really, with this jumbled lineup exactly where to sit. You can see the surfers paddling up and down the beach looking for any type of peak. On the inside here, looks like it's going to be Leilani McGonigal. He's going to get a little inside runner. Builds up some speed down the line, oncoming section. And she meets that with a beautiful turn right there. So finds that little bit of double up on the inside, staying mobile. And we'll see if that improves upon her scoreline. I like the fact that she met that section with a lot of power on that snap.
Yeah, so do I, Kaipo. Actually, she goes left right there, and she could find an open face, gain some speed, and then went for the turn beautifully.
Hey, let's go down to Manu. Manu, down on the beach. What do you got going, Manu?
Hello, Kaipo. Hi, Maíra. We have the Altinha challenge going on right here. And for people who doesn't know what Altinha means, it's a sport. Alta means high in Portuguese, and Altinha is like little high. But, well, you have to keep throwing the ball to each other, and you cannot let it fall on the floor, on the sand, actually, because it's always played at the beach, and it's very typical in Brazil. If we look at the other side, people are practicing for the context. Let me show. Let me show you the other side. Look, where we have the church and a lot of people practicing. So usually if you go to the beach on Rio on a Sunday, it's going to look like that, like balls all over at the sky flying and people playing that. They take it seriously, and I think you should come here right about at the end of everything and play with me. I'm not really good, but I think Rachel is good, and she can teach us.
I agree. Wow, that takes some talent, you know?
Yeah, she said that it's a very Brazilian thing, but I would say it's a very carioca thing, you know? Like in Rio, if you go to the beach, like, every day you will find a lot of people like playing Altinha.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
Just the control is pretty incredible. Not using your hands. I'm a big fan of, like, you know.
Yeah, but
my hands,
most
yeah?
of people that plays Altinha, they don't play football. Like, they don't play soccer. They just play Altinha, you know?
Okay. Well, we got the challenge, and it looks like people are keeping the ball in the air for a long time, maybe even 30 minutes. That's the length of a heat here in this opening round for the women. We started with 30 minutes on the clock. We're now down to 3 minutes and 25 seconds, and Francisca Veselko, who is our top seed in this heat, is searching for a score just with 3:20 on the clock.
Yeah, 5.07. Very interesting score that she needs, but she's with second priority. Now Thais just making an effort right there, using her priority.
She finds a nice wave with 3 turns on the backhand and a smooth wave face for Thais Almeida, 6.93, and she's into second place. I mean, it was a paced approach that she had, but that was a good-looking wave and some nice flow from Thais.
Yeah, it was nice. I don't think it's going to be enough for her. Here is Leilani. Nice first snap right there. The wave closes out.
And Francisca, okay, she's on her way, just needs a mid-range. Combos 2, and we'll see if that was enough for Francisca Veselko. Looks like she's feeling it. What do you think, Maida?
Could be. I think could be. It was nice. I want to say it again. But she liked it. Let's see. What do you think, Kaipo?
In the context of the heat, I think she's probably going to get, she should be getting the number. We're going to take another look at it just because it was an aggressive first turn right there, and I think there's going to be some scoring potential. And then you combo it up with the second one. I think that's a mid-range score all day long.
Yeah, I think so. And it was very well placed, the second turn. The first one releasing a little bit the fin, and this one vertical. I think she will get the score.
Now the other side is that Leilani did get this right here, and Leilani with this 4.87 on this wave did increase the need for Francisca Veselko. So Kikas now needs a 5.47 instead of just a flat 5-point ride.
Yeah, and this is the replay for Thais Almeida wave. Nice looking wave, placed 3 turns. I like the way she finishes it off.
And Veselko comes in with a big number. She goes all the way to first. Take a look at the numbers here. A 7.67. We thought it was a mid-range score all day long. She went way past that, and she's into the lead, and she looks like she's on to the round of 32.
Yeah, and her camera there looks happy and breathing out now because she was needing not that much. She spent the whole heat waiting for this opportunity to get this score, and a 7.67 that moment was nice.
Yeah, well done. Finding the wave, performing, and Daniela Rosa wants to hang on into her second place position, so she uses a little defense. She had priority right there. A little bit of a block at the end of the heat, and that's well within the rule book. And that's going to be it. And so it will be Leilani McGonigal and Thais Almeida eliminated from competition. Daniela Rosas, who had a strong start, is going to move into the round of 32. And Francisca Veselko, Kika, with a strong finish here. She's into the round of 32. There's the numbers. Congratulations to Francisca and Daniela.
Congratulations, 94 for the Portuguese. The end of the heat, she got what she needed.
Yep. So Daniela Rosas and Francisca Veselko making it through into the round of 32. We're taking a break. We'll be back with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
A huge heat win for the former world junior champion, Kika Veselko. Takes it out in the dying seconds of the heat. Is able to get a 7.67 and the W out of that one. Comes from a great surfing family. Younger brother Jaime, an incredible surfer coming out of Portugal as well. Father Joe from Huntington Beach. And the great representative of Portugal, Veselko, moves on through into the next round. Round of 48, Heat 5 in the water. Amuro Suzuki, former bronze medalist from the Olympic Games from Japan, in the red. Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri from the Basque Country in the blue. Jesse Van Niekerk in the white from South Africa. And Peru's Camila Sandai out there in the green jersey. Camila just turning 16 years of age a couple of days ago too, on October 10th. Feliz cumpleaños. Mitchell Salazar here with Brazilian legend and Carioca himself, Marcos Bocayuva. Marcos, welcome back. A great heat out there. Yanire has a beautiful style. Her sister Annette will also be coming up in the very next heat. But really, all different parts of the world represented in this heat out there.
As I used to say, United Colors of Benetton. Amazing to see so many flags. And Peruvian, you know, surfing scene is so huge. You were almost like collide with the heritage of Hawaiian with the Cabalitos de Totora back in the day. The beginning of surfing was like almost like divide on the kings in Hawaii and the Peruvians with the Cabalitos de Totora.
One of the highest scores of the day so far goes to Kika Veselko. She's downstairs with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Kika that found what she was looking for at the end of the heat. Congratulations. How was your heart there inside, and how is it now?
Oh my gosh, that was really stressful to the end, but I just kept believing, and I knew that if I got the good one, I was capable to turn it around. But I still feel like chicken skin going up my body. That was really, really stressful, but I'm really happy that I turned it around, yeah.
And how do you feel about being in Saquarema again?
Yeah, it's great. I really like this wave. It's really challenging, but it has a lot of power. It feels like home. And yeah, last year I had my best result here, the 3rd place. So yeah, coming into this event, I don't have really big expectations. I'm not fighting for anything at this moment, at this point of the year. So just have fun and you know, just try to make some heats.
Okay, and talking about home, send some love for your family and friends in Portuguese.
Obrigada a todos que estão a apoiar em Portugal. Tem sido ano difícil, mas estou contente de ter passado este hit. No ano passado tive 3º lugar aqui em Saquarema. É uma onda com muito power, muita força e faz-me lembrar Portugal. Por isso tenho boas memórias e agora o foco é passar hit a hit e divertir-me. Obrigada a todos.
Well done, good luck, Kika. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu. Embora Portugal.
I'm missing the accent already, man. Amazing. Heavy waters, you know, heavy pace, amazing performance for Kika.
Yeah, and a big smile on her face,
oh,
too.
Yeah.
You could just sense a lot of relief right there off of her shoulders. She said herself, not a whole ton of expectations, not a lot to gain. I think the contrary. She makes it into the top 10. She's back on the CS automatically for next year. As we look at Jessie right here.
I think she's trying not to think about it. It's more like flipping the coin strategy. But for sure, she underneath those feelings, she's thinking about some rankings and some positions, because without having to go to the QS regionals, it's a shortcut to the elite for sure.
We look at Cape Town, South Africa's Jesse Van Niekerk, resides majority of the year in Melbourne, Australia, so goes to urban surf quite a bit over there, but really a traveler of the world is Jessie. Met her and her father.
I met her in Ericeira also. Nice family,
yeah.
nice person.
Great
a friend
surfer.
of mine, my neighbor, was kind of taking care of her over Ericeira, Beto. So shout out to Beto.
Yeah, she's not only an accomplished surfer, done a lot of traveling outside of surfing. She really loves to explore different parts of the world, and it kind of showcases what the Challenger Series is all about too, right? Because don't necessarily have the international qualifying series anymore, Marcos. That was not necessarily taken away from the surfers when we saw the regional tour become more of a thing, but in the end, you got to qualify for these events to be able to explore all these events worldwide. As we look at Amuro right here, great read on this wave.
Great read, great pace, nice flow, and placing the right turns in the right place of the wave, and she's always like these.
And then Jessie gets a 2.5 on this one.
Extra power in the first turn.
Yeah, so just the one for Van Niekerk, and you know, Suzuki, we've heard that name for a long time. Amuro has been a standout on both the CS and a couple of championship tour events too, as it seems like Jessie also going left right here. Not a whole lot on this one, Marcos, but Suzuki, we talk about her age. really a big proponent of getting a lot of non-endemic sponsors into surfing too. Both her and Kanoe Igarashi have done an outstanding job with that.
I love Japanese, like clinching those type of sponsors. Back in the day, I used to be super tight with Miyuki Onozato, a Japanese surfer from the 90s, and they were already like connecting those type of sponsors over there back in the day. So groundbreaking, you know, turning events for Japanese surfers.
Here goes Sandai, just barely 16 years of age, turned 16 a couple of days ago, right here in Brazil, competing for Peru. We saw Sol Aguirre a few heats ago. Daniela Rosas just also advancing out of that last heat, number 4. And, you know, we talk about really a surfing nation. Peru has a lot of great waves. She's originally from Mancora, which is in the northern part.
And for sure, if you can dissecate her sponsors, she got a brand support from down under. She got a, you know, a sled built by a shaper from Brazil that resides in San Diego for 3 decades, Marcio Zovi from Sharpai. So she's pretty well around the place with such a young age.
And Amuro Suzuki also riding a Brazilian brand, now residing in San Diego for a good amount of time, Xanadu. And, you know, you just look at those boards and you'd be thinking to yourself, with the amount of talent that they have on their team, eventually somebody has to make it onto the championship tour, right? Tanner Hendrickson for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Rode those boards.
I still recall Brad Gerlach surfing on top of Xanadu's. And I know there's a few Americans that think Xanadu is from USA. Actually, I clashed with a tattoo artist back in the 90s saying that Sepultura was from the same country as Metallica and Slayer. And hey, they are from Brazil, man. They're my friends. The same thing with Xanadu. There's Americans that think Xanadu is from America.
Yeah.
And he's from São Paulo originally.
So, what's the name of the band?
Sepultura.
Sepultura.
Yeah.
That's Brazilian heavy metal.
Yeah, trash metal, almost like grind metal. Back in the day, biggest global band from South America for sure.
That is a big turn right there at the end of this wave for Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri. So a proud Basque surfer, her sister coming up in the very next heat. And speaking of local boards and really accommodating to the region, Johnny Cabianca is also done.
I saw the logo there already smiling.
A phenomenal job, right? I mean,
amazing.
You look at Medina, what he's been able to do, but you see a lot of young kids riding his boards nowadays. And the Basque surfer from Zumaya also on some incredible equipment here.
And it's amazing because Johnny have like a tight, you know, team. It's not like spreading the team like Marcio Zovi and the Sharpai and the CI and all the brands and Matt and the Lost. So it's kind of cool to watch like Basque surfers, you know, surfing on top of Cabianca boards.
It's almost better that way, isn't it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kind of you reach your pals, you connect with locally. Amazing.
And you get a better understanding of each and every surfer too.
Yeah, you got a better feedback like Britt Mary have from João Chianca. She's so like surf nerd with the feedback from Britt.
Jessie right there on another quick one. She rides Graham Smith surfboards. Excellent shaper out of South Africa too. Yeah, and
I love you, sir.
You know, you don't really need to go past your own son to make a good surfboard,
oh,
right?
Yeah. You got a good caddy there, a good look sparring, a nice test driver.
Looking at the replay here, just the one turn. She's had a few of those in this heat so far. That's her 4th wave in the first 11 minutes of this one, and a 4.83 for Suzuki on her opener. It's really going to be the first significant score of Yanira. It's going to set the benchmark for this heat. 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, we're privileged like discussing here about how the tide coming up will be kind of hard to put the combos on. Everything's going to be decided by like just one hit wonder, like a closeout session. So the key is like to find the one and you can put a rhythm, you can like draw some lines and put some combos out.
You know, I was just on the beach a little bit ago as we see the score of Yanira. It's the best of the heat of 5.07. So straight into the lead after this one. It's white capping basically everywhere else outside of the peak that these surfers are at right now.
Yeah.
Which goes to show you the wind is very strong out there right now. It does seem like it might have calmed down just a bit in order for these waves to be quite clean. In and out right there for Sandai. Got to watch out for the fins when that board's flipping over. But overall, still competitive conditions out there at Itaúna. The one-turn wonder for Suzuki. She's going to back up to 4.83 and move back up into the top 2 spots here.
A little messier, but it's still compatible. So the girls are charging. They're trying to put some combos there. It's kind of hard to squeeze a good wave and like with just closeout sessions.
You remember the first year you came to Saquarema?
Oh, kind of, yeah. Actually, I came with, even before starting surfing, or like in the beginning of my surfing journey. And with my dad, with my twin brother, we watched the festival. We used to have like, not just a competition, like exactly the same format that WSL is trying to pull here. A lot of activity, you know, music, surf, you know, overlapping. And then was the festival back in the 70s and the beginning of the 80s, like Festival de Saquarema. And a lot of rock concerts, a lot of people like hippies around. It was nice. I think I want to belong to these. And further on, I saw the Waimea 5000, and I saw Shane Horan with a, you know, colorful wetsuit and a star fin, you know, single fin. And I say, hey, Daddy, you're a, you know, a spearfishing guy, you know, a fisherman, aficionado. So that's the thing that I want to do, and me and my brother.
Yeah, pretty important location, right? You talk about history, not just in Saquarema, but I mean, throughout the entire state of Rio, and of course, in the city itself. Martin Potter has been a finalist. You've seen Dave McCauley succeed in the past, 3-time champion.
I still can remember that final, man. The guy that squeezed the lemon all the way down, and the one that didn't care and go for it broke.
16:40 on the clock. Amuro Suzuki in the lead with a 4.83 and a 3.03. A lot of different things going on down here in Saquarema, including the Altina Challenge, which is one of the funnest activities to do right here in Brazil.
Stories about himself.
Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 5 of the round of 48 for the women out there right now. Currently, it's the lone South African in the white jersey, Jessie Van Niekerk, leading this heat over Amuro Suzuki, Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri, and Camila Sandai. Mitch and Marcos in the booth for you, and looking at Van Niekerk, she was really not in contention of first place during the majority of this heat, and getting a 5.67 on her last to move her straight into first. Here's Sandai using priority. It seems like not only the waves have gotten a bit smaller, they moved in a bit closer to shore. Still very fun and competitive though. So Sandai with what seems to be her best wave by a good amount. 13:45 on the clock right here, Marcos, as we look at the waves, the conditions, and I know it's tapering off just a little bit. Still a good amount of shape out there.
Oh yeah, maybe girls gonna start shifting, you know, board wise. They're gonna change the gear, maybe construction, maybe a little size down, because the waves are really comparing to yesterday. It's a super drop, but still super, you know, maneuverable.
So 2.93 right there for Sandai. And now Yanire with a strong forehand wrap on the left. Haven't really seen the left come into play too much today, but it will in this heat after this wave for Yanire. Wow, what a start to really her campaign in this heat. Has the 5.07, looking to move up at least into the top 2. I have a feeling, though, she's going to go straight to the lead with this
wave.
wave.
I think so, man. The angles that she provide, like way more vertical. The snap was down the line, but the other one, she kind of pivoted over the top. Nice pace, managed like to do some dots there, just to connecting and do a little squeeze on the lip slide in the end.
We talk about major points of differences too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Who's gone left? Who's been able to do that on a left so far today? And I feel like judges are going to pick up on that in the next few minutes delivering the score.
Because the left is a little more fat, so it's down the line more and it's more curved and stiffy on the right.
And it's been affected way more by the wind too.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of textures going on for sure.
So 12 minutes on the clock here. Suzuki with priority, probably going to need a larger score than a 3.58 to move back up into advancing position. Still waiting on the last blue. Seems to be a significant score though.
That's why, because of the texture, that was thinking about changing gears, like from maybe EPS to PU, because you can sync better the turns.
Seems like the PU's working well right here for Suzuki. The roundhouse cutback, well timed for the last one, and can she ride out? Oh man, I don't know about that.
Maybe so, maybe no.
That's going to be up to the judges right there, leaving a sense of doubt. And the backwash just getting the better of her right towards the end. And
yeah, she kind of came late for the last one, late for the party, but she was forcing to pull that.
One of the higher seeds in this round of 48 too. Seems like she was on her way to a good score, Marcos.
I love the flow in the first cutty. She was preparing, but she kind of came late, you know, over the explosion there. She was forcing, so she put like a question mark there for the judge.
We'll see. Either way, I feel like probably going to need more than that at the moment, because we're waiting on a score for Yanira in the blue jersey, and it seems to be more than enough for the lead right here. 10:45 on the clock. A couple of waves rolling through on the outside. Jessie in the white has priority.
She got to be worried what she's watching by the rear view mirror.
And only looking to improve on a 2.73 right here. Setup carve. Looking to fit in one more, try to do it, and just a little late to that one right there. So 10:20 on the clock, and it seems like a lot of these surfers just struggling really to get that end section maneuver going, and really the backwash coming into play just a bit more right now.
If I can throw a hack for them. If I was like a coach right now, I would like the point that girls, maybe you gotta like do like just a setup turn the first one, then go for the broke in the end. Because if you go full carving, stand your turn, open your shoulders, you're gonna maybe come late for the body in the end, in the closeout session.
And the last of blue, a 5.93 for Gonzalez Echevarri, straight to the lead, 11-point heat total. That means Jessie Van Niekerk now in second, hitting a 5.34 to retake the lead. Suzuki now in third, hitting a 3.58, and Sandai in the green in fourth, hitting a 5.48 for second place. Here she goes. Using priority, the Peruvian, and won't get into it. So a missed chance right there for Camila Sandai, and unfortunately for her, she's going to go back to the line in terms of waiting with priority now, and a missed opportunity right there. She's getting caught inside here.
Oh yeah, for sure. She's going to take a while to go back outside to the lineup, and I think, you know, the Yanira, she kind of find a diamond in the rough there and thinks maybe the left's going to start function better right now.
So it's a family affair for the Gonzalez Echevarri sisters. Younger sister Annette coming up in the very next heat, and boy is she talented too. We talk about that region of Europe really developing a lot more younger surfers. The Odriozola brothers, Dylan Donegan also from Spain, and then you look at the Basque Country, and they have a lot of talent over there. Not that they haven't in the past. Aritz Aramburu, really the one great person that's made it to the CT, has had success.
My boy, Goni Zubizarreta, legend also.
So, fun fact, Goni was actually born in Argentina.
Yeah, I know. I met his father. I went to Goni's house to do a documentary in Portugal. Amazing character. Hey, shout out to you. You know Goni, dad, amazing character. He was telling about the dream, the same dream that I have as a Brazilian to move to Portugal, the same dream from an Argentina guy to move to Spain. Heritage, all about heritage and bloodlines.
Goni also a champion in Zarauz a few years ago. And you look at, you know, these sisters from Zumaya, just literally next door. a lot of great surfers coming out of that area, but especially on the women's side. And that's kind of been, you know, the tail of the tape the last few years, right?
And I love the place. And how about the gastronomy over there? It's top-notch, man. Ferran, Adrian, all the boys from like Michelin-star restaurants there.
Yeah, and
sorry to to put always food on the plate.
Hey,
on the table, sorry.
Anytime you talk about food, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, we both cool.
Yeah, but definitely that aspect of surfing has been put on notice a lot more in the U.S., really developing a lot of young female surfers. You look at Caitlin Simmers, what she's able to do, now 19 years of age. Caroline Marks, world champion before her. Sori Limblad. Here in Brazil, we're obviously seeing a lot more surfers out of that age, and really the age group right there as teenagers pushing through right now.
And there's a Bronsky girl, oh my God, man.
Tia, yeah.
Tia, she's a young legend.
Gotta watch out for her. Here's Yanire. Set up carve on the backhand, up and over the whitewater. Very well done. And she's gonna fit in one more, so for good measure, looking to improve on a 5.07. She's found her rhythm in the last few minutes of this heat and only looking to improve on the low 5, but also consider the 5.93 on the left. Haven't really seen that done today so far as we look at Suzuki right now. Set up carve into the lip. And she ain't looking for a whole lot either, so a 3.58 is what she needs.
Did you hurt yourself? Set up carve and then a bang in the end. So she didn't stand so much the first carve, and she placed the closeout session pretty well.
Excellent point, because she had done a roundhouse on her two previous rides, yeah. A full roundhouse for that matter too. So 6 minutes to go. And waiting on the last of blue and the last of red, they could be significant scores in the end of this heat too.
A little calm pace on the waves right now, and all the locals are pointing that this breeze and this little texture gonna bring some more warm water for the surfers and even for an off day for the commentators.
5 minutes 40 to go. Let's see how we got to this point of the heat. Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri has been in the lead, and she's looking to extend it a bit more, Marcos, but it's been both on the backhand and on the forehand where she's been successful.
A little master class from the Goofy. Amazing. I love her flow.
And then Jessie for a moment was up into the lead. That's the 5.67 she had with just the single turn. Pretty strong one too, but then this wave right here gave Yanira the lead.
Oh yeah, nice round, cutty there, being placed for the next one, a little more pivot turn. Then she came in the end and squeezed a little lip slide entry there. More a fan turn.
So at the moment, still waiting for her last ride, but still in first place with just under 5 minutes to go. Van Niekerk in second at the moment, although we are waiting on a score for Amuro Suzuki as well.
And it's so cool that it's the boss girl is surfing. He's a Goofy because you can like recollect and you can attach her to the memory of Gabriel Medina ripping with the Cabianca boards. There's a lot of sweet memories from there.
Speaking of one of the Medina siblings, Sofia Medina, a brand ambassador for Maiteja. Well, she's downstairs signing a couple granola packs and throwing them out into the public right there. What a moment for Sofia. She's had a great year so far, real successful on the Challenger Series, and Maiteja ambassador. Be kind of cool to get one of those granola packs, don't you think?
Oh, I want one of those for sure, my man. Ask for Charlon and Sofia for sure. And I love Sofia. She's such a charismatic, clean, cool girl. She's still a kid, but she has a lot of charisma.
So Maiteja, a healthy snack brand, and they're offering a lot of granola and Maiteja acai over at the VIP area too. We got to go get some samples over there.
Oh yeah.
Know a couple of people.
Hey, they support my future neighbor Iago Dora also.
Boy, what a year that guy had, especially towards the back end. Hoping to see him in the finals next year, especially over in Fiji. I think he'd be very happy with a performance like that.
I can tell a lot of good things about Iago, man. I managed to find my lady, and I'm married for 28 years, and I'm finding her because of Leandro and Michele. I met my girl in Leandro and Michele wedding, so we celebrate the same day. So that's why we're so tied up.
I feel like we should just put a microphone in front of you the whole time and just let you go on
No,
about
man,
your life.
I need you over here for sure. Don't let me, don't let me hanging here.
6.3, the last of Yanira. She extends her lead. And the last of Suzuki, it's enough for second place at 4.2. So that means that this surfer in the white jersey, Jessie Van Niekerk, needs at least a 3.36 to retake second place. Had a decent floater right there, and not to say it was the biggest section, but it definitely wasn't an easy one. A mid-3 is what she needs. We'll see 2 minutes 20 to go.
Oh yeah, she need more like an open canvas so she can like place a carve and then finish strong with like a entry or a hook. She's just having like short waves.
Yeah, so this comes in under Marcos at 2.33, and maybe, as you said, not the most critical section. She would have gotten there maybe a bit earlier, had a better release in the end though. 2 minutes to go. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. She has time.
Oh yeah. She gotta find like some highs and lows to provide some speed and put some heavy turns.
And here's Yanire. It's a good-looking wave, real clean face. Setup carve right there on the backhand. Great timing for the second turn, and really, since her second ride, she hasn't missed a step so far.
Oh yeah, she's so elegant on top of her board.
Isn't that what stands out the most, though? Her style is just superb.
Yeah. She got the posture, she got the elegance. It's almost like a model surfing in the way how elegant she surfs.
A lot of amazing surfers, as we've said, coming out of that Basque country. Euskadi, great area to be a surfer.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing surf culture, great waves. Does get quite cold during the wintertime, though.
Oh, yeah.
Overall,
it's Europe, man.
A lot of consistency with waves in the area, though.
Yeah, you can drive around like France, you can drive Spain, you can drive even further and go to Portugal, find some slabs. So they have a lot of canvas there, a lot of different waves to train.
50 seconds to go right here. Van Niekerk in third, needing a 3.36. Sandai in fourth, needing a 6.1. Sandai had a paddle at that one, wasn't able to get into it. And Van Niekerk seemed like she had a chance. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the 3.36 that she was needing, though.
I want to see the replay. She went for the Hail Mary there.
And with 30 seconds to go, Yanira looking left, just a quick one for her. Yeah, it doesn't seem like early indications are pointing out that that wave for Van Niekerk is going to be enough. A 0.77, and Sandai right there, you can just see with the body language, not very stoked on that one. So it's going to be the surfer from Zumaya in the Basque Country, Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri, and Amuro Suzuki, the bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020, moving through into the next round. And a major win right there for that young surfer in the blue jersey. Still competing at the highest level possible, despite multiple injuries she had this year. She's looking good. The Olympian.
She's looking amazing, man. And the sled is functioning so well. Kudos for Johnny Cabianca also.
So the two Olympians moving through, Yanira and Amuro. They're into the next round. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with heat number 6 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. A few characters right there, Sakwa and Ubu. Look at Sakwa. Made the trek down from Rio down to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. You think that guy's enjoying himself down here?
For sure, man. He's having a blast for sure. And meeting the Urubu, legendary, man. As a Flamengo supporter, I don't care too much about soccer, but I'm Flamengo anyway because I'm from Rio, so biggest team. Sorry, the other guys. I don't want to go biased. I'm a surf commentator, not a soccer commentator.
I don't think Sakwa really cares.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just
He's a
embracing
people
and enjoying
champ.
the moment.
Yeah. It's like Italo Ferreira, people champ.
Truly is. Speaking of people's champs, we've got a few out there in the water right now. It's the round of 48, heat number 6. For the women, Sarah Wakita from Japan in the red, Paloma Pardo from Brazil in the green. Rosie Smart from Australia is in blue. And Annette Gonzalez Echevarri from the Basque Country is in the white jersey. Mitch and Marcos in the booth for you here in Saquarema. It's the first day of the waiting period, and first day we're getting started. 2 waves have been fun all day long, and hitting a point of the day where it's not only gone a bit choppier, it seems like the consistency has picked up too.
Oh, for sure. Right now, wow, nice wall for a little closeout like snap. She's surfing with a carbon wrap surfboard.
And this was Paloma Pardo, the Brazilian. She's got a couple small scores, throwaways for her to begin this heat. And Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, a 5.83 for the surfer from Euskadi. You know, the first time I saw both her and her sister, I was like, I think we got something going with these 2 siblings right
Rising
here.
stars for sure. And the style-wise, they're so different. A little more like crispy and fast and more, you know, flow and stylish. The goofy, crispy, and more speed in the regular.
But this young lady's aggressive, though, I can tell you that. Nearly pulled that turn off right there. That Mayhem looks excellent under her feet. And as you said, riding a carbon board, that is a black dart built by Mayhem. Well, you know who had a great heat too? Her sister, Yanira Gonzalez Echevarri. She's downstairs.
That's it, Janira. Congratulations. That was a tough hit. You girls were changing positions. Talk us through about your strategy for this one.
Oh, I didn't have really a strategy. I just wanted to surf and show my surfing because it's been a tough year for me in the Challengers. So I just wanted to surf, to enjoy my last contest of the year and have fun.
And now your sister's in the water, right? You didn't have time to give her any advice. What would you tell her if you could?
She knows everything. I think she already knows what she has to do and what she has to do to in the next round. Don't go out together, because if she makes now second, we are together. So I hope she makes first. And yes, now time to cheer her and just enjoy Brazil.
Do you get nervous watching her?
More than when I am surfing. Yes, normally, like, it's my young sister. I just want to her to win, and like with my mother outside, we are always like, oh, she needs to make good, she needs to make good. So I think more than when I surf.
Good. And tell us a little bit more about your equipment. These days were way different than, like yesterday was way different than today, and the conditions keep changing. So what did you choose to ride today?
I am riding a 5'4" Cabianca. It's my normal board, like everyday board, and yesterday was super hard, super big. I was using a really big board, but today it's normal, like it's like a good size for it's fun.
Do you want to send some love to your supporters back home?
Bueno, a mi esker etxeko danei, hau nazu batida, da bueno, baina urrengoa, aberaneteke pasatzen da, eta hori mi esker.
Thank you very much, congratulations. See you the next round.
Eskerrik asko and Zorionak to Yanire, an Olympian for the first time this year, competing for Team Spain, but originally from the Basque Country of Euskadi, and gets more nervous watching her sister than when she competes herself. That's pretty typical, right?
Oh, yeah, it's a cliche for sure. Like Miguel and Samuel have these for sure.
Very talented.
Amazing both, yeah. And such a different style, you know. One is a goofy, more flow, and the other one is more crispy, the regular one.
Wasn't that how you and your brother are?
Yeah, I'm a regular and Bruno is a goofy. Yeah. Actually, there is a little anecdote. We were surfing Baja once, back in the day, like colorful wetsuits, and the guy was, okay, this guy gonna surf the first one on the set, and then I'm gonna take the second one, and then he turned around and said, okay, the guy's again next to myself, and this is the second one. He wasn't the first one. How come? He didn't understand it was to two siblings, two twins.
Ah.
Yeah, he thought it was just one guy, like multi-man, you know?
Got it.
Yeah, faster than Medina paddling.
Who's older out of you two?
5 minutes myself,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
He's the Xerox. He's the cop. He's the clone.
You can pull the older brother card if you need to.
For
every
sure.
now and then.
All the times I pull the card.
21:40 on the clock. A quick wave right there for Annette. She is still in the lead, a 5.83 as her high mark. Sarah Wakita with just a couple of throwaway scores. Pardo also in the same situation. Rosie Smart, the lone Australian out there in the Blues jersey. Well, she's had a great year. So has Annette Gonzalez Echevarri from Zumaya in the Basque Country. We talk about style aggressiveness. You know, you could probably give the flow factor to the older sister, Yanira, but when it comes to being aggressive and not really having any kind of fear, it's this young lady in white.
Oh, for sure. She reminds me a little young legend from down under, the Mila Coco Brown. Amazing, you know, progressive surfer. She came to the game with a lot of freshness in her surf.
And here goes Paloma. Not a whole lot on that one, so it's just really going to be another throwaway right here for Pardo in the green jersey. Yeah, no, you talk about surfers from different parts of the world that maybe feed off of each other. That's a beautiful thing about social media nowadays, is that you can maybe see a lot more things that you probably wouldn't 10, 15 years ago because of it. And, you know, luckily for us, we're able to see a lot different places because of it. Buzios, Rio de Janeiro is where Paloma's from. Not a whole ton of waves I know in Buzios.
Oh, yeah, just jetty bar and the little tiny secret spots where it's not like heavy waters like Saquarema. There's no traditional big surf competition. Sometimes we have some nationals there. I have a lot of connection with the city itself. It's almost like a French heritage type of villa, a lot of sophisticated restaurant, Michelin stars there.
Beautiful place, though.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Brigitte Bardot used to come there in the 60s, so she spread kind of a French perfume over there.
So a quick wave right there for Rosie Smart, just her second one so far. Manu, where are you?
I'm here, guys, with a big friend of mine. Don't be jealous, okay? Because he's the biggest hero in Saquarema, and I'm not talking about João Chumbinho or Lucas Chumbo or Rickson Falcão or Valentim Neves. The biggest hero in Saquarema is Saquá. Look at him. He's like, I own this place. I'm here, guys. And, well, we were talking about, because we're friends, you know, we were talking about what happened on the CT, that Italo Port Red Bull on his shirt when he won. He got so sad he got a new shirt. Look, for the CS. Doesn't he look sharp? Yeah, thank you very much, Saquá, for being with us. The kids right here at the beach, they're just crazy. Saquá, yelling. Well, you go there in the studio at the end of it and take a picture with the guys. I'm sure you want it, don't you?
Of course. I mean, I'm jealous. How could I not be?
Manu is so well connected, guys. For sure, she have all the connection with the guy. WhatsApp from Saquá. He couldn't be fighting in like light heavyweight in UFC, Saquá.
Well, what I want to know is where is the other jersey and can I have it?
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's dirty, I'll take it back home. I'll frame that thing. And
Legendary can make a NFT from those.
well, and it's kind of one of a kind, too. It's the yellow one. It's like
full of stains.
Leader's jersey. As we look at Paloma Pardo's wave right here, just a 2.17. This was during the interview, Marcos. So her best ride. Yeah, Armação do Buzios.
Armação de Buzios, yeah.
The
Downtown
actual name
Buzios,
of Buzios,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And a quick
A
wave
shout
right
out
there.
to Sonny Pires, one of the local, you know, young legends from the surf scene in Buzios. Sonny Pires, Ripper.
Yeah, a lot of different waves. I know we talked about it before, big cosign with the state of Rio, but there's just so many nooks and crannies. The place where they have the big wave event,
Itacoatiara.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a tough one.
Itacoatiara.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's just like
A
a
goal
matter
for
of
you.
doing it a couple of times and then
Yeah, it's
I'll
like a
make sure I
punch.
get
You
it.
got to train your punch. It's an indigenous name, and it's such a traditional place for bodyboarding. The place that brings to the world like Ricardo Tatuí, all the Hurdy family, and then Arthur Hurdy, one of the uncles from Mateus Hurdy, moved himself further, down south to Florianópolis. Then he settled up, the ground for Guilherme and Alexandre Hurdy to go there, and now they kind of, move back and forth from Florianópolis in Itacoatiara.
So here's the heat leader, Annette. 17 minutes on the clock. Had a strong setup turn right there Looking for a big combo, throws in the layback. And maybe a bit forced right there towards the end. Still looking to extend her first place position. Here's Rosie now. Using priority, the young surfer from Australia. And really the first time we've ever seen Smart on the big stage right here on the Challenger Series. Has had a good year, especially for her age. You know, to make it this far, have success from Sawtell, New South Wales, Australia. Real cool place and great surf culture over there where she's from.
Oh my God, amazing culture of surfing over there, my mates. A lot of Vegemite during the breakfast. I check with, you know, Doc Marsh if he brings some Vegemite. Not today.
Okay. Is he a Vegemite enthusiast though?
Not really, I think. It's a cliche. Like myself, I don't care for soccer and I'm Brazilian.
I think that's why he moved to France eventually. He was like, you know what, I'm kind of over
better
Vegemite.
croissants over there.
Are you a peanut butter and jelly guy though?
I'm a peanut butter family guy.
Yes, I love that.
Everybody loves PB, even my dog, my French bulldog.
I don't know if you're supposed to give your dog PB and J.
No, just
but...
PB.
Okay, okay.
Just PB.
All right, yeah.
PB can be like a magic stick for him.
So just under 16 minutes to go right here. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri does extend her first place position. It's a 2.27 on her last. And the last Pardo comes through as her best. Marco, it's 2.8 right here.
Oh yeah, nice, almost like a setup carve. And she was like fasting the pace, a little hook on the top. The Boozies Looker girl.
Yeah, so once again, not a place that necessarily produces a huge amount of professional surfers, but there are a couple of waves around town. I would think for the most part, you probably have to travel within your vicinity to get better waves.
Yeah, you gotta go, you know, to have like more consequential wave, like maybe to Arraial do Cabo, Cabo Frio. But there is a lot of windsurf traditional, you know, riders there. There's a scene. There's a lot of like spear fishing scene also, kite surfing scene.
I saw a couple of islands out there in the middle of nowhere in that kind
Beautiful.
of big bay.
Yeah, they have some slabs, some secret slabs in Boozy. Actually, the best wave, I'm not gonna tell you, is a slab, you know, riding from one of the beaches there in downtown, and people just go by boat, or you gotta paddle like 20 minutes.
Isn't there a slab right where those rocks are too?
Yeah, there is a little slab there.
Are we gonna be able to surf it while we're here?
Yeah, maybe so, maybe no, you never know. It depends on God. Maybe let's pray a little more.
So Rosie Smart gets a 3.67, her best, still in third place, needing just a 1.34 second place. Meanwhile, Sarah Wakita, second generation professional surfer. Both of her parents, excellent surfers. Father Takayuki, one of the great chargers of Pipeline, one of the enthusiasts that really brought around wearing a helmet over at Pipe 2 and in heavier waves. And older brother Taichi, also an incredible surfer. He was on the CS for a couple of years too. But Sarah, so far in this heat, hasn't had any kind of success. I know early stages and nobody really has anything better than 2.8 in second, but this is uncommon for Sarah. She's usually at least in the 10-point range by now.
Oh yeah, yeah. And it's amazing how the Japanese surfers have this connection with Hawaii and heavy waters. They charge with no fear, fearless surfers from Japan.
And there's Annette. She's been very active in this heat. That's already her fifth wave. Only looking to improve on a 2.27.
Actually, this is the Portuguese coach, José Seabra. He's the leader of the EDP, one of the sponsors for the Basque Girl.
And here goes Sarah now. Little setup turn right there for the Japanese surfer.
Super smart surfing. She kind of anticipated like the explosion, the closeout session, pull a little hook over there, a little jab.
She's had an incredible run on the regional QS this year too. Second place over in La Union in the Philippines, another runner-up finish at another event. So far in the Challenger Series, though, looking for her first major win, Marcos, and would be a huge moment for both her and her family.
I think it's a matter of time. She's knocking the door.
And then Annette right there going left, looking to improve on just a 2.27. Might be able to do that right there. And it seems like Smart here on the backhand now. Setup carve into the lip, and much better from Rosie. So 12:30 on the clock. Seems like a couple of surfers might be getting their best rides here. And now Pardo, the one strong turn on the forehand, so a deep bottom turn into a solid connection right there. With 12 minutes to go, I'd say everybody outside of net probably in a good position to get their best rides here.
Oh yeah, nice pace from the ocean right now. The machine is on. And talking about, you know, José Seabra, the leader of the ADP program, former, you know, a big charger from Portugal. He used to be, he have a song from a rapper called Ithaca, a guy that used to reside in Los Angeles but have a Greek heritage called Seabra is mad because he's a charger. So
Really?
there's not too much, surfer that have a rap track with his storytelling about him.
To me, he's the only one.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I don't think I've heard of anybody else that has their own personal rap song, but that's a cool story.
Yeah, Seabra is mad. José Seabra.
So here's Annette once again. Her previous ride came in as a 4.23, so at the moment that's now her low score. She's looking left quite a bit out there, Marcos. I don't know if it's the smartest of strategies, but she was in the lower priority rotation, only looking to improve on her low score. So despite there being more bump on the lefts, might be smart just trying to improve on the small score.
Oh yeah, she's trying to sharpen her Ginso knife right there. Her gear is so crispy and fast.
Well, that's a clear example right there. She's been in the lead since the very start of the heat, and she's looking to go back-to-back with heat wins, along with her sister, Yanire. Let's check the rhyme out there in the water. It's heat number 6 of the round of 48 for the women at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's the bass surfer Annette Gonzalez Echevarri leading the heat over Rosie Smart. And Paloma Pardo in third, now needing a 4.97 for second place. And Sarah Wakita, the Japanese surfer in the red jersey, needing a 3.81 to move up into second. Mitch and Marcos with you for heat number 6. 8:45 on the clock, Marcos. Looking at Sarah right here. Lone Japanese surfer out there in the red. 17th place in Belito and 17th in Ericeira. Those have been her two best results. Speaking of somebody who had been, in the conversation to qualify a couple of years, as of right now, not really in contention anymore. She can catapult herself into the top 10 with a win right here in Sacktown, though.
Oh yeah, and she proved herself to have knowledge in the heavy waters, like having best results in Belito, best result in Ericeira, but she have almost like a bummer year.
Yeah, and represents Japan, but really has lived the majority of her life at Rocky Point on the north shore of Oahu. Mentioned her father Takayuki, older brother Taichi.
Amazing campground for a professional surfer, man. Even rocky lefts or right. Oh, amazing way of life over there.
A couple of waves once it gets bigger right there in that zone that turn on too.
Yeah, I know. I have a session back there that kind of was super scary.
Most of those waves there are pretty scary. We look at Pardo right here. Strong turn right there by Paloma. Needs something substantial now, I would say, though, Marcos. A 4.97 as we look at Smart. Great flow on this one. That's much better from Rosie.
Young superstar. I like how she plays the first turn. Super quick and crispy snap. And underneath the leap, she throw the closeout turn. Nice combo.
Yeah, and you mentioned Mila Coco Brown, Ziggy Loha McKenzie right there, too. You got a real good generation of up-and-comers from Australia.
They're brewing there.
And how cool is it to still see a lot of the older surfers on the women's side not only be relevant, almost still paving the way in a sense, right? Isabella Nichols just requalified, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Back-to-back wins for Sally.
Gotta
She's
give
a
it
legend.
Shout out to Bronte Macaulay too, right? She's still around doing her thing, and you look at Macy Callahan, there's still a lot of great surfers coming out of that area.
Yeah, 2023, I have the privilege to run into, you know, Dave and his wife and Ronnie and Ericeira. Amazing coffee time there.
So that was Annette once again. That's already her 7th wave in this heat. It seemed like Sarah had a dig at that one. Don't think she got up to her feet, but that is considered a paddle, so might be losing out on the priority rotation now with just over 6 minutes to go, and should be a significant score right here for Smart. Strong combination, needs close to a 6 for the lead, and even though Echevarri's still needing another score that is owed to her, it seems like 1 and 2 are pretty much safe right now with 6 minutes to go, because neither Pardo nor Wakita can really get something going substantially as we look at the last layback of Annette.
Amazing, super fresh and clean.
And then this is the 3.2 of Pardo.
A soft shoulder to start. She's trying to do the high lines and low lines, bump into the board to squeeze a little hook there.
So 5.5 on the clock now, waiting on a few scores. Now Wakita really the person to watch right here with priority. Got to be thinking she's going to be needing at least something in the 6s to move up into the top 2 right now, as it seems like Pardo once again up and riding. So the surfer from Buzios just around the corner right here in Rio tried to get the last re-entry going, and unfortunately for her, she goes down. A solid attempt though.
Oh yeah, solid attempt. Nice hook on the top, where she was wrapping around. She kind of lose traction of maybe the pad there.
And not for lack of trying either, right? She has 8 waves to her name, but this is where you see the difference between somebody who's getting a wild card or somebody who's been on the Challenger Series all year.
Yeah, it's overall experience. There's a lack of experience for her. She's trying to use this canvas to showcase her serve.
Very appreciative, a lot of the wild cards, though. I mean, when you look at the chance, the opportunity, good amount of surfers don't necessarily come to the last event of the season if they don't have chances of qualifying. We see Safi Vete right there, the Olympian from New Zealand, making her way out alongside Minami Nonaka, Anan Matsuoka, and local surfer Sofia Gonçalves.
Super tough heat also. I think it's a cliche when you have like a calendar and the last, stop, a lot of girls without, no more effort to try to qualify, and maybe it's too expensive to cross globe to surf here, and then open doors for a lot of wild cards.
Yeah, you probably see, that you're not necessarily gonna either advance too much or
no
you don't
leverage
think...
to put on.
So the motivation might be, hey, there's a regional QS closer to home, similar dates. I'm just gonna save my money and go to that instead. Not the case for Sarah, but boy, this is very uncharacteristic of her.
Yeah, for sure.
And goes to show you the conditions have gotten much more difficult out there right now, but Wakita, nothing better than the 3.97. She's not out of it either. Needs a 5.73, so close to a 6. And then looking at the heat recap, it's really been just Annette and Rosie so far in this heat that have gotten anything better than a 5, Marcos.
Yeah, the crispy and smart surfing from the Basque girl. I love this hook on the end, the jab. And her board is functioning so tight with the condition. Even though it's like a wrap, carbon wrap that normally you gotta surf like a surf pool, like clean, super California clean.
Yeah, and then Smart with a strong combo too. Surfer from New South Wales. Real young surfer too, 5.6 on that one. And Marcos, she's been in a good spot ever since she got that wave too. So in second at the moment with priority. And Annette up and riding. Strong carve right there, looking to improve on the mid-4. We'll see if she does so, but 2.5 on the clock. This is where you get a sense, okay, pressure's mounting. The high seed Wakita still has a chance, needing close to a 6-point ride. She probably needs to be on one of the better waves out there in these next 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, and stuff to, the pill to swallow, because it's 2 teenagers like on the drive seat of this heat, so it's kind of psychological aspects. It kind of is a bummer for a girl with more knowledge, more experience on the tour.
So a bit stuck on that one. Don't know if that'll change things or not. And heading into the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning now. This is really crunch time for majority of these surfers. And you can see Wakita to the right of your screen. Well, she's giving everybody else space, knowing that she does have third priority. Here's Smart, though. And has to go prone at the beginning, but really more a defensive move against Pardo right there. So a minute 35.
Rosie was playing the cards. It's in the rule book. You got to do it.
And let me ask you this. With a little over a minute to go, would you see a 5.73 out of left right now? Do you think Wakita could get that score on the left?
On the left would be hard, man. Maybe with the X Factor like trick, maybe. But like with the combo, I don't think so.
Because as of right now, you have to deal with the surfer in green having higher priority than you. And I don't know if there's going to be enough time for a couple of waves in a row. Well, I might have to take that back.
Yeah, there's some lines
right here.
Yeah, some lines moving.
55 seconds. Wakita needing a score. Same thing for Pardo. And both Annette and Rosie looking to play some defense. And Wakita is well separated from everybody else. She might have a shot at this. Having a dig. Can she get into it? No, she can't.
What a bummer.
40 seconds to go. And she's going to get dropped down in the priority rotation, but she might be alone still.
Yeah, she still has some freedom there.
We're going to stick with Pardo, though, needing a 6.5. Most important wave of her young career right here, and that's not going to be it, unfortunately. A nice attempt.
She's surfing the board from an OG shaper from Brazil called Eduardo Crivella. They used to shape for Dada Figueiredo. That was our version of Christian Fletcher and Mike Archibald in one guy.
Yeah, pioneer, definitely, especially when it came to the air. And that's going to be it for the local surfer Pardo and the Japanese surfer Wakita. So it's going to be Annette and Rosie moving through on back-to-back heat wins.
Yeah, for the
Gonzalez Echevarri family.
Congratulations, oh my God.
So
kudos to the Basque girls.
The two sisters having a great day, and especially by today's conditions, they went out there and ripped. So a massive win for the surfer from the Basque Country. We'll hear from her in just a bit. There are the official results. Smart with also a very good heat. And it's Paloma Pardo and Sarah Wakita out of competition right here at the last Challenger Series event of the year. Heat number 7 coming up in the round of 48 for the women. Be right back with more action from Saquarema.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challengers Series. We're in the opening round for the women. Heat number 7 out in the water, and we have a couple of Japanese surfers out there in the way of Anan Matsuoka and Minami Nonaka is going to be meeting up with Safi Vete, as well as Sofia Gonzalez, Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar on the call. And as true through this entire round, 4 surfers enter and 2 advance on into the next round. What do you think about this heat, Mitch?
Well, Matsuoka has had success in Rio in the past. She won ISA gold last year as a junior, and looking at her right here, already has a 3.67 on the backhand. Kaipo, still a teenager, and despite her qualifying for the challengers, maybe not having the success that she would have liked so far in 2024, but still has a lot of talent in the bag.
That's right. 18-year-old Anon Matsuoka came into this event rated number 27 on the Challenger Series rankings. We just saw Sofia Gonzalez come disengaged on a couple of her opening rides, so she's going to have another tryout from Ericeira, Brazil. Sofia, in her first Challenger Series event, the young 18-year-old.
We got a lot of those in this event here.
Who do we got here, Mitch?
Safi Vete, the Olympian this year for New Zealand, and both her and Bill Sterman with good performances over there in Paris. And Safi did qualify a long time ago for that event, and unfortunately for her, she bowed out pretty early, but was stoked with her result.
Safi Vete, 22 years old, hailing from Aotearoa.
Beautiful Maori name right there. Could you pronounce it again?
Aotearoa, it's the land of the long cloud, also known as New Zealand for you English speakers.
The Polynesian connection there, huh?
Kia ora, my friend.
Out of all of the Polynesians, Maoris are the ones that I want to mess with the least, though.
Hey, man. Everyone got more warlike and meaner as we descended south. Anon Matsuoka again. So opened up with a 3.67. And the thing I like about Anon's surfing is she's so solid. She's sneaky good. I mean, her results are not really speaking for too much success this year on the Challenger Series, but the glimpses that I've seen from this 18-year-old, when she puts it together, look out.
Yeah, and she has a great deep bottom turn on the backhand, too. You can see right here, just an excellent read of the one section right there, and in the end, Kaipo, it's really all you need to do to make it through a heat. You get a couple of 5s right now by today's standards. That's a good heat. You look at Victor Ribas right there. He was the coach for the Japanese team last year and still working with Anon here.
Oh, that's Victor. Wow.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't he? I mean, for his age, still goes out there and rips, too. I wouldn't want to surf a heat against him.
Oh, let's hear from our last heat winner. Annette's up against the glass, straight into the round of 32.
Advancing back to back, right? Tell us a little bit, how was this heat for you and how was your headspace during the heat?
It was really tricky. I made a couple waves, so I'm happy to make it, and yeah.
And are you enjoying Brazil? When did you arrive here? How have you done these days? Training, eating, having fun with your sister? How's Brazil treating you so far?
And I surfed I arrived in 3 days ago, and we just been surfing 3 sessions per day, and yeah, we ate so much aside, so happy.
Are you excited for the upcoming days and the rest of the forecast?
Yes, I love Brazil, so I really like this bank and everything, so I'm really excited for the next days.
Do you want to send some message for your friends and family back home?
Yes, eskerrik asko ikusteagatik, urrengoan ikustea, eta hemen hotza egiteu, que nos mientan.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Zorionak. Congratulations in Basque.
Wow. That's a specialty language right there.
Dude, I've heard rumors of where that language originated
from. That's like a specialty language right there.
I still have no idea,
yeah,
because it's only spoken literally in that part of the world.
Wow. Safi late there. And so, but she'll remain in second place right now. Sofia Gonzalez with priority in the green jersey. And we saw during that interview, Minami Nonaka take off on 1. Go through a couple of replays. Here's Safi.
Yeah, and Ivete did get a 3.57 as her first ride. And this one we saw just missed time right there with the lip. It seemed like she was thinking that wave was going to break a bit later than that, but still no harm, no foul, as you said, still in second place. And for Nonaka, this is only her 4th event this season on the CS, so kind of an actual pivotal moment, knowing that she is in contention to move up into the top 10. At the moment, Kaipo, pretty high for somebody who's only surfed in 3 events leading up to this one. Number 36 on the CS.
And so everything's a plus, right? Because you take your top 4 results for someone like Minami Nonaka, she's just going to keep on adding to her ranking with every single heat she advances through.
Well, there's small subtleties to take from it too. Maybe a certain region gives you more money or more travel budget to be able to do so if you have a higher ranking. There could be incentives in your contract. You never know. I know back in the day, a lot of people, if they used to get a contract with magazines, it would all depend on what kind of position you get in the magazine, right? If you got a cover shot, it would be a lot more money than getting something in the back of the mag.
Back in the day, you had to be really nice to photographers because they paid your bills.
Speaking from experience, Kaipo?
I've been known to put on fluorescent wetsuits and jump through hoops back in the 80s and 90s, yes. Okay, so 21 minutes, 30 seconds, and Anna Matsuoka still started off strong, kept on going strong. 5.5 for her last ride, so combine that with the 3.67, and by the standards that we've seen as the conditions have deteriorated, 5s are keepers right now.
Oh, 100%. You're getting more than 10, 11 points right now. You're having a standout heat, and I mean, you look at the conditions, despite them still being a bit tough out there, there are some clean rides, Kaipo.
There sure are, and the second, third wave of the heat, and just looking for those kind of double ups too that come through on the inside. Those are the ones that are going to present some opportunities. Of course, the goal for all of our Challenger Series surfers are to make it to the big show, to make it to the championship tour, and we take the top 5 women, top 10 men. You make it there, and this is your schedule presented by Qantas, and what a schedule it is. The juxtaposition of pipeline straight into that mechanical miracle in the Middle East, Surf Abu Dhabi, from the cold waters of Peniche to the warm Point Break in El Salvador, and then a triple header before the mid-season cut over in Australia, Mitch.
Yeah, and then if you make it past the cut, first event you get to surf is over at Lowers, one of the premier breaks worldwide. Then you come back here to Saquarema. I think the biggest addition right there has to be Abu Dhabi, of course, being a wave pool itself, and I have to say, the best wave in the world when it comes to wave pool nowadays, too.
And then you look at the end of the road. I'm talking about Te Aupo'o, where you're going to paddle out through that channel of Hawaii and meet up with Pere'ure out in the Pacific Ocean, where we will qualify and clinch our top 5 men and top 5 women who will battle out for a world title in Cloud Break. Look at that. August 27th through September 4th. One-day event for men's and women's world champ.
Favorite event on tour right there, Chopes, but have to say, having another left on tour like Cloud Break as the final event too, pretty exciting stuff.
That's right. Think about Italo Ferreira, think about especially Gabriel Medina. I know it's early, we're only talking about 2025.
Well, and the return of Philippe.
But, you know, I'm looking at the goofy foots at Cloud Break.
Don't you think I want that too? Of course we all want that. Cole Hauschma might make it there.
Maybe everyone gives Medina a couple more 10s this year coming.
The one in Fiji was hurt. It hurt.
he said it in the interview after.
For how the waves were that day too, I was like, oh, this for sure, and all good. I mean.
So actually, I just saw Sophia and Charlie Medina. They're on site right here, and we'll be seeing Sophia, I believe, in the round of 32 for the women.
Yeah, what an outstanding tour next year, though, right? 11 events. Then you have the finals on top of that, and I think the biggest difference this year in comparison to previous years, cut at number 7 right now. So you have 2 more events to go, and 2 events that are less difficult, I would say, to compete at than others, Kipes.
So, I mean, we got the women in the water, so that's going to be helpful for someone like a rookie coming into next year's tour, like a Bella Kenworthy. Because historically, it's been hard for rookies to get their feet underneath them going onto the championship tour. Those extra 2 events going to 7, I think, is going to be a great advantage for our new class on the championship tour, both for the men and for the women. Here's Safi. With a nice roundhouse there. Oh, and just lost control of the rail, unfortunately.
Here goes Minami now. Yeah, as you said, less pressure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you should go out there thinking that every event's going to be a freebie, you know? Especially at Pipe. Getting a quick and fast start right there. Look at what Caitlin Simmons was able to do the rest of the year. She was never really out of contention for a top 5 spot anywhere after that event right there. And of course, the one big difference this year in comparison to previous years, the Australian leg now having 3 events.
The triumphant return of Snapper Rocks and the Superbank is going to be one that I think the entire championship tour is going to be looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to that as well.
Real good time of the year for that break too. Right around there, May, which I think is pivotal part, or close to May.
That's right. Start pumping that sand around Froggies. Accumulates right there at the rocks, behind the rocks at Snapper.
Could even be Akira Day too, if we time it well.
There you go. Okay, a couple paddles here. Priority with Sofia Gonzalez, and unfortunately she's going to lose priority right there. Could not get into that. So frustrating time on the beach for the coaches and the support squad for Sofia Gonzalez as she's just thrown away priority.
And here comes a wave for Matsuoka. She might be in position for this. Seems like a bit too deep, and Vete, same thing for her. So a lot of these women getting caught out of position, and as of right now, it's really just the 5.5 of Matsuoka that's kind of held the standard in this heat, Kaipo. 16 minutes on the clock.
At the risk of sounding cliche, Mitchell Salazar, I don't want to say it's a grindy heat, but it's a grindy heat.
It is.
We're going to take a break. And from the grind, we'll be back, though, with the finish of this heat number 7 opening round for the women here at Saquarema. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Keep your balls in the air. And we're back at Saquarema, Nossa Senhora de Nazaré on the hill there as we take a look at our Women's Challenger Series rankings. Sally Fitzgibbons, Bella Kenworthy, Isabel Nichols, all qualified for the 2025 Championship Tour. Mitchell, Aaron Brooks is right there, but look at how many other surfers we have in contention for qualification.
Yeah, well, really, Vahine and Lulu are the 2 ones that we got to keep our eyes on. They're tied in terms of points, but Vahine does have the tiebreaker due to 1 better result. As of right now, though, Alyssa Spencer still with a shot. Same thing for both Yo-Yo and Bronte. You need to watch out with Nadia Aerostarbe. She's made finals day a couple of times here.
Yeah, she's been sneaky consistent. Nadia Aerostarbe been making a name for herself on the last couple seasons on this Challenger Series. Is this the year for Nadia to crack through onto the Championship Tour? Well, time will tell. And we're going to find out by the end of the week and the end of this event window here at stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. We're in the back half of heat number 7 in this round of 48, the opening round for the women. We have Anan Matsuoka, who came out strong with a 3.67 and even better with a 5.5. Anan, our Japanese competitor, out in the lead, and it's a strong lead at the moment.
You know what's so crazy about this place is that You look at it on screen right now, you're thinking, oh, it's quite clean. You look at it from the beach, it's whitecapping on the outside. So really just this part of the beach that's as clean as it is right now on camera, Kaipo. But all in all, it's tough out there. And you talk about grindy heats. There's times where you just have to go out there and let things happen by themselves. You get 2 5s, that's a good heat by right now standards.
And I think, to your point, Mitchell, is you have to adjust your expectations.
Yes.
For the conditions. So you're not going to be out there waiting for a perfect ride. You got to get going, and that's what we saw Anan Matsuoka do. Is she's identified a couple of waves that had a nice double up to it. She put a couple turns in, and that's how she got the lead. I think all the rest of the surfers should start to look to follow suit at this moment, and that may even mean moving further inside and riding those double ups on the inside.
Well, and if you need it too, you go and grind at it too, you know. I've never seen anybody not try to get a score like that in the past. So just goes to show you right here on the CS, a lot of people are still learning on the fly, especially, you know, rookie surfers and people that are still teenagers, including the one surfer out there in the red jersey, talking about an 18-year-old in the lead.
Here's Minami no Naka. She finds a nice corner, and that's a great slash to start. She did not want to stick with that, so she's just going to lean on that one carve. Minami, just a 3.71 gets her into second place at this time.
At the moment, it is her best wave. 3.71 though, don't see that happening. And Safi right now playing with fire. I know there's still 11 minutes to go, Kaipo, but you want to back up that 3.57 and get something similar if you can.
Yeah, this is true. Just play the odds. Take a look here again. Minami with just a single slash.
Well, perfect technique in the pocket the whole time, wraps it back. And I thought the same as you. I thought she was going to try to grind that wave out till the very end and maybe get at least a 3 or 4 out of that thing. But with 11 minutes on the clock, there's still plenty of time to potentially improve on this one and catch another wave at least. Seems like Anon might be interested in looking at a left over on the other side of the beach. I don't know if that's the smartest of strategies right now. She is working with Victor, who is a local surfer right here, but I feel like the rights are still much cleaner.
And there's the coach, the support squad, and here's Anon, our heat leader. Nice carve there. And this wave will stand up on the inside, and she exploits that straight to the lip. Solid ride out. I think she's going to increase her score line.
She should.
Safi behind her, just a cut back, showing a little frustrations as she kicks out. But Anan Matsuoka, talk about playing the game, surfing a smart heat. Great decision making, great wave selection, and then of course solid surfing for completing those difficult finishes.
Yeah, and of course, you know, having this kind of composure as an 18-year-old is really difficult, but as I said before, she's been experienced enough to win a gold medal here in Rio as an ISA competitor, and as you said, she's really surfed a perfect heat by right now standards. 3.67, 5.5. To me, she's going to improve on the 3.67 right here and increase her heat total. But by today's expectations, 10, 11 points, and any other given day could easily be 16, 17 points, Kaipo.
That's true. So still waiting for the score for Anon as she makes a paddle back out. Looks like we got some energy and a set coming through here. So with priority, Sofia Gonzalez doesn't need a big score to get into second and advancing position at this moment. Sofia needs to position herself, and she looks like she's a little too deep, and it's just going to be duck diving this set.
And she comes from an area that, you know, has a real heavy beach break in Maresias too. 18-year-old you mentioned. First time competing at the Challenger Series level, but a lot of pressure on her shoulders competing at home in her home country. Expectations both from herself, from her family, and everybody supporting her, but you can't think about that right now. You got to make sure that you're actually concentrating on the 30 minutes you have out there in the water, and I know it's difficult sometimes, but what do most professional athletes do before they paddle out? You make sure you listen to your music and get into your groove. If it works for you, you go ahead and do it. If something else is what benefits you, you got to find that little peace of mind before you paddle out.
Yeah, we've seen music motivate. We've seen meditation also come into play. We've also seen Anan Matsuoka drop a 6.1. So there's Maddie Myers' mentoring camp there on the beach. And this is Sofia Gonzalez, who's found the running left. And this is good news for the 18-year-old butt. unfortunately gets the grippy rails there, catches the rail, goes down. Missed opportunity. Big opportunity here for Minami Nonaka. Eyeing up this inside section. Snaps off the top, and the Japanese surfer, 2.88. She goes into second place and will join Anan Matsuoka in the lead and in advancing position.
So she moved up 2 spots after Portugal, and that was only her 3rd event this year. If she makes it out of this heat, I have a feeling that she's going to move up at least a couple more spots in the rankings too, which will be huge for her heading into 2025. Looking at the replay here, the setup carve, and just intelligent surfing right here at the end. Not pushing too hard, making sure she pushes just enough to get that score with 7 minutes to go. And the wave selection from Gonçalves just a bit unfortunate right here. I was surprised that she even looked left on this one, Kaipo. As you can see, that devil wind just straight up on the face right there. Gonna be another throwaway.
Yeah, sure is. And still waiting for score for Minami Nonaka. It's an important score. And Safi Vete there in the white jersey wants to know what's going on, and she waves to the onside announcers.
Minami here.
Little runner from Nonaka, tic-tacs her way and meets it oncoming. So if she didn't get it done in the previous wave, she got it done right now.
And with this turn, I think alone she improves on the 177 too.
Anan Matsuoka, who's been just really, really strong in this heat again. Power hook to finish, and a solid finish. So this could be the 1-2 punch for the Japanese surfers in the final 6 minutes.
And how crazy was that patience right there off of the second bottom turn too? She waited a long time to get to the lip line right there. Scores in for Nonaka.
She did it, 4.27. Minami goes to second. Here's Anan Matsuoka.
Yeah, look at the delay right there, Kaipo. I mean, for an 18-year-old to pull that off, quite difficult, and especially with the short break looking like it is right now. She's looking to improve on the 5.5. I don't know if she does that. I really like the strong turn, though.
Yeah, we're still waiting for this number for Minami Nonaka as well. She's already gone into second place, but she can continue to pull away from 3rd and 4th if she improves upon a 1.77. I think she's going to do that for sure.
Oh, no doubt, and going to add some more pressure to Safi and Gonçalves, too, with the little over 5 minutes. So we mentioned preparation, how everybody kind of gets into the groove in the zone. You saw Sanoa Demphley-Olin from the Matt Myers camp get into that kind of groove by hanging out with Nolan Raposa and the rest of the crew over there. And then you kind of get a moment to yourself right before you paddle out. Maybe breathe a little bit more, focus, make sure that you're zoning out and focusing on what's happening in the water.
There she is. That's Sanoa. Can you tell us a little bit about Sanoa?
Tofino, British Columbia, Canada, a beautiful place. Older sister Matea, also an incredible surfer.
What about the Floridian here, Zoe Benedetto?
Yeah, Ponce Inlet, so great wave. Quite inconsistent over there on the East Coast, but makes her way out west anytime she can.
Safi Vete trying to fight back into this heat, but you can see frustration. She needs a 4.8 at the moment because Minami Nonaka went back-to-back, a 4.27, a 4.1 for Nonaka, now in a strong second place position. So we talked about the 1-2 punch for the Japanese surfers is coming to fruition.
Yeah, and Safi's not out of this yet. You saw that kind of sigh of just exhaustion and not being able to catch the right waves in this heat at the end of that wave right there. 4 minutes is a good amount of time at a beach break like this, especially with the short paddle out. She can't give up right now, but looking at her wave selection, just hasn't been the best one so far, and it's her first trip right here to this spot, and as you can see, timing's just been a bit off, Kaipo.
Yeah, and she just showed it to the judges too with that body language and that frustration.
You can't let presentation get out of the way either. Want to make sure that you're doing things a certain way, trying to still impress the 5 judges up there, and another quick one right there for Safi. So 3 minutes 30, to me, it's a good amount of time, especially when you're only needing close to a 5-point ride.
Yeah, but it's also being able to contain yourself emotionally and not let this run away with you and not feel defeated inside of your own head, because to your point, Safi does have the time, she does have the opportunity, but what I'm seeing on the screen is some frustration.
Well, and this is where you need to remind yourself who you are. What did I achieve before I got to this point? She's an Olympian, first and foremost. She's been in this position before, and now she's looking for just a mid-range score at this point of the heat.
Let's take a look at our heat recap. Anan Matsuoka has been strong in her approach, starting off with some great backhand surfing, Mitch.
Yeah, an excellent timing too. That was the 5-5 by Matsuoka. Was able to get the 6.1 afterwards, and not only the timing, the read on these waves too. Great setup turn right there by Anand, and then you look at the way she's able to set up the bottom turn and re-entry right there, right at the end of these waves. Really impeccable stuff. Great heat total by right now standards too. And then a big comeback by Nonaka. Couple of 4s in a row, Kaipo. She's looking strong in second place.
Yeah, Minami Nonaka waited for a while, had some pressure on her, and then went 4.27, 4.1. She's currently in second place. And we're nearing the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
Favorite wave in Japan, Kaipo? Do you have one? You spent a lot of time over there.
We used to like to go to Nijima Island, which was pretty wave rich and stuff. Yeah, that would, I mean, I think my favorite wave in Japan right now would probably be Surf Stadium, but I haven't been there, but I think already it's going to be my favorites from what I've seen clip-wise. That's the Tokyo wave system.
You go to Ocean Dome before?
Nah, no.
That was pretty cool. I liked it because it was more of a beach break. It wasn't a perfect wave, you know? Looked super fun. I also know that Okinawa gets a good amount of waves too.
Yeah.
Gotta head over there. That's where we maybe need to have a Challenger Series event.
Warm water. Yeah. Very dependent upon typhoons for waves there, but when they do come, I hear they're very good.
Gotta time it well.
All right, so we're past the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning and down to just a minute. Anna Matsuoka with complete heat control. She's got a big lead. She's got priority. Everything's looking clear for Anand. Right here, this is Minami Nonaka trying to improve upon a 4.1, and that's not going to happen there. But the clock's on her side. Safi Vete needs a 4.8.
Comes from great surfing family. Brother Finn also a strong surfer, has competed for New Zealand in the past. The Olympian, though, looking for a 4.8 Kaipo, as he pointed out. So basically a 5 is what you got to be thinking in your head. Could happen with just one big section. Needs a wave, though, in these next 25 seconds.
Yeah, and Sofia Gonzalez needs near a 7 to get into that top 2. Priority used by our heat leader, Anand. Again, that patience she shows. That one a little bit late, a little bit too patient. Not going to matter. She's still going to win the heat.
Yeah, and cold-blooded, too, right? I mean, 5 waves. At the end with priority 2, she wasn't taking any kind of chances right there and throwing away a 3.67 and 4.47, which would still have her in an advancing position in this heat. What a well-structured one right there, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, coming into this heat, I was talking about like what a fan I have been of Anand's surfing, and she just proved it again. Just being so solid.
Excellent beach break surfer.
Yeah, great technique. Great wave selection. There's the numbers, 11.6 for Anand Matsuoka, 8.3 two-wave total for Minami Nonaka, both Japanese surfers moving on into the round of 32. We'll be moving on to a short commercial break. We'll be back with the final heat of opening round for the women here in Saquarema.
Aqui é o ponte para assistir o pôr do sol, mano. Tô chegando aqui agora na Praia da Vila, um dos meus lugares favoritos em Saquarema, para assistir o pôr do sol. Curtir esse espetáculo da natureza aqui na Praia da Vila. Esse cantinho e a praia vai embora, então o sol ele desce assim, muito lindo. Tem um morrinho incrível para ficar mais do alto, do lado tem a igrejinha, do outro lado Itaúna. Pô, esse é o pôr do sol perfeito, o lugar mais incrível para curtir aquela paz aqui em Saquar. Paraíso, mano. Pô, só um brinde para selar esse dia de altas ondas.
Perfect way to cap off the day. Sunset in Saquarema with a Corona. And we're capping off the opening round for the women right here. Heat number 8, round of 48, Zoe Benedetto, Ariana Ochoa, Sanoa, Olin, and Monique Santos out in the waters, Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Interesting heat that's going to be playing out before us, Mitchell, as we take a look at the first wave here of Zoe Benedetto.
And Zoe's very used to these kind of conditions coming from Florida, especially on the East Coast. A lot of ESA events, USA surfing events from Palm City and surfing Ponce Inlet for the most part. So real similarities in this wave and over there on the East Coast, especially when you go to Sebastian. It kind of has that little extra push coming towards you, especially on these peaky rights out there.
Yeah, and not, you know, coming from Florida, no stranger to wind swell.
Not at all. On the contrary, the more wind, the better.
Yeah.
So you're getting larger amount of consistency, and when it comes to board selection, a lot of people out there in the mayhems today, Kipes.
That's right. And Zoe, again, handled this really well.
Yeah, just the one turn, but, I mean, as of right now, still a single strong one. That wasn't bad by Sanoa either. Up and over the section. Seemed like that scored quite well given the conditions.
Yeah, taking a look there again, and that was a 3.23 for Sanoa Dempsey Olin.
Yeah, so older sister Matea, great surfer. They actually shared a final at the QS level in San Luis Obispo last year, where it was an all-Canadian final. First time ever it happened on the QS. Peter DeVries, obviously a long-time outstanding surfer from the area over there in British Columbia. He won a 6-star QS back in 2009 in Tofino. When it comes to Canada, though, and the kind of research that they've had when it comes to competition, my goodness, Kaipo. Like, they're getting to a point where there's not a huge difference between them and the rest of the field in North America.
Yeah, so Canada going strong. And we talk about Canada, we can't veer any further than I talk about Erin Brooks, who represents Canada. And she's number 4 in the rankings here on the Challenger Series. And potentially, she would be the first Canadian to qualify for the championship tour. That's history.
It will be, and I think the likelihood of that happening later on in this event is extremely high. She makes it to the quarterfinals. She automatically clinches her spot to qualify for the championship tour. You know, and it's such a beautiful area too. Shout out to Dom Domick and Shannon Brown, the amazing work that they do for CSA Surf Canada too. Huge fan of the area, Kaipo. It is very cold though. I went there when it was raining almost every single day, but you know, looking at the stars, looking at the sunset over there and the quality of the waves, it's extremely consistent over there in BC. You should come sometime. I feel like people would receive you with open arms.
Let's throw it down to Raquel Apollonio. She's with the last heat winner, Anon Matsuoka.
That's it, Kaipo. Anon, let me ask you something. We saw some Japanese athletes advancing today, making hits. Is there any similarity between Itaúna and the beach breaks you train at home?
Yeah, here's Itaúna Beach is like my favorite beach, and then little similar in Japan, like beach breaks. So yeah, I like it here.
And how do you choose your equipment, not only for the whole event, but also for this heat specifically?
For the board? This is like so little tricky because little backwash and then like little bumpy, but yeah, I saw the wave and then I select my favorite Los Southboards driver, South Driver 2.0, and then this was so much here Itaúna Beach. Yeah.
Do you think it's too different from last year when you were here?
Yeah, this year is so cold. Water is freezing too. Last year was hot here, so, but yeah, it was so fun. That's all perfect.
Do you want to send some words in Japanese for your supporters?
Yeah. 応援ありがとうございます。ラウンド1勝ててよかったです。ラウンド2もこの勢いで勝てるように、頑張ります。また応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. We're excited to watch you in the next heat. Thank you.
Oh, Merito. And it is samui desu yo out there.
Could you translate all that?
It's just called samui, you know. And omerito is just short slang for omerito gozaimashita, which is congratulations.
Hi.
Hi.
And hi would be like yes. Okay. I'm getting places, Kaipo.
Hey, you're the language guy. I'm definitely
I'm trying to add more every single day. Stuff though, dude. You go from like listening to Basque all of a sudden, then to like Portuguese from Portugal, then Portuguese from Brazil, and then you go to like all the different Spanish slangs and stuff like that. My head sometimes is like scrambled egg.
I truly feel that that's the one beautiful thing about surfing is global. And more than any other, and you can kind of call it a sport, but it's more than just a sport. But what it exposes us to is people from all over the world. Just like Ariana Ochoa right here from the Basque Country and her killer backhand surfing. That was a well put together wave given the conditions. She found that nice double up and got crispy on it.
Yeah, and it seems like Sanoa maybe trying to push a bit too hard on a couple of these last waves right there. Under 21 minutes on the clock. Here's Benedetto now.
Zoe, a couple of S turns. They're looking to the inside here. Wave steepens up. And the 19-year-old from Palm City, Florida, finds a huge finish.
I know that wave was small towards the end, but you got to give her credit for the outstanding maneuver that she did right there on that section.
She's got a bright future, just 19 years old. Runner-up for a World Junior title just this year behind Sierra Kerr. I'm a fan of her surfing.
She was surfing great, had a good performance a few years ago in Ericeira too. Has real good point break style, but you wouldn't necessarily think that she grew up at a point break being from Florida, right? And you see this down the line kind of snap, and you're just thinking to yourself, how did she get to this point? Real nice snap right there. I know the section was smaller once again, but just technique and style alone, well worth it. And then Ochoa.
Yeah, really good on this. Wave stood up nicely for her.
Well, an excellent read too. I think it just came down to the flow and the use of the speed on that one. Great transitions between maneuvers, so should be a solid score by right now standards. And you know, it seems like she's wearing earplugs too, which is quite uncommon when it comes to competition, especially those that have a line with them. Big fan of surf ears myself, but really any kind, as soon as it gets a certain temperature, I usually tend to wear earplugs just because it does get irritant at every moment, you know. I don't know about yourself, but growing up in Mexico, going from real warm water to cold water in California in the wintertime, I definitely feel like I need those every now and then.
The earplugs?
Yeah. Do you not use them that much when you live Santa Barbara and Southern California?
No, but lately I've been a fan of the hooded wetsuit when it gets cold. I don't see people wearing them in competition, but just for free surfing, get a nice hood on there and keep the ears insulated. Don't need to talk to the people next to you.
That's usually the best part.
You can just go surfing.
Let me surf this peak to myself. There's a reason why I'm wearing my hood. Okay, guys, like, move over to the next peak. Be nice.
And I think John made hoods look cool now, so like, you know.
Oh, he made the like long sleeve rash guards look real cool too.
That's what I mean.
Everything's back in style because of him. Shout out to John. You're the man.
Numbers in for Benedetto is a 3.4 for Ochoa, a 4.33. They go 1 and 2. Here comes Sanoa. Nice reform on the inside here for the Canadian surfer. She's got some potential out in front of her, and she puts it to it, puts it up, chops it down on the backhand. Sanoa Olin, 2.68. She's going to go into second place. She just did that.
Yeah, and by far the best wave of the heat in my eyes. And coming from Tofino in BC, Canada, amazing place, very consistent waves. Weather temperature outside does vary quite a bit from the winter into the summertime. Water temp, though, relatively cold year-round. And we talked about the diversity of waves. More than anything, it's the consistency of waves that they have up there in, you know, the Pacific Northwest. Anywhere past Washington State, Kaipo, you're getting waves basically year-round, and not a whole ton of surfers either. Comes around the section, set up carve right there, but always in the pocket, though. That's something that really stands out with both her and her sister, Matea. Really love the aggressiveness of the last turn, and, you know, that's considering that leading up to this wave, Kaipo, she had a lot of falls in a row, too. Even the 3.23, it was the one single turn. I didn't know if she was going to be this aggressive towards the end, having a couple falls in a row. I love that she stuck with it, though. She gets the BOH.
Yeah, 5.33. I love that she just loaded up for that final turn. Here we go, though. Ochoa on the comeback. Nice hook. It's just going to be one turn for the score. She needs just a 1.67. It's going to be a seesaw battle right now between Zoe, Sanoa, and Ariane for those top two spots.
Yeah, and Ochoa coming out of the Basque Country, too, has a lot of experience competing over there in Europe. She's won QS events before, primarily won in Israel a few years ago. And Santos, she's coming off of a win at the event, a Great Day in the Stoke in Huntington Beach, which is really a celebration of black culture and, you know, people of color within surfing. So Santos, no stranger to beach breaks and success at beach breaks either. We look at the one wave here, the one turn of Ariane, you know, only needing a 1.67. Feel like she's going to get that on a bit more too.
So Ochoa still waiting for the score. She's going to move into second, perhaps even first when this number presents itself. Judges still slowly coming into clue for the numbers. All 5 judges now have the score in. It's a 3.93. Ariane Ochoa goes into second place. Priority with Zoe Benedetto, who's dropped down to third place, needs a 4.86.
And Sanoa Demfleolin, an Olympian this year too. She was a silver medalist at the Pan American Games last year, losing the final to Tati Weston Webb. Still only 19 years old though.
Yeah, this is a pretty young heat. I mean, we have 19-year-old Zoe Benedetto, 19-year-old Sanoa Olin, 26-year-old Ariana Ochoa. You talked about Monique Santos, who's been very quiet in this heat so far. She's, you know, the veteran in this heat at 32 years old for the Brazilian.
And she's been a professional within the country for a number of years now, has had success within the national circuit, and of course, you know, a lot of the other professional circuits within South America too, but has never had a stand-up performance when it comes to the global stage. She's looking to make things happen in these next 14 minutes.
Yeah, it's back, you know, I think in 2011 or so, Monique had a fairly good pro junior career. And regionally in the pro junior, she was cleaning up, right? But that's just what happens, you know, throughout the surfer's career. You just, it's a roller coaster, right? And your engagement in competition can change.
Oh, good wave
from
here.
year to year. Well, this has been Benedetto using her priority. Big snap there, beautiful style. Little tuck knee, swoops around here. She's gonna get her score and more. Just needed a 5, she's done that. And so the seesaw battle continues in this heat. I predicted Zoe Benedetto going into the top 2.
Yeah, and you mentioned the tuck knee on the first turn. Real beautiful stuff there from Zoe.
So quick up and down for Monique Santos. But what we're really waiting for is that score for Zoe Benedetto and see how that affects the standings in this heat.
Maracaipe, beautiful city in the northeast of Brazil. Some great waves too, and kind of one of the regions within the country that is maybe not as spoken of just because not a whole ton of surfers come from there that have a great success.
Sanoa, you know, with these conditions that we felt were deteriorating, they're kind of cleaning a little bit up. She would have wanted to clean up the finish right there. I could have used the solid finish.
I also think they're surfing a lot of these waves up now just because one's pushing the other and they kind of feel the need to be able to do that. And a sense of urgency right here too. Kaipo, there's a big heat, especially for Benedetto, who's the high seed in this one.
Yep, number 20 on the rankings coming into this event. Zoe Benedetto. We'll see if Zoe can get into the top 2. We'll come back with those scores and more, and the conclusion of heat number 8 of the round of 48 here in Saquarema. It's Saturday. It's Children's Day here in Brazil, and to celebrate that, we are going to end the day with a unique heat. It's the My Hero Generation Heat, where fathers and their kids will be out surfing. The fathers will be out surfing, kids will be on the beach coaching. Natura Kayak supporting this My Generation Heat, and that's happening. And there's our participants right there, Mitchell.
Jacare Monteiro, father Honi, he's one of our beach announcers at this event. Taking the last heat off, of course, to paddle out. Pretty cool.
I think so. I think it's really cool. Jacare is going to be out there. Heitor Mueller's dad, Sandro, Gustavo Hop, and Carlos Cosciotti.
Long-time Brazilian legend, too. I wonder who's going to be the biggest smack talker out of the 4 of them.
I see that as that is a humble bunch of fathers right there.
I don't know. On Children's Day, you know you want to win for your kid. You're going to be down there and you're going to make sure. What I'm kind of upset about is that they didn't get, you know, even a question out of us. Hey, you guys want to do an uncle and nephew kind of heat out there and participate too? I feel like I could have coached you to a W out there in today's conditions.
I got that new knee. It's working pretty good. Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Could get you a borrowed board. Paddle out on anything. Make me proud over there on the lefts. Still time. 9 minutes. Should we ask?
Maybe. I got to ask for a full suit, too. It's like the water temperature dropped. I am ill-prepared. As we went to the commercial, we're waiting for a score for Zoe Benedetto. Zoe's gone to first. Sanoa Demphley Olin in second. Ariana Ochoa does have priority out there. She's in the blue jersey. She's got some outstanding numbers, a 4.33, a 3.93. Ariane needs a 4.24 to get into that top 2 conversation and advance on this heat.
Yeah, and you pointed out something on the 5.3 for Benedetto. Here it is. I mean, look at the wave selection, first of all. Real impressive stuff to be able to wait this long. Look at that tuck knee turn that she has right at the end, though. I always love how the way she drops it right towards the end of the turn.
Yeah, I think that was a 3.13. that she caught. Oh, coming back to live action. Don't know what happened before that. Remember, that was Ochoa, and she needs a 4.24.
Well, if it's just the ending turn, it's definitely not the score that she needs, but probably did some work on the outside. It was in a good priority rotation to get this wave too, and tight race for second between her and Sanoa at the moment. And you know, just knowing how determined Ariane is, she puts in a lot of work in the gym too.
Zoe with that top slash again, and Benedetto starting to put it together here. Well done.
There's a reason why she's the number 20 seed, right? She's been in this position before. She's had success, as you mentioned earlier this year in Oceanside, California, runner-up to the World Junior title to Sierra Kerr. And once again, wave selection on point. This is what happens when you grow up in the Mid-Atlantic, Kaipo. A lot of good waves over there on the East Coast, especially in Florida, but not super consistent. So the Floridian working well, and you can see right there, excellent finishing turn by Benedetto too.
This is what happened with Ochoa's wave, where she came in under. This is a 3.43, not enough for Ariane.
Yeah, I think the first section was just maybe a bit too small. Say she does end up cleaning up the last turn a little bit more, maybe she gets the score, but I feel like that wave just shouldering off a bit too much for Ochoa.
So she's still seeking a 4.24 now. She has the disadvantage of being under the priority of Sanoa Dentley Olin, who's in second place and holding first priority.
Ooh, it was a good wave. Sanoa let go, but she was too deep.
Well, let's check out Manu. She's down in the preparation for the My Hero Generation Heat. Manu.
Yeah, guys, that's it. I'm here with Tainá and Caixote, her dad, and her hero. And every time I see Tainá competing, her dad is always like that, coaching and yelling and going crazy with you. And now today's the opposite. How do you feel about going crazy with your dad today?
I'm a little bit nervous today because I want to see my dad surfing and breathing in this heat. He's very good on that. And yeah, long time that I don't see my dad competing, so it feels good. And yeah, let's go.
How about you? Are you okay? Excited?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, so we're gonna be okay. And Rachel has some great people with her too.
That's it. I'm here with the legends, Raoni and Jacaré. I'm gonna make some questions in Portuguese and then I'll translate later. Como é que tá sendo para você? Você lembra a primeira vez que você viu seu pai surfando? Como é que foi?
Bom, na verdade, assim, acho que eu não tenho muitas memórias a primeira vez que eu vi o meu pai surfando, mas eu tenho, assim, muito boas memórias do começo de tudo, sabe? Assim, ele me levando, meus primeiros passos, a gente indo para a água aqui em Itaúna, as minhas primeiras ondas, sabe? Ele me empurrando na espuma. Então, essas são as boas lembranças que eu tenho, assim, do começo de tudo. E, assim, acho que eu tive muita sorte de ter um pai surfista, né, cara? Que, assim, foi inspiração para minha vida, sabe? Virou o meu trabalho, eu vivi anos do surf e acho que a sementinha que ele plantou lá atrás, assim, foi bem legal, sabe? Viver isso tudo e agora tá essa troca, sabe? Ele tá no meu lugar e eu tá no lugar dele. Que ele foi meu coach, meu técnico durante muito tempo, sabe? Assim, quase a minha vida toda, mesmo estando longe, assim, quando eu tava no CT ou no QS, a gente sempre se falava, ele perguntava como é que tava. Então, enfim, foi uma vida muito legal e eu só tenho a agradecer ao meu pai por ele ter sido surfista.
Ai, que demais! E qual o conselho que você vai dar para ele hoje nessas condições? Como é que vai ser o coach?
Hoje é o seguinte, tá sudoeste, tá? Esse cara surfa mais do que eu aqui. Todo dia ele vem de bicicletinha da casa dele surfar, então não tem muito o que eu falar para ele. Ele já sabe onde é que tá a vala. Vai devagar nos aéreos, tá? Para não esculachar muito a galera.
Meio baleado, talvez não saia bem hoje, mas tudo bem, vamos ver.
Mas é isso, cara. Tem uma esquerdinha legal ali. Meu pai é goofy, ele gosta de surfar para a esquerda. Ele é bom de backside também, mas aquela esquerdinha ali é que ele prefere mais. E tenho certeza que ele vai chegar lá e vai se divertir e pegar uma esquerda boa daquela. Isso aí é amarrado.
Você tá empolgado, Jacaré, para ir na bateria com o seu filho como coach? Conta pra gente também da sua prancha, ó.
Bom, é empolgadíssimo, né? Uma sempre que a gente passa por uma experiência nova, a gente se empolga, né? A primeira vez que está acontecendo isso comigo, né? E, pô, com certeza eu sou um privilegiado de ter um coach como ele, né? E já me deu as dicas aqui, a esquerdinha, estou de olho já há muito tempo que eu estava lá na locução, já estou de olho nessa esquerda há um tempo. E a prancha, cara, a prancha do meu amigo Sina, lá de Niterói, uma pranchinha feita no meu estilo, né? Bastante litragem para poder ter uma remada legal. Então não é uma pranchinha de alta performance, mas coroa que se diverte.
Muito bom, obrigada, boa sorte. They are very excited. Raoni said that he has great memories with his dad, so it's a really special moment for them. Jacaré said he's excited, not really excited with the conditions, but excited with the energy, with the vibe. He's taking his bigger board, and let's go, it's almost time. Thank you very much.
That is awesome. You gotta love you some jacaré right there, man.
Hey, you know what jacaré means in Portuguese, right?
Hey, it's a crocodile. Yeah?
Alligator. Yeah. Jacaré. How cool is that, though? Like, I was listening to Raoni speak the whole time, and you could just see, like, the proud dad in the background.
Oh, yeah,
like,
man.
You know, your father taught you to surf. If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't be involved in this right now. And you just got to be grateful with that, you know?
One of my best memories is, you know, I won Ben Ipa's longboard contest on Father's Day one year when I was a kid, and I won a surfboard at Donald Takayama, and I gave it to my dad. And so, yeah, that father and son surfing bond is just, it's so special, you know? And especially, hey, we're celebrating that on Children's Day, so how appropriate. Hey, thanks to everyone who's made that possible, especially Natural Kayak for supporting the My Hero Generation Heat. Dave Grohl said it best.
There goes my hero. Well, it took her a long time, but at least she got going right here, Kaipo. Santos on the board gets a 2.87. So now needing close to a 6. Decent combo at turns. The only thing was that this wave was extremely flat, so sections weren't very critical. I mean, Benedetto's really running away with the lead right now, but this wave is crucial. It's needing a 4.24, Kaipo was needing to stay on her feet at the end of that one.
Yeah, that was a clutch moment for Ariana Ochoa. And you can see a little bit of the disappointment right there where she realized that was her last opportunity, down to just 20 seconds here. Comes in at 2.07, not enough for the Basque surfer. This is what happened.
And, you know, she really hasn't surfed that bad of a heat either. You look at the total and you'd be thinking, okay, it's probably not the best. But overall, the 4, the 3, they were well-surfed waves. I mean, just the quality of the waves wasn't necessarily there. And Sanoa Demfleolin kind of dodges a bullet right there towards the end. If it weren't for the 5.33, Adiane would be in second place. Well-surfed heat by Zoe Benedetto, and Sanoa, the Canadian, moving through.
There you go. It's going to be Zoe Benedetto and Sanoa Demfleolin moving through into the round of 32. Benedetto looking dangerous in her first heat here at Saquarema. Coming up next, we're going to have the My Hero Generation Heat, a celebration of Children's Day. The kids on the beach, the dads in the surf when we return. And we are back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 on the Challenger Series, where we will be qualifying surfers, both men and women, for the 2025 Championship Tour. Thank you for joining us. It's opening day of the event window, and we got going straight away Kaipo Guerrero, along with Maida Pops, as well as Marcos Bukuyova. And today, opening round for the men, opening round for the women. Some standout moments for you, Maida.
Yeah, we saw great performance. We saw a few Japanese surfers going pretty well here. Also, Kawan Costa had a great performance and made his heat. So amazing surfing in the beginning of the day, pretty good conditions. Then the conditions flipped a little bit, but was really contestable. Nice waves ridden.
Marcos, what stood out for you?
A lot of high performance from the boys and the girls, and the atmosphere here in Saquarema, I think, is the city itself. It's all about the people. Sometimes the people can overcome the performance.
Yeah, this is true. We had a great energy on the beach throughout the entire day. And with that energy, we had a young 19-year-old come through the last heat of the day. Zoe Benedetto was looking in form. Let's hear from Zoe. She's with Rachel Apollonio.
That's it, Zoe. Congratulations. You were looking comfortable in not a very comfortable conditions. How was that heat for you?
Yeah, it was cold to start off with. I knew that it was going to be pretty messy if I was going to surf in the afternoon, not the morning. And I got that. So, yeah, it feels like home sometimes. Home gets like this a lot, just messy, hurricane swells. So, yeah, it felt uncomfortable but comfortable at the same time.
And how does it feel for you all this way, like when you have the last heat of the day? What did you do during the day?
Yeah, I don't really love last heat of the day. I'd rather have first heat than last heat, but I'll do what I have. So I just surf in the morning, make a good breakfast, relax, don't exert myself too much. Just be patient. I get kind of antsy just waiting to go surf, but just contain your emotions, positive thoughts, and just have fun. So.
But you definitely did. And how do you prepare? How is your mental preparation this year, and how do you take care of your control?
Yeah, mental game is a huge thing for me, just thinking positive thoughts. The only thing that can bring you up are your thoughts, and the only thing that can tear you down are your thoughts. So just trying to stay in a positive mind state. So I have a really good crew with me. My mom's here with me, and she's great. So yeah, just happy thoughts, positive thoughts. I don't have anything to lose in this event, so I've kind of just been surfing free and just trying to get a couple heats under my belt.
Amazing. Good luck in the next round, and thank you very much. Congrats.
I love it. There's the words of wisdom from just a teenager. That's a really mature mindset, Marcos.
For sure. I'm always going to rephrase my thoughts about how I can wrap my brain around what's going on right now. It's a family affair. From the underground scene from back in the day, our generation, competing along like teenagers around the globe. Now it's a father thing.
We're going to pick it up right now. Maida, what have you seen so far as some of the new crop? I mean, we saw Zoe Benedetto. She's a 19-year-old out of the USA, but there's been a whole new crop of young Brazilian women that we saw in this opening round that have been very impressive.
Yeah, Alexia Monteiro did a great job. She's 17 years old, and she had a really good performance right there. She lead the whole heat until the end, and she get the win. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, it's really good to see as the development comes through. I feel we got lucky right now, Marcos, with the surf. It cooperated. It did get messy this afternoon. The onshores came in. We knew that was going to happen, but the consistency was always there. And I'm glad we got through both the men's and the women's opening round.
For sure, the texture of the waves were super insane in the beginning of the mid-tide. And right now, I think we have a messy condition, but they can overcome that.
Yeah. So we're looking down at the beach here. We had so many activations, Maida. I think you were out and amongst it. We had a lot of stuff going on. I mean, of course, surfing's the center stage here, but there was a lot from the fun run. to all the other activations we've had on the beach. It's been a busy day.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a sunny Saturday here in Saquarema. And for me, it's always amazing to see how people here from Saquarema really engage with this kind of competition. And they were all running in the morning. It was, I heard it was almost 1,000 people running. Wow. So amazing. And after we had this band playing, kind of, I think it's called Rockin' Kids. And they play some rock melodies with children music, so it was really fun. I've been there watching, and the kids were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, celebrating Children's Day, which is a traditional Brazilian holiday, right,
It's
Marcos?
a pretty traditional holidays here, Children's Day, Dia da Criança, and the rock tunes with the melodies from like tunes from the kids. Amazing effort to put all the families here, and we got a family affair outside right now, so everything's like tied up.
Yeah, we're anticipating the start of the My Hero Generation Heat, supported by Natural Kayak. There are the teams, of course. The kids, Maíra, are the coaches. The dads are going to be doing the surfing.
Yeah, it's so funny to watch Raoni Monteiro, a former City surfer, there coaching his father, Ronaldo Jacaré, in the blue jersey, and here is the father of Heitor Miller.
Sandro Miller?
Sandro Miller, yeah. Normally he is there like coaching him, and now
oh yeah,
they
I can feel the relief of Heitor not being able to compete right now. All the pressure's on Sandro.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is a juxtaposition, right?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
switching between the fathers and the daughters and the sons, but it's all just celebration. It's all just a good time, and it's great that we've had such a good time. This is just the first day of the window. I feel like we've been in here for a week because there's been so much going on.
Yeah, a
Marcos.
long day, a marathon of surfing, overwhelming feelings. Yeah, the perfect scenario to wrap the things up today.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back with more action. We'll be back with the My Hero Generation Heat after this short break. Stick around. And we are back in a beautiful Saquarema, a scenic beach scene. The action's not over yet. Day number 1 of the event window here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Jacaré, Marcos, he's ready to surf his heat.
He's legendary over here anywhere in the globe. He's a professional, a PT, a personal trainer, surfer, speaker for all the comps here. Dad of Raoni, great father of Keahi Monteiro, legendary figure here in Saquarema, local legend.
Can you tell us about some of the other dads out there, like Cachotti?
Cachotti, groundbreaking surfer from Guarda do Baú, the same place that bring to the globe the figure of our angel from Guarda, Anjo da Guarda, Ricardo Santos, the charger that had passed away unfortunately. And Carlos Cachotti, for us as Brazilians, together with like guys like Dada Figueiredo, were the guys that changed the game with progressive surfing in Brazil, like Archie and Fletcher Christian made in California, Potts made globally. Cachotti was that guy. I was a kid in Guarda, like searching the dream of becoming a wannabe professional surfer, and Cachotti was putting heavy punts on the water, big airs back in 1886, maybe mid-80s.
Wow. And it looks like, look at on the beach right there in the red jersey, that's Sandro Mueller, dad of Pedro Mueller, Heitor Mueller, I'm sorry.
Heitor Mueller.
But he's looking in shape. He's on just a tiny little shortboard.
Yeah, but he kind of confessed to myself, he didn't surf for, I think, 3 months right now, and he's using the same gear for Heitor, and he's 10 kilos heavier than Heitor.
Yeah, that's, okay, thanks. You confirmed that. When I'm looking at that board right there.
Looking skinny.
For Sandro, it is looking a pretty low volume right there.
Oh, yeah. Put some volume there, man. There's no propellers, no jet ski assist.
Gustavo.
But he's an amazing guy. Gustavo, I made a hit in the artificial wave last year in Fazenda da Grama, in the event that WSL held in Fazenda da Grama in the artificial wave garden pool down in São Paulo. And I have a 16-guy heat inside of the water there with Gustavo. I think he took runner-up. I was between third and fourth. And a friend of mine from Leblon, Chalita, I think won the heat backside.
Wow.
Me and Gustavo were like front side there.
See, I like the volume on Jacare's board right there.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect for him. And he was kind of nervous. We were out there at the athlete zone with him, and he was like, oh, I'm feeling a bit nervous. And Haoni was kind of laughing on him. And he said, oh, it's been a while. I haven't put a jersey for so long. So, and the water is freezing. I've heard it was 10 Celsius degrees. And he was like, oh, I'm going to freeze.
He's not used to the limelight. He's a speaker. He put all the effort, all the storytelling towards the surfers.
Oh, man. And there's the coaches right there, Marcos.
Yeah.
Who would you want to coach you?
Hey, man, there's 4 regulars there. No goofies there, okay, Kaipo? You got me? I'm kidding. Maybe I'll go for Haoni, man. He won like ONU Pro down in Sunset, former runner-up, in other events in CT level, Fiji Charger.
All right, well, let's get this thing started.
Yeah, look.
I'm having a lot of flashbacks because
criou uma aliança entre todos aqui muito forte.
Ele fortaleceu nossa relação como pai e filha.
E aí eu pendurei, a gente saiu do mar, eu lavei a minha roupa, lavei a dele também e pendurei a roupinha do lado da minha roupa. Fiquei olhando assim, cara, deu até um nó na garganta assim.
Bom, o surf sempre foi nosso norte, né? Sempre pensamos em mantê-lo como a nossa vitamina de vida.
Os melhores momentos, com certeza, foram os 3 na água, minha esposa lá filmando e os cachorros na praia.
A gente tem uma relação de técnico e atleta também. Nós temos uma conexão muito forte. A gente aproveita os bons momentos, sofre nos maus momentos.
E foram muitas viagens, campeonatos e momentos de pura alegria. Foram os dias que estávamos na água juntos, nos divertindo, os melhores dias da nossa vida.
Diversão, união, sonho e objetivo.
O surf seria a base da família.
É o nosso estilo de vida, é o esporte que amamos, escolhemos para viver, para trabalhar, para levar uma vida mais feliz.
That's what it's about, huh, Marcos? Family and surfing.
Family affair, families inside, you know, coaches outside, the kids outside, the daddies inside. This is the best gift that a daddy can have in the kids' day, man.
It sure is, Maida. We're just anticipating the start. Should happen any time now. It's going to be a 35-minute heat.
Yeah, a lot of expectation for this heat. Me, as a young mom, I really dream about this kind of momentums with my son soon.
Oh, yeah, manifest, girl. Manifest. It's going to happen in the future.
I'm trying. I'm still manifesting.
All right, well, we better blow the horn before we still have daylight here as we see all of the two coaches on the beach ready to go. And it is on just in time for this first wave to come through. Let's see who's going to come through on this opening exchange.
If I would pick someone, maybe Gustavo is super in shape, and for the knowledge and for overall experience, Cachotti also. Without taking any credits from like Ronaldo and Sandro also.
Yeah, but as you said, like Sandro, he said that he's not surfing that much right now, and with the water freezing.
Yeah, maybe he's saying that just to put less pressure on him.
Yeah.
What's his mindset? This is Gustavo.
Gustavo Hopp, a dad of Laura Hopp, out there. And looking in. Well, you know, when you're surfing competition, sometimes you don't want to look at the beach. Sometimes you don't want to get confused by your coach. Look out on the horizon. Look for the set.
Back in the day, in the 80s, the coaches were way more verbal. Nowadays, it's more, you know, in the back scene.
Here we go.
This is Gustavo.
Gustavo Hopp gets into this inside section.
Nice blue
buries the
tail.
rail. The kids like it.
Yeah, she's proud of her dad.
What an amazing experience, man.
And Laura is having a nice year. Like she's leading the South America rankings, and she makes some hits during Ericeira, so she's developing a lot her surfing.
This is Sandro Miller, all the way from San Francisco do Sul, the north coast of Santa Catarina. Actually, we have 3 families from Santa Catarina state and 1 family from Rio de Janeiro state. And Raoni, that Jacaré is the only goofy inside 8 people there. 8 persons, just 1 goofy.
Oh.
Yeah. All the other, coaches and surfers, all regular stances. They're having fun, man. No pressure for the kids.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm looking at our scoring screen. It looks like we got a score bug, so we are going to be scoring this. It's not an expression session. This is scoreable waves. Gustavo on that replay.
Let me see if I can see the sticker. I think Gustavo is using a Jaca Seco board, legendary shaper from Rio, if I'm not wrong.
Still limber.
Yeah,
Flexible.
Loose. Yeah, flexible, loose, power. It seems like everybody's coaching everybody. Go, go.
It's always easier on the beach.
Oh, yeah.
And it's easier on the set, too, when you're talking about positioning and where to be. But out in the ocean, a lot of times it's a little bit of a different call.
And it's easy on the booth also.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. But from here, we can say whatever.
Yeah.
It looks easier. We can see all over the landscape.
It's always easier to said and done.
Yeah.
We are connecting over there with our speaker, Paulo Issa, legendary speaker for São Paulo. Oh, sorry. Was commentating the side screen. Sorry.
That's okay. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Paulo Issa, thank you. Correction. This is the only goofy in this affair, Ronaldo Jacaré.
Maíra, what can you tell us about Jacaré?
Oh my God, Jacaré, he's such a character here from Saquarema. I think you won't find any person that will say nothing bad of him, because he's such a nice guy. And I love to hear him like announcing the heats on the beach. He's doing this for so long, and I was really interested in watching him surfing. I told him, yeah, Jaca, finally I'm gonna watch you surfing because I've never seen before. And here is Hinkle.
This is
Caixote.
Hey, let's go down to Manu. She's down on the beach amongst the coaches. Manu?
Yeah, guys, I'm here with his coaches. They're yelling a lot. I'm gonna talk to Heitor. Heitor, seu pai tá lá na água e você tá desesperado aqui, mas quando você tá lá, ele não fica assim, não. I'm telling him that now he's kind of desperate, but when he's in the water, he doesn't look so desperate like that. How is your heart right now?
Eu tô me sentindo bem, ele, tipo, bem vírgula, né? Tô meio que tremendo aqui, mas, bom, tô feliz que ele tá ali curtindo com a galera. Eles aqui estão apavorados, aqui, ó, os coaches aqui contra mim estão apavorados. E é isso aí, pô, tomara que ele pegue umas horas boas e vamos com tudo.
Good. Heitor says he's enjoying, but the girls are going crazy. Let me talk to Laura. Laura, you said your dad was going to make a 4, and it was a 1.9. Tell me something about that.
Yeah, I guess he got the score on the inside and he didn't make the turn. So I think they said it was incomplete, but I think if he made it, it was going to be like a 4 because it was a good layback. And he's in such a wrong spot because the wave is breaking more in the channel. It's so good down there.
Go yell at him.
Yeah, I'm trying. He doesn't listen to me.
So now you know what he feels. Taina, tell me one thing. Your dad has been through a lot this year. You were in the Olympic Games and everything. Do you think you feel the same right now? Like your heart is beating?
My heart is, oh my God, oh my heart. Let's go, Dad. I have no words to say right now, can't explain. I'm nervous. I just want my dad to catch 2 good ones and win this.
Is he right out there or is he kind of wrong?
He's kind of wrong, doing the same that I made before. So that's why he's my dad.
So you cannot be mad at him tonight, okay? You have to be nice at him.
For sure. But now I want him to... Oh, direita, it's coming.
Yell at him.
Yeah, let's go. Nervous, I can't explain.
Okay, she's doing good. Honey, what about Jaca? Jaca knows this place more than anyone. Do you think he's going to be good?
Yes, he knows this place better than anyone, but you know what's happening? I think he needs a better preparation. Dad, you need to go to the gym more often, bro. Come on. You practice surf every day, but come on, you cannot pedal. No,
you're being too hard. You're being too hard on him.
My dad is 69 years old. He's been surfing every day.
He's in such a good shape.
He's such a good shape. He surfs more than me, you know. Every day he's surfing. I surf like 2-3 times a week. And yeah, I think he's, sorry, the water is just too cold. I feel bad about him, you know. He wants to do good. He was like, Dad, son, I want to go out there. I want to get at least one wave, one good left. I'm trying so hard to make him find that left, but yeah, I think he's gonna get a ski assistant. So.
Okay, that would be good. I have an idea. You know what? Just after that, you just all get together and Jacaré can play some ukulele for us.
He's gonna be. I'm pretty sure he just pedaled out and then didn't surf, but he's gonna come in and get his ukulele, as he said. He's gonna get his beer and then gonna have fun all the rest of the day, you know, like all the rest of the night. I mean, so he's just such a big heart, such a good vibe, you know. He's my hero.
Congratulations. That is an idol for everyone. And just to end up the things, I have to introduce to you guys Paulinho Issa, that is right here with me. Paulinho is a big person in the beach. He's been with these guys, with the old guys and with the young guys. How do you feel with all the generations together?
It's so fun because I know these guys for many years, and I watch him work like coach, like fathers, and now the guys opposite situation. It's fun because Laura scream a lot, Heitor scream a lot, Taina Inkel scream a lot. It's just fun.
Now they know how their dads feel. Back to you guys.
That is some good family fun right there. And Khashoggi, looks like he got a decent wave right there.
Yeah, looks like. And we were watching Jacaré there in the jet ski. It was kind of scary because we were talking about what Manu did last year. So I was scared to him to do the same. But this wave was really nice for Khashoggi.
Yeah, he connected the dots. He kind of switched from the right to the left, kind of tried a little hook on the top, and Gustavo there. So I put my coins, I think, in the right direction. Gustavo and Khashoggi, they are excelling there.
Oh, nice left for Gustavo right there.
He got a nice stance, nice style. She's representing well the Haupt family.
Yeah, 5.17 for Gustavo on his second wave. And now we got Jacaré with that ski assist. He's out the back now in pole position.
69 years old, guys. He's a legendary speaker here.
Check out, back in the day, Jacaré and Haoni, as Haoni's coming up in the junior series. Look at that, My Hero Generation Heat sidebar.
Wow, so nice, this picture. Long time ago, probably here in Itaúna. Lovely memories.
I remember, I think it was late 90s or early 2000s, Haoni have a clinch with Marco Calupo. He was 15 years old, young upcomer, super hungry to results. And he's nowadays 40 years old. Time flies so fast. And now he's the coach.
Yeah.
No longer the surfer. And he's an amazing coach for a new generation. You Rickson Falcão, all the boys here from Saquarema, Daniel Templar, even João Chianca.
Well, you know, good thing about surfing, it keeps you active. And another thing, Maida, is surfing preserves you. Because think about, if you want to preserve a piece of meat, what do? You salt it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you soak it. And you soak it.
And you soak it. And that's what surfing does. It gets you salty and soaked all at the same time. And that's how we preserve ourselves.
There's two Peter Pans here. One from Hawaii and another one from Brazil.
It's not the first time I've heard that. Yeah, the Peter Pan syndrome.
Not going to be the last.
In surfing is real. I'm 15. I mean 50, but feel like I'm a teen.
Yeah, same thing, same thing. Thank you, my wife. Age equation.
It's all between the ears, Marcos. Yeah. It's all between the ears.
Yeah.
If you can imagine it, you can make it happen.
Yeah.
And get some spare parts along the way.
No spare parts. I know Bionic Man. $6 million man. For the old schoolers will understand. It's almost like an old fella private joke.
Yeah. You got to replace those parts every once in a while. Yeah, shoulders, knees, ankles, they all work in unison. You got to keep surfing.
Never replace your heart, Caipino.
And keep the original heart.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps us in. Check out these guys. Just paddling up current, Maida, enjoying the afternoon with family, Children's Day here in Brazil. It's been a great day.
Yeah, it's been a great day. And for sure, it's going to put, especially for the Sandro and also Gustavo, it's going to put a lot of different perspective for them when they will coach their kids, because it's completely different to be outside of the water and inside. So here is Gustavo again.
Got to open canvas for carve now. Oops. Body surfing.
Well, Gustavo still has that solid 5.17.
Quote unquote, the high score of the heat.
Yeah, Team Hop is still out in the lead. Although sentimentally, and there we go, talk about Team Hop. There, Maida, look at that shot.
Yeah, she was really young right there. And actually her first event of her life, she lost. And this made her so, she got really sad, but she thought, I need to overcome this, and I really want to get better. I want to develop my surfing. And then it wasn't a bummer for her losing her first event in life.
Yeah, looking at Laura and Gustavo Hop right there. on the team hop with that. And there's our grown-up Laura.
Okay, with the hands tied, so it's very symbolic.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to figure out if Gustavo was carrying like a twin fin, but it's a thruster. And she have a pretty like chubby board. Look at the boys and the girls. A little pause on the ocean right now.
Yeah.
We can do some podcasting here, easy.
Pick a subject.
Yeah, food, you know, geography, geology, science, pop culture, lost in the 90s, boards, Kaipo. I'm fixing boards for us, okay?
Okay.
Fixing boards. Ricardo Martins and Sharp Eye on the scenario.
All right, all right.
And maybe Bass also, my brain.
Come on, Jacare. Oh, that one just held up a little bit too much underneath the legend from Saquarema there, Maida.
Yeah, he's looking for this left as high on his head, but fortunately he couldn't get there. Yeah, it's the nerves. Even with 69. Oh, the nerves for the father, the nerves for the son.
What are the coaches saying with the hand signals there, Marcos? Can you read some of those hand signals?
I can, you know, used to have a gym, Daddy. Pedal hard. You're a PT, a personal trainer. You got to do better than this.
But one thing he said is for sure he's going to grab his ukulele after all. He's a good player. I love to hear him playing like during the barbecues.
He got all the charisma also.
I love actually in Brazil that you guys say ukulele. Yeah. Because that's the right way to say it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Because in the U.S., a lot of times people say ukulele.
Yeah, ukulele.
Ukulele. And
you can do whatever you want.
And it is a ukulele.
Ukulele.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And do you know this history actually is
came from Portugal.
Portugal, yeah.
Yeah.
Almost everything came from Portugal, even tempura.
Yeah, I mean, Portugal conquered the world, didn't they? They did a good job of colonizing. Talking about conquering and coming up, look at our My Hero Generation Heat and Team Mueller there. Heitor
almost
and
like
Sandro
a toddler.
Mueller. Yeah?
Tiny Heitor there. And look how big he is.
And now he's one of the top junior talents, you would have to say, coming out of Brazil right
for
now.
sure. What a heavy upcomer. Such a fast, you know, crispy serve. A lot of IQ of surfing competition also. Still in his pro junior years.
Yeah, I've been really impressed, Maida, with Heitor Mueller and his development as a junior surfer. Just light-footed, flexible. And now I know, I didn't know where he got it from, but now I can see that same ability in his dad, Sandro.
Yeah, true. The first time I saw Heitor Mueller like really doing a great job in a competition, it was last year in the QS in Maresias that he was a runner-up, and his surfing is so aggressive and also very loose. So I really like the way he surfs and the way he approaches the competition.
He's a fast surfer, always like with, you know, Swiss knife type of surfboards. You know, he loved the carbon wrap boards.
What about Team Hinkle here, Marcos?
Legendary. Caixote, Carlos Caixote, groundbreaker, progressive surfer from the 80s. And Tainan Hinkle being in the Olympic Games, such a legendary family. She was without words, super nervous, biting her nails. Now she's look more calm. A little.
Yeah, and initially Taina's father focused on her brother to become a pro surfer. But then he became just a free surfer, and here is Gustavo again.
A little calmer
up and
from
riding.
Gustavo.
Yeah, so it looks like Gustavo and Team Hop may be running away with it right now. We'll wait for that other score for Gustavo, but he did a good job on that.
I put my chips in the right way. I like the styles like Mark Richards, like with the bent knees, super clean. Yo, how honey would be like super amped to see at least, you know, Jacaré performing a good way.
There's still plenty of time. Take another look at Gustavo's last wave, Maida. This was a 3.67.
Yeah, nice first turn. Then another quick one to finish it off on the inside. 3 turns.
I know he can do better than this, but he's competing. He's
Yeah,
putting some numbers.
yeah.
He don't want to lose. Nice combo, 3 turns. The DNA is all there. Almost was 8 turn because it's the same board.
Yeah, but it must be hard for him like to surf in this very thin board.
It's a matter of leaders.
Yeah.
Don't call Glenn Penn and talk about leaders, okay, guys? Don't make that cough.
What Marcos is referring to is shaper Glenn Pang said, don't give me your dimensions and then request different leaders. Because there's dimensions in boards that make certain leaderage impossible.
Oh, yeah.
So choose one.
Yeah.
Either choose your dimensions or choose your leaders.
Go for
But
teams,
never
guys.
give me both dimensions and leaders in the same request, because you may be making an equation that is just impossible to put together.
Thanks for the TED Talk, Kaipo.
Right.
On boards, yeah.
You know,
right on.
Trust your shaper. He knows what he's doing. Never bother your glasser. They take their time. Honor your sander. And if you got an extra 12-pack of Coronas, take it over to the factory right around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Help those guys out because they are building your boards, and always trying to buy your boards in your neighborhood.
For sure.
Support your local
Shop
board.
local.
Support your local board
If
builders.
it's going to be Aloha Friday, bring a 12-pack. I love those last ones.
I can't tell you how many factories I've got kicked out as a kid driving to the factory asking when my board's being done, and all the old North Shore craftsmen would just say, point at the door and say, get out, Kaipo.
No kids stay here.
Don't eat it. You know what? It's going to be another week just because you showed up. Your board goes to the back of the rack for you
And
showing
every
up.
time you show up, another week we're going to be put on.
So you just gave bad advices for our audience, huh?
No, the good advice is never ask. Just bring gifts, but never ask when my board is being done. The last thing any shaper or glasser wants to ever hear is, when is my board done?
When you got your board, perform well also. Represent.
Yeah. And never punch your board.
Never.
Because it's not the board's fault you fell. It's your fault. So punch yourself next time.
In your
you ever see
mind.
surfers do that, hit their boards and stuff?
Yeah.
You're just like, yo, dude, like, the one's not the board's fault. The board's just floating, man.
You're the pilot. Don't blame the car. No
So,
pilot blame the
you
car.
know what? It's like blaming the fork for getting fat.
Yeah. Or the plate.
Or the plate, yeah.
Or the waiter.
You see, I told you, Marcos, we're going to go podcast right now,
Yeah, I
okay?
know.
We're going to pull it back in, though. Let's see what's happening so far.
That's why they pay us.
You get paid?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, shoot.
I'm going to tell you how you do it, how you can do it.
I've been coming over here just for the picanha.
I'm a pescatarian, Kaipo.
Okay. Okay, so Team Hop out in the lead, 5.17, 3.67 for Gustavo, who's been pretty much on. I feel like Sandro Mueller would be doing much better if he had a little bit more volume on his board, because the surfing skills there. He just happens to be riding Heitor's little potato chip model out there. Maeda.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know why he chose to not bring his own board.
To lose some responsibility about the result, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not being training so much. I'm going to use my kid's board, so I got all the excuses. No, I'm kidding, okay, Sandro? He's such a nice fella.
Yeah, the same as I did last year with the Onda do Bem.
Okay.
I just brought my longboard, so then the waves were pumping. And
It
then
was
I said,
big last
yeah,
year.
it was big. Then I pulled out. I said, no, I'm not coming.
Hey, guys, I think Gustavo just made the monitor from the heat.
Yeah, I saw it. I think so. Laura is very happy right there.
She's proud. Today, she's going to pay the picanha.
Yeah. Here's another thing in professional surfing with ski assist is learning how to use that ski assist. You know, some people will choose to just stay on the sled. Some people get up in the saddle, but you call this the money turn. Marcos.
Yeah, nice slash over there, little free drift.
And you're right. This is a 5.83. So Gustavo with another scoring ride, and he's on the lead for Team Hop. But here comes Sandro Mueller on the Rusty. And you could see that one just a little bit underwater there for Sandro.
But he got the skills, you could tell.
Yeah.
Nice stance, solid stance.
The replay?
Yeah. The board was
Up
really
and down.
underwater
and chunky like
yeah.
foam, you know, close out session there.
The coaches all in discussion on the shore.
The grasshoppers outside.
Now Jacaré is with priority. I really wish that he can get a good opportunity right there, but he doesn't. He doesn't look like.
He's chatting with the jet pilot.
I think the ski's gonna. Let's give him a step off or something. Give Jacaré a step off right now.
Let's watch him doing some towing.
Yeah.
I think he's already manifesting the ukulele.
There we go. Team Hop, 5.83 for what you called, Marcos, the money turn so far in this heat.
Yeah, so far so good, 11 on the bracket there. 3 regular footers ahead and 1 goofy on the end of the bracket there.
Still 8 minutes remaining, and with this cold water, probably Jacaré is
freezing,
freezed
yeah.
already, like completely.
Nice backside hack for Carlos Cachotti, one of the groundbreaking surfers from the 80s, from Guarda do Embaú.
All right, Manu, what's going on down the beach?
It's not easy, Kaipo, not an easy life for a coach today. So Laura is here yelling. Tainá has no voice anymore. She can barely speak. Laura was standing on the floor like this. What do you think about your dad?
Yeah, my dad is making the heat out there.
Is he the best?
Yeah, he is. He's such a good surfer, and the waves are not good right now, but he's doing his best, and he finds a left and a right. He's killing it.
Very good. She likes what she sees. And, well, Jacaré is coming here. Now Paulinho is interviewing Raoni because it is, look, let me translate. He's saying, thank you, Dad. My dad is my inspiration. It's really nice to see my old man going there in this condition, so windy. Just for him to go there outside and be like that and participate with the other fathers, it's a gift for me. So really nice what Raoni's saying. I'm really stoked to see my dad like that participating. And it is really nice, guys. I can barely talk anymore because it's so cold and we're all yelling and it's so much fun. Yeah, I'm probably not going to work tomorrow, but yeah, that's fine. Honey, send a message to your dad. Call home and tell them to prepare the beer and the ukulele, okay?
Yeah, and the warm bath. Yeah.
He deserves.
Yeah, he deserves, yeah. I mean, it's such a big inspiration for me. I'm full of water in my eyes, and it's, you know, it's just a good feeling to see him healthy and still surfing every day, as I said before. So it's really inspirational. And I don't know, I want to say a lot of things, but it's such a mix of emotions, you know. But I don't know, I just love my dad. My dad is my hero. And it's a crazy feeling. It's a crazy love feeling, you know. It's beautiful to see him paddling out there in these conditions and a surf.
Very nice.
Let's hang on to this right here.
such a moment. I'm going to translate what Paulinho is saying right now. He's telling Jaca that Raoni had a really hard time here, but Jacaré has been through that many, many times. Jacaré is talking about the current and that it's really hard. And he's really stoked. 68 years old, and he's like that, practicing surf. That is the sport that he loves. Very special moment for Jacaré. He said he could have done a little better, but he was tired. He ate a lot before he goes to the water. He had his belly full. Jaca, we're all gonna play ukulele tonight and have fun. Is that okay?
Ukulele is easy for me.
So tonight's gonna be ukulele. Let's just send some love to Keahi too, because today's Children's Day. Today's Children's Day in Brazil, and Keahi is probably cheering for his granddad. Let's send some love to him.
Yeah, he's in Minas Gerais with his mom now in the farm. But I sent them a message to watch the heat, and then they probably watching the heat now and sending good vibes. I just want to send them, tell Keahi that his grandson, he must be laughing right now, but he know the grandpa that he has. It's really important to us to have him, his figure, because as I said, he's a surfer. I grew up watching him surf. My son grew up watching him surf. So it's 3 generations of surfers, and I'm really proud of him. I'm really proud of him right now. And
we all are, honey.
We are, and I believe Keahi is really proud of me and of him as well. And I don't know. I just wanna send people a good message. We're here in this place, in this planet to leave a little bit, just a little message to people. If everyone does just a little bit, not thinking about money and material things, we're here like to I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. I just trying to send a good message to the people. That's it. Yeah.
It does make sense. Congratulations. Your dad really is this guy that everybody loves being around. Back to you guys. A lot of emotions going on here. So back to you.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Great job over there with Jacaré, as well as Raoni and Maíra. How you, now quiero dinero, só quiero amar.
Wow, nice tune. Eu não quero dinheiro, só quero amar, só quero.
This is true, right? I feel like that's
song.
But I feel like that's the vibe. Like when Raoni's talking about just a little bit, it's not about money, it's about love, and that's what it's all about, And you come on this planet, and gosh, there's so many material things we can wrap ourselves around it. But what matters? Family, right?
Yeah. It's a family affair.
Gosh.
Millionaire vibe. Raoni Monteiro.
Yes.
And Hawaii got the Ipas, California got the Hoffman and Fletchers, and we have the Monteros.
Oh, man.
And the Pupus and the Padarans and the Toledos. So many Salazars.
Oh, I got chicken skin right now. You're going to make me tear up right now, Marcos.
You're going to have a flashback from the longboard contest with your dad and the Takayama board.
Oh, man.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's everyone has those bonding moments. I'm a 3rd-generation surfer myself, and gosh, it brings us together. And then even as surfers, all the oceans are connected, and all the oceans connect all of us, and that's what makes it. It doesn't matter where you're from, the ocean connects all of us, and that's why as surfers we are able to connect with so many people across the entire globe, and that's what makes this wonderful world. The wonderful world of surfing, and we live in our own little surf world, and sometimes we can escape the madness of the rest of the world because our little surf world is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a nice bubble.
It's a nice, let's stay in the bubble.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave.
I live in the bubble.
I don't want to leave the bubble ever.
I'm a bubble man. You remember Cypher the Bubble Boy? I'm a bubble man.
I think this was the matter of this heat, like making everybody really emotional.
Yeah.
Even Kaipo here.
Yeah, the apex of the day, man. The highlights. Hero heat.
Oh,
my hero.
Goodness.
Thank you, Dave Grohl.
Thank you, Dave Grohl. And thank you, Natura Kayak, feel the power of
the freshness.
Freshness.
Wow. You got it all. Figure out.
Well, Gustavo and Team Hop took out a win. When we go back to the numbers there, 583, 583 for Gustavo. Applause on the beach, and there he is. Went out in there and made his daughter Laura. There's the champion.
Yeah. A round of applause for Gustavo, man.
There's the results.
I put my chips in the right direction again.
And he was truly competing.
Yeah.
Team Hop with the win, but the emotional win goes to Team Montero from Saquarema.
No doubt about it.
And actually, you know what? Everyone's a winner this afternoon. We all win because we're all celebrating this all together on Children's Day.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as I get up, I'm going to give you guys a hug, man. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. Group
Perfect
hug.
said.
Look at the coaches. They felt the relief
But
right
for
now.
sure, Taina Hinka will give a hard time.
Oh, yeah.
on
Come on,
Khashoggi.
Daddy. How about
Come
position?
on, Daddy.
And
You
you're a
should have
shaper
done
also. You
better.
should choose a better boy. We should bring Gustavo to the booth tomorrow.
Yeah, to listen from his perspective.
Yeah. How was it outside?
How was it?
From the winner
being coached?
perspective.
Well, that was a great moment, and Gustavo Hop with some great surfing and great participation from everyone. Great way to end the day, opening day of the window. Maida, thank you so much for hanging in there. Marcos, thanks for the podcast, man.
Amazing podcasting, Caipinho.
And we're just going to continue on with good times. But guess what? Just when you thought it was over, it is not. The Corona Saquarema post-show right after these messages.
The very first day of the waiting period here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's the Corona Saquarema post show after a long day of competition, a real fun one too. 16 heats, 8 of the opening round of the men, 8 of the opening round of the women, and of course, My Hero Generations heat as well. Real fun first day of competition right here in Brazil. Mitchell Salazar with a couple of uncles right here on the whole set. Marcos Bocayuva and, of course, my uncle from Oahu, Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, starting with you. Real fun day of action, but we did get through 16 heats. Pivotal day of competition here in Saquarema.
Yeah, it was a big day, and the surfers had to really adjust to the changing conditions. It was important. It's opening round for the men, opening round for the women. The substantial heats are going to come in the next round for the men and women. We're talking about qualification for the championship tour, but it was good to get those heats done today, and we saw some surprises and some new names and faces as well.
Right. Speaking of new names and faces, Marcos, a lot of local surfers prevailed today.
Man, how standout was Rickson Falcão with the traction, with the snaps and the combos, local knowledge. I think his young legend, new star, was born today.
Yeah, I agree. And just coming through that heat along with Kaoli Voss, that was very impressive.
Yeah, a lot of great performances by local surfers. Obviously can't go past a lot of the surfers that did come from different parts of the world too. But speaking of one of our best heats of the day, women's round 1, heat number 3, it was a local surfer, the 17-year-old guys, who was able to achieve victory in the opening round. We're talking about Alexia Monteiro. Kaipo, she came in from her heat win, saw her father crying, ended up crying herself. Biggest moment of career so far, went up against Eve Wong and advanced along with her.
Yeah, this was not an easy heat, and to come in as a wild card here, just 17 years old, so impressive, beating Eve Leula Wong and Taina Hinkle along with Talia Swindell, all took him down. Some great surfing all the way around, but it was Alexia, really, who was the most impressive in this heat, and she took out the win.
Yeah, and Eve Wong moving through as well. Marcos, great surfing right there, but really, Monteiro stepping up to the plate right here, 17 years of age, in her first CS ever.
Solid surfing from Eva also, but look at how crispy was that snap. And normally, you know, all surfers choose PU material here, and a lot of carbon wrap boards like function so well today. Like Haoni's using one, but he was a coach today, so further on we'll talk about these.
What a moment, right, guys? I mean, we just saw the My Hero Generation seed, and Alexia Monteiro right there with a lot of emotion coming out of her. Makes it through her very first heat ever on the Challenger Series. Eve Wong also with a big move through right there into the next round, Kaipo, because she's looking to move up into the top 20, even the top 10 if she can.
Yeah, so it's important heat for Eve Leula Wong, but it's reputation building for someone like Alexia, and I feel like that's what really this opening round is all about. Seeing some new names and seeing some of the lower seeds when we look at the draw have to make this opening round, but we really get into the thick of it in the next round for the women, the round of 32 for the women, and the round of 64 for the men. That's when we really get into the thick of things.
We had a couple of big names right there, too. Talia Swindell, Taina Hinkle, she's been an Olympian before. Speaking of Olympians, it was the local kid who was able to advance with Olympic gold medalist Kaoli Voss in the very last heat of the opening round for the men. What a performance by Rickson Falcão, Marcos. It seemed like he was at home, and guess what? He's right here from Saquarema.
For sure, local knowledge, a lot of board control. Kaoli was surfing super clean, also super power. I loved that combo there. Super like 12 o'clock both turns. And Rickson, look at that, guys. The traction on the snaps, the fades, the deep bottom turns.
I mean, Kaipo, superb wave selection by the local boy. Surfing through an injury, too. It seems like he has a gash on one of his feet.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing right here from Rickson, and I love seeing new faces, new names, new excitement in the draw. And again, this is really what this opening round is about. And it's nice to see Kaoli Voss come through a heat. Hey, celebration is over for the gold medalist. Time to get back to work, young man. And that's what Kaoli Voss got going today, advancing on along with Rickson.
That's an excellent point, because after the Olympic Games, there was a decision to be made whether or not he went to Paris to celebrate or whether he went straight to the U.S. Open. Decided to skip that event, which was a pivotal moment in this year for him to potentially qualify. Loses out early in Ericeira, and luckily for him, he's into the round of 64 right here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
But for Kaoli Voss, that decision not to go to the U.S. Open is going to put him another year on the Challenger Series.
Right.
Because right now he's a mathematic impossibility to qualify for the championship tour because of what he's holding. So that was, you know, hey, that's a part in your life. You're a gold medalist. You're only a gold medalist one time. But I can't wait. I mean, I feel like Kaoli belongs on the championship tour.
Definitely.
And I think it's just a matter of time.
It's a matter of clinching good results on CS because he's a CT level. We all know that.
Yeah, true.
Speaking of CT level, our Natura kayak wave of the day, in the very first heat of the morning, it was a former CT surfer who got an excellent score to start things off. We're talking about Jackson Baker from Merriweather, Newcastle, Australia. It is our Natura kayak wave of the day. Looking excellent out there. Kaipo dropped an 8 on his very last wave of the heat.
Hey, Jackson's Baxon. Look at him. Dancing on the beach, getting hyped up. Had to come back from an injury, but then Jackson Baker just throwing the hammer a couple times out there, making Merriweather proud.
And excellent waves to start off the day, too, Marcos. I mean, look at the conditions early on. It was as glassy could possibly be.
I love how loose he can surf and how power at the same time. The flow that he have like is second to none.
Mustache looking pretty good too. Kaipo drops an 8.0 right there, and that is our Natura kayak wave of the day. So speaking of long-term forecasts, what we're potentially going to see later on at this event right here, our friends at Surfline, as always, providing us great information. We knew today was going to be fun. We didn't necessarily expect it to be that good early on in the morning. I mean, we lucked out, but let's see what we can hold in place later on during the waiting period, Kaipo. It seems like Monday all the way through Wednesday looking real fun.
All right, so this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the blob and that low pressure moving off. So that's going to be the end. That swell is going to dissipate. We're going to wait for little pulses coming through in this next week. Little windows up opportunity with that shorter period swell next week. And we're going to have to find those fun little windows because we don't have any, long period swells. It's going to be these little windows of short period swells. And also we got to pay attention to the wind. Tomorrow, 3 to 4 foot faces, but going to be onshore winds. So we're going to watch that. A wind's going to improve later on in the week near offshore. So that's what we got to deal in. That's the latest data from Surfline.
Going to be real fun. We did see onshore winds pick up strongly this afternoon, though, and we did see them affect these waves detrimentally. Now looking to our favorite segment of the show, guys. Kaipo, you want to take a guess?
I think it's our top 5 moments of the day.
It is our top 5 moments. Let's start with number 5 right here. We just saw it a little bit ago. It was My Hero Generation's heat out there in the water. And Marcos, what a fun moment to celebrate surfing, especially here in Brazil. Jacare Monteiro being coached by his son, Raoni Heitor Mueller right there with his dad. It was Gustavo Haupt, though, who took out the W for Team Green.
Unforgettable moment for Brazilian surfing. Legendary, generation heat, My Hero, Foo Fighters, a lot of honor there for Gustavo. Super amped to compete. He was leading, have the best turns, the best combos. He was paddling out like a pro contest.
And look at this too. Mr. Hinkle went out there and ripped a few on the backhand. Not enough to overtake Gustavo Haupt, though. He's going to have to settle for second place. All in all, a lot of fun. Kika Vaselko, former World Junior Champion, Kaipo on her very last wave, took out the W.
She had to flip it, right? She needed near a 5-point ride right at the end of the heat to go from third into second place to advance. She went all the way to first place with a 7.67. Kika comes through in a clutch, and we're going to see her in the next round, round of 32 for the women.
She got a bummer result in Ericeira. She's putting all the effort to leave Brazil with a big result and maybe jumping on the top 10.
And nice to see her with a lot of emotion, too. How about the son of Saquarema, though? Rickson Falcao coming out with maybe one of the strongest performances all day. He's into the round of 64.
Oh, yeah. He was ripping all over this heat. Big bottom turns, deep fading, board control, local knowledge, all the right, connections with the amazing performance.
And 2 local kids today really standing out, Kaipo, was the knowledge of these 2 guys. I'm saying it right now, this kid's a star in the making. It was Daniel Templar with the big heat total.
Daniel Templar had to overcome a weird beginning with a little paddle interference there on Tully Wiley and just kept his head straight on his shoulders, came through with a 7.7 and 7.33 high heat total for today, and one to watch out for.
And our top of the day, number 1, Tears of Joy by Alexia Monteiro. Marcos, you've been in this position before. She is very content with what she was able to do in her first round.
Amazing. New star born here in Brazil, and she ripped so much, and the boards were like super loose and fast. Normally, as I said back, people use more PU here to sink more of the turns here in Saquarema, but she was using it like a carbon wrap board and functions so good. underneath her feet.
Yeah, looks solid.
Should be a potential another run day tomorrow. So just tune in to worldsurfleague.com and we'll see you then.
Yeah.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.